What's up, everybody? Hello. Thank you so much for being here. Today, I'm going to do something a little different than what I usually do. It's relevant. Frank already with the hydrate. Thank you. Today, we're going to be drinking this entire glass of water as quickly as possible. That's right, Dark Rose, and it is time to JavaScript. And why do I want to learn JavaScript? The reason why I want to learn JavaScript, and it will be kind of a little HTML and CSS as well. The reason why I want to learn this stuff is because I have an idea. I have an idea for a community event. We already have the Game Like Jam right now. Hello, and Jack. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you, Frank, for the Prime sub. Let's go. I will get you a song. I will sing to you. It's what I do. It's not a good song, but it's yours. So I have an idea for a community event, and it is going to be even bigger than the Game Like Jam. By bigger, I mean like literally in scope. It is massive. It's going to be called the Community Build Along. Hey, be nice to him. Be nice to him. Be nice to him. He's just lying there. He's not gonna hurt you. Sorry, I have to manage the cats. She's still getting used to him being around. Okay, so it's gonna be a community build along, which means anyone is gonna be able, yes, cats, anyone's gonna be able to join in and create a game along with us. It's a huge concept. It's a really big concept. I've been demoing it to the members and subscribers of this channel on the exclusive stream that happens every Monday. Whether you're a Twitch sub or a YouTube member, you can still access that stream. And so I have some issues that I've opened that are not doing a lot. They're just typing random stuff, but you're going to be able to make a proposal. Say, I want to add a new feature. I want to report a bug. And it's going to have like all these nice things you gotta fill out and whatnot. So I type this. What does this have to do with JavaScript? Hold on. I'm getting to that. So I typo this, I typo that, blah, 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 la, la, la. Okay, so I create this new issue, right? And welcome pawn. And what's gonna happen is automatically a bot is going to post a message. So this would be you. This would be what if we were all working on this together, right? You guys would come in here and you would propose a change. So a bot gives us this. So there are going to be code reviewers who could come in here and vote on whether this proposal gets through, and if it does get through, what priority it has. This I put together from code I found on the internet and ChatGPT. So I was like, this is what I want, here's some code, make it happen, which I'm not happy with, because now if I want to come in here and make this better, I can't, because I don't know JavaScript well, because this is largely JavaScript that's making this happen. And so, no, we're not going to make AI games. So I want to learn JavaScript so I can make tools like this for our community build along and be able to maintain them and ensure that they're done correctly. So that's what I'm here for. Look, all right, I've learned gamedev, GDScript on my own and with you guys, and you know, something like web dev, it's a means to an end, right? I want to help us as a community be able to do more. And so I'm like, all right, let's go ahead and let's grab some code, let's borrow, let's have help. But you know what? This is a learning opportunity. There's so much more that I can achieve if I know what I'm doing, you know? But just to continue to show off what this can do, I can say, yes, this is a good proposal, right? And if you are one of the reviewers, it's actually going to track that. And I'm just super excited to continue to work on this. I have more things I want to add, but I want to add it myself. And the big thing that I really want that doesn't exist yet is going to be a poll. See, look at that. Look at that. It works. I mean, I'm glad it works. I just like wish I could be more proud of it working. And so then it gets also added automatically to an issue tracker, and it's going to be really beautiful. And I'm just so excited to like have this whole thing working. But that's not even the main thing that I want. The main thing that I want is going to be a poll. A poll that anyone, it's kind of fancy, right, old Gimpy? Oh, I'm so excited. So this, basically, I'm going to plan on doing a dry run this year, not a big one, but I'm going to have it be a year-long event. It's going to come with a whole game jam, too. Yeah, I'm going to build in a game jam. We're going to have community building, it's gonna be awesome. But I don't want to go too much into that. I just wanted to let you know what my purpose here is. So I want to make a poll where y'all can suggest themes for the community build along. And I cannot find another poll out there that already does this, so I gotta make my own. And what the poll will do is it will allow the user to create their own poll option, and then everybody can see that poll option, and then anyone can vote on the different options that show up. There are some things I'm not mentioning there, like how authentication will work, how moderation will work, but that's the general idea. And again, I want to make it myself, so I'm not going to make that today because that's actually pretty complicated. So instead, I'm going to make a little game. I'm gonna make a silly little game for fun. I'm probably going to make it a like a Tamagotchi-like game. That's what I'm thinking. And I want simple UI-based stuff. So I don't want it to be a game like, you know, complex animations and physics, nothing like that. All that it's going to do is have buttons and text boxes and stuff like that. So I want it to just be vanilla JavaScript, HTML, CSS, stuff like that. I don't know JavaScript. Like I know GDScript, which is a coding language used for the Godot engine. That's all I know. So hopefully things will make sense. I'll be able to pick it up. I've got this awesome documentation here to help me, developer.mozilla.org. It's super, super awesome for figuring out JavaScript stuff. Big shout out to y'all in the member stream / Twitch sub stream yesterday for helping me find this. I want to say Anjac got this for me. So super, super, super powerful, and I'm gonna use this a lot today to figure out how to do what I want to do. So yeah, I'm gonna get started. Let's make a little game. Also, Frank, glad you're here. Pawn, glad you're here. Okay, we checked in with everybody. If you did a video tutorial, FreeCode has a good one. Noted. Good to know. Yeah, you know, I kind of want to just like see what I can do. So of course I'm gonna need an HTML file. Let's go. New file. We're gonna go fresh here. I'm using VS Code. Yeah, I just kind of want to do my own thing, see what happens. So I guess we'll call it index.html. It seems like the right thing to do. And now, okay, so this also requires some HTML and stuff, which ever since I was a young girl, I have been using like templates, right? So I'll go to like friggin' HTML5 up or whatever, you know, something like that. And I'll grab a template and I'll drop it in, right? And it's like, great, I got my CSS, I got my HTML. Sure, I know how to use tags and build basic elements, but does that mean I have ever tried from scratch to type, you know, doc type HTML and head and barely have I ever actually typed that from scratch. But I kind of want to try, which is kind of messed up, but I don't know. I just really want to immerse myself. Oh, autocomplete! Well, looks like I just don't. I mean, I guess if I want a notepad, we'd be good. All right, we got our document. I remember making a game of Snake in reducer style and then rendering it into the DOM. You know, memtooth. I was gonna say meme tooth. This is my meme tooth. It's for jokes. I literally just learned about that. So yesterday during the member stream, hey Cisco, how you been? Welcome. I'm streaming on Twitch again. I hope you've been doing good. It's good to see you. So yesterday during the Twitch sub member stream, I wanted to just have like a fundamental like understanding of the components that make a browser web page happen and exist. So yes, I just learned. I'm just saying I'm excited that I see that and I know what that means. Okay, so document object model is essentially like a node tree, and it's like it's something that organizes. Correct me if I'm wrong, please, because I'm learning. I'm gonna need help. It's something that organizes all of the elements that are defined by tags in the HTML page, and then it like helps. Then you like have like layers that help interface between the browser and the DOM or something like that. So by you saying, I remember making a game of Snake in, I don't know what reducer style means, but that sounds cool, and then rendering it into the document object model. I love that. I love that. So it sounds like what you're saying is you made the game and then you found a way to get it to be like linked to functioning in a browser. That's awesome. That's awesome. I love that. I feel like I entered the Twilight Zone. I left last stream looking at this page and we're back here like no time passed. Thank you for being well, you're a mod, but also for being a member on YouTube. So you could be there yesterday. Yes, we're back. We're back. But this time I'm actually making code. Yesterday I was researching. Today we are coding. So hopefully that Twilight will take you somewhere more contemporary and different. All right. So I think we have to establish like a HTML type or something. HTML lang n. I'm going from memory here. Okay, there's the bottom HTML tag. We're getting there. We're getting there. Okay, so can we zoom it? Oh yeah, we can zoom it. You bet we can. Okay, this is good. This is good. We probably need like a head. I don't know if there's more to it. Title, right? This is me just trying to remember how HTML gets put together. You can't even do it. I guess there's always the Discord live text. If you need to share something that any of the chats are like, no, we don't allow that. That's always an option. Let me pull up that so I'm ready. So yeah, on the Discord, links in the panels in the description, you can use the live text channel to send me things that I'll check out here. But you have to let me know that you sent it. Okay, so title, I don't know, this, I guess like, okay, so I do have like an idea for this game, you guys. The idea is, what if I say this? Okay. It's gonna be kind of weird. All my meta tags? Whoa. Right. Wait, that is something. Oh, I might have to look that up. I don't remember that. Right, like Unicode. Is that one of them? Unicode or UTF-8? We're gonna have to look up some things. Okay. And then isn't like description like a thing? Oh dear. All right. We're not even at the JavaScript part, but I wanna be able to construct this. So we're gonna learn it. Okay. So I don't even know if this, any of this. I'm learning it myself. Even though again, it's stuff that I've worked with. Character set. I've always just like modified it. Like, oh look, you feel like a big old dum-dum. Well, maybe we can become a little less dum-dum today together. So just for like an example of like how, like what this all does, right? I mean, just like take any web page, okay? We'll even use this documentation as an example, all right? So this is looking at the code of this. Oh, maybe this is how I'll just look at a website here. That'll be fine. So you see you've got doc type, HTML. So what this stuff is doing is it's saying this is the type of page it is. These are the components that go into the page. And this head area is stuff that's at like, not the top, but is defining data that is at the top. I guess I don't even really know, like, I mean, I get the idea of like, we set the title up in the head. Maybe we put like, I don't know, would I put things in the head? Like, yeah, like if I had like a toolbar, maybe I'd put a toolbar up there. No, I don't think so. I don't think you would. So these are what we're setting up now is just like the sort of container code that says everything in the middle is supposed to be like this or that, is the idea. But yeah, it's weird, and it's literally a language in a way. Okay, cool. And then what I want to learn today is JavaScript, right? Yeah. So this is all setting up the page in general, okay? And then what we're doing is, they see this script section? This is what I really want to dig into today, is adding stuff in here. This is JavaScript, and most websites, many websites, are going to have some form of JavaScript code in it. Now this is kind of a big block, but ideally we might see it a little more readably. But yeah, so there's some JavaScript in there. This is stuff that I really want to learn and dig into today and make like a game using JavaScript primarily. But I'm gonna need some other things. So like in the body, right? Oh, here's more. Look at that. There's some more script stuff. I'm not fully sure what. It looks like a mix of things. JSON. I don't know what's going on there. But then we might want like div classes, which I don't even know what div means, but I use it all the time. Like I use it all the time for like the Game Like Jam. I got divs everywhere in the Game Like Jam page, all over the place. What do I use it for? Well, I know that it gives me a section. It gives me a section to define how things in that section look, right? So if I come in here, so again, this is where I have experienced this kind of stuff. So we say div style, right? So this is all HTML. This is purely HTML. No CSS, no script. This editor, for example, if you're setting up a itch.io game page, that's just going to be pure HTML. Unless you can actually apparently request for CSS editing, but anyway. So here I say I want this section to be 100% wide with a 2-pixel border that's colored like that. And then I want it to have that radius, and I want the overflow to be hidden. And then I can put stuff inside of that div, and then we make sure we opened the div, right? Divide it. Probably. I'm gonna look it up. That makes sense, right? And then we close the div down here. So all this stuff in here is full of elements, right? I guess we could even say that like all of this table is an element, and the div are tags that are saying render this element to the document object model, to the thing that tells the browser how to read it, the node tree. It is division. Thank you, Sativa. Div starts a new block. I like that. You can visualize it as a typewriter hitting enter. Whoa, that's cool. So again, I use these things, but I never think about what they mean, and I hate that. I'm tired of it. I want to treat doing web dev with the same care that I treat making games in Godot. I want to understand everything. Which has always been easier with Godot, because Godot, you can just like control-click on a method and it takes you to the documentation. But here, you have to go out of your way. And so I never did. But today, we go out of our way. Anyway, all right, so div. We have been told it is division. Let's get more. Let's get deep into the documentation. All right, Pawn, sounds good. When I click inspect element, you see nothing but div. Divs are everywhere. They're so important. What's up, Mesh Hydra? React/Express developer here. Oh, it's good to have you. It's good to have you. So Express like server side, React like heavy UI behavior. So something that I wanted to do today was going to be Vue.js, because ultimately the poll that I want to make is probably gonna need nice reactive UI, but I started, so I actually set up a whole Vue. I installed it. I got a project that I can run and test, but I realized I want to learn vanilla JavaScript so that way I can like appreciate what things like React and Vue do to make it all simpler. But nice. I feel like we're in good company today, as opposed to the span. Yes, span. Right. So I use span too. Basically, when I use span, it's because I'm already in a div. So I use span as like a secondary way to define stuff within the div. Is that correct? So it's an inline container that doesn't automatically include vertical. What? That's what it does. Okay. All right. Wow. That's good to know. I'm just like, this is the big, div is the big one, span is the little one. AJ Jordan, but I want to be smarter. Okay, the content division element. Div HTML element is the generic container for flow content. What does flow content mean? What? Is that even gonna be in here? Overflowing content. Control flow and area. Okay. Maybe we'll just, maybe this is a good ChatGPT question. What does flow content mean? Check the display CSS property. Oh. Think of it like a box of groups or individual elements. Div class container, header one. Hell yeah, we gotta do headers. That's always good, right? Tags to define elements. Div naturally has display oh, so right, we gotta think about this is the other thing, right? I never know what parameters there are. I never know. I just have to go look at other things and be like, oh, that looks like a useful one. Dude, let's learn the parameters. What does flow content mean in the context of a div container? I just look, if the documentation is going to say that, I want to understand what it means. A category of elements that can appear inside most container elements. But why is it called a flow? What is the... Is it just like because it's stuff? It's just stuff? Visible structure of a web page contributes to layout or interaction. It's probably flow content. Okay, why is it called flow content? I don't know. I mean, it's little, but this is where I'm starting here. I want to, like, get this. How they participate in the normal flow of the document. How the content is laid out and rendered in sequence from top to bottom, left to right, following the natural reading order. Got it. Cool. Designed to be read and rendered in order. Oh, right. Like for example, when I'm coding in, like, GDScript or maybe many other languages, or maybe even JavaScript, right? Like, yeah, definitely. When we get to the JavaScript section, I can make functions that aren't in order. Like this isn't the first function that runs. This isn't the second function that runs. This isn't the third function that runs, right? Like, they'll run when they need to run, or something, right? And they can be in any order. Whereas this is saying that it's flow content because the stuff from top to bottom is the order that they actually appear on the page. So when we're doing like HTML or even a CSS, right? In CSS, you could just have these different blocks, which we'll talk about that too. You can have these different blocks and they'll get referenced in random places, right? The DOM reads top to bottom, just top to bottom. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, this is very interesting. I do think that Nightbot timer is going off a little too... I think I might have not configured the Nightbot timer. Yeah, please stop. Please don't do that. Hold on, let me fix that. That is a bit too much. Actually, we can do it a little longer. Thank you. Okay, sorry about that. You do HTML, CSS, JavaScript. What's the... I know, right? I mean, so I just pulled this from this documentation that is super awesome, and it's gonna help us a lot today. And I was just trying... I did realize I never actually knew what div meant. And it talks about div being an element that's a container for flow content. And I was like, wait, what's flow content? But no, right, that's exactly it. J. Jordan is like, we know these things, right? We use these things. But does that mean we understand what they actually mean? Okay. Has no effect on the content or layout until styled in some way using CSS. Got it. Okay, so that's really helpful. As a pure container, the div element does not inherently represent anything. Instead, it's used to group content so it can be easily styled using the class or ID attributes. Now, what were you saying about... One of y'all said something that was very interesting to me. Was it this? Div is creating a block. Where was it? Who said something about what we can do with a div? Div is just, it's a box. Yeah, it's a box. A division. So the box is fundamentally the division. Display CSS property. Okay, we should look at that. Didn't I read somewhere? Div class. Right. So what is class doing? Is class something we can refer back to? Like, again, I have this probably in here. Yeah, so I do. I have this all over the place in here. So I guess this is probably going to a CSS block or a CSS class. So this, like on the itch.io page, I actually have the, I have images in a div class video container. Why? Because it hasn't broken anything. But the real reason I did that was because I found some like iframe code that let me embed videos, and it had div class video containers. So I was like, well, I should leave that because I don't want anything to break. But now I'm wondering, wait, what do we even say for div class? What does it need to equal? This example creates, okay, wait, let's look back up here. Okay, there's div, paragraph, any kind of content here, blah, blah, blah. Results that, a styled example. This example creates a shadowed box by applying a style to the div using CSS. Okay. Note the use of the, so that's all. So what I'm guessing is that unless it's doing nothing, perhaps this is pointing to a CSS style that itch.io already has, and so, or it's pointing to nothing, and it's just like nothing's happening. If I were to guess what that could be doing there. So that's actually referring to a CSS thing, right? So you would use container, curly brackets. Whoa. Then style your container class, right? So this is CSS stuff, right? Someone said I need to look at CSS. Then style your container class, which is wrapping your div. Whoa, okay, wait. It's wrapping it? So it's like, okay. So it's like, we got a lot of stuff going on here. We got our div. And then we'll say we have flow content in here. And you're saying that the CSS is, even though we're not structuring it this way, am I remotely correct here? I could be wrong. So this would be defined elsewhere, but inline we see this stuff. Is that what you're saying? If you wanted a border around this group of elements, it would be dot container. How does dot container know where to go to? Class allows you to call back to that label in CSS. Thank you. Oh gosh, I'm falling behind. I gotta give you guys some credits here. I do. I like to, because so where this is gonna end up, whatever we make today, it's gonna go on the HyperGameDev itch page as a learn along project. And I very much like to put credits in here to give shout out to those who helped me learn along. So we got some help happening, and I really appreciate it. Okay, so we've got Sativa streams, probably 3. I'm just guessing. And we'll just rank, your name higher. Memtooth has definitely been given some stuff. We're just gonna kind of, 3 it across the board here. Thank you guys. Thank you. Pawn already racking up points from the member Twitch sub stream yesterday. Okay. I think we're kind of caught up. I don't want to fall behind here. Then you use the class name or ID. Oh, and shout out to Pierogigon for guessing things. I love that, because you're part of the learning. Pierogigon. Okay. So you would use container, then style your container class, which is wrapping your div. Like if you wanted to border around the element. So that would be the CSS there. Then you can use the class name or ID to call back to that specific element in JavaScript too. Right. So I know about that one because on hypergame.dev, a lot of you might be familiar when we do game jams or you know, stuff where you guys have made games and I'm playing them on stream, I always send you guys to this queue, for example. And I did have to, so again, this was me copying code off the internet. So to make this visible or not, right? So I already got this template from HTML5 up in general. And then I had to go into its massive CSS document and add a hidden. So like whenever you click on this, JavaScript is doing an event listener to see that if we click no, this pops out. And so this, that squares with what you're saying. And so this is helpful because it's like connecting dots, right? So there's a hidden class that just says display none to make this go away when that's not selected. So that's where you're saying it could be referenced in JavaScript. This is so helpful. It's so helpful just to like have these words floating in my head. I assume JavaScript has a library of recognized classes and containers, one of them. That's what I would have assumed too, but I think that's not the case. I think it's not the case. And if you give a div a class, anything in it will be styled the same. So like basically, oh, JJorn, give a shout out to JJorn. So basically, Rogi, I think what's happening in the JavaScript is you're referring back to things that are already in the script. So let's say I make a button, right? So I'm not even out of the head yet, but let's pretend we are. Okay, do I know how to make a button? Button, press me. But then can't we do like a equals button? Oh dear. Let's look it up. I know I'm jumping all over the place. I know. Button. I gotta go with the flow content of my desires. Okay, but how do I give it a name, right? Because I think we can reference the button in JavaScript. So not that we're referencing JavaScript in the CSS and the HTML, but the JavaScript is referencing the CSS and HTML. Name. There we go. One of you guys probably already said it. Oh, we're giving me CSS? Thank you. Dot is basically find anything with this class. For example, a div with the class find me. You could style with find me background color blue. Nice. A dot is saying find me. Cool. That's good to know. Okay, button. Wait, how did it get styled? Name equals pressable. Oh god. Wow, we're going in the JavaScript now? I mean, I'm not going to because I have a lot to learn. But if I wanted to go and reference this, I could say, you know, somehow I have to learn. Somehow when pressable is pressed. Again, like even though I've got it here, I could go and I could go look at it, but I kind of would rather just like have you guys help or look around online. But the documentation. But when it senses that it's pressed, the JavaScript would say, I'm looking to see if pressable has been pressed. If it has, then apply the CSS. Dude, where am I even going to put the CSS? Style tags. Where do those go? Do those go in the head? I have no idea. So then we would set up this style stuff up here, and we could say, when it's been pressed, apply that style in the JavaScript. Right? I think I'm understanding things. I might be understanding things. There's a possibility. Style container. Yes, style. Okay, yes. Container, border, 1 pixel, solid, 0, 0. Look at you, pumping out the code. I love it. Div class container, my title text. Okay, this is awesome. All right, let's work with this. So if I call this a container, and then we use the curly brackets, do I need to have like the spaces? Probably. Let's do it. Let's go for it. Border. Oh yes, autocomplete. Come to me. border 1. We have to say pixel, right? We can't just say 1. Whoa, we could do different measurements. Is that true? Is that true? 1 pixel. I'm gonna type it. I'm gonna type it. Solid. And then this is a color, I'm guessing. No? Yes. Okay, then we end it. And then what we say in here, stop this. Wait, don't I still need my metadata? And then in here, we're going to say div class equals container. Oh, did it? Wait, is that auto-completing what I made? So if I make it containers, will that show up? Oh, it's sick! Oh, yeah, this is good. Okay, container div. Okay, and then in here, I can put stuff like this button. Cool. Can we please wrap? Thank you. I don't mess with no non-wrapping. What's up, Kotfi? Correct me if I'm wrong. I am learning JavaScript and just like how to generally like style and set up a page for that. I like doing game dev. Game dev is my interest, but I also like having cool community events with the community. And something that's going to really help me do that better is making tools that y'all can participate in, like suggesting what the theme of a game we're working on is. And I want to create a poll that lets you suggest things and vote on them. And to achieve all these ends, I need to learn some JavaScript and because I've just been like pulling code from online and I'm tired of it. I want to actually make it. I'm doing good. How are you? I want to actually make it myself. I'm super excited to do it. My Adderall is hitting. Like, let's go. And I also need to figure out some HTML and, you know, I know, again, these are things I'm familiar with, but I haven't actually, like, looked into the documentation. Like, I just learned what div stands for and exactly what it kind of means, you know? So, it contains eat some leftover rice. Oh, yeah, eating. Thank you. Cheers. It's green beans, but... So, yeah, I'm trying to make sure I understand. I want to do a website or some interactive stuff. Interactive stuff. Yeah, interactive stuff. Exactly. And, you know, I want to start from scratch, right? I don't just want to solve a problem, per se, today. I want to just, like, give myself a blank slate and start doing stuff and have it come together. Yeah, Node.js. That's fair, Coffee. That's fair. I want to do vanilla. I'm going vanilla today. I want to have a greater appreciation for the things that the libraries do, but you're not onto something. In VS Code, you can get boilerplate HTML file by typing exclamation point and tab and an empty. Really? That's sick. Okay. We're just gonna call this boiler.html, and you said typing exclamation point and tab. What? That is an awesome tip. What? Oh, dang. And they say chatbots are why we're becoming developers who don't know things. Please! We've been building in automation that does work for us for a long time. That's so funny. Great. I mean, this is what I was missing right here. Was this metadata. Viewport. Yeah, so this is like standard stuff, right? I'm kind of curious. I kind of like to look at it. And then, right, so I think you were saying earlier, someone was saying about how we can get description in there, which would be nice. That was a nice tip, Jay Jordan. I like that tip. I'm gonna try to keep up with credits. I'm gonna try. The ID, e.g. ID send button is good for referencing elements in JavaScript. Oh. Because you can do document get element by ID send button. Why is so send button is just you're talking about like syntax here in particular, more so than like it's like saying send button isn't like functionally different than saying whatever I have typed here. It's just like maybe syntactically it is better practice. Point to an existing style within the theme somewhere else. Okay. Kind of like a Godot method. I don't know if you mean like a CSS thing. Kind of. I'm not sure what that was about. There are no built-in classes by default, but using a CSS library does bring in classes. Yes. Right. Wait, there's CSS libraries? I know there's JavaScript libraries. I didn't know there was CSS libraries. Whoa. Wait, what is that? Bulma? But that's JavaScript. But you said that's a CSS library. Difference between a CSS library and a JavaScript library. Be succinct. Use Bulma.js as example. What you mean? So the CSS library is Bulma. Oh, okay. So it's like there's both. Whoa. I didn't know there were CSS libraries. I did not know this. So that's convenient, right? Because, man, like, I have seen, especially like I was talking about HTML5 up earlier, where you can get templates, free templates to use for websites. Man, they got some big CSS documents that you have to add in. But maybe you still have to do that, right? You still have to install the library, right? But to some extent, it would be nice to have some built-in things to just refer to. But today I do want to skip all libraries, not because I think devs should skip libraries, but because I want to really learn with the barest of minimums today, so I can actually really appreciate how things come together or don't come together, as it may be. Okay. The CSS is actually living in the div line in that example. Whoa. The CSS is living in the div line. Man, that was like 15 minutes ago. Based on the class name, you labeled the div. Okay. Button ID press me, then add an event listener to listen. Right, yes, I do. We're gonna be event listening so hard today. Then do document find element by ID. J-Jorn, you got it all there for me. You guys are doing the work for me. Okay, so I'm gonna wanna look into all that. You can also trigger a JavaScript function with button on click my phone. Oh, so you can talk back. Thank you, CorbFX. Welcome. Okay. Okay. This is good to know. I did not know that. So now I'm trying to think, I guess why? Yeah, right. Okay. So then I'm like wondering which is better. Like I could have the button press, because you're describing HTML. Okay, now I'm curious. Like, would I rather have the event listener that then says, okay, I do the thing, or I don't even know. On click. Action dot on clicked. On clicked. On click notification click event. So this might not even be, because this is HTML stuff. Where do I get HTML documentation? Probably HTML5 website. Probably would be a place. Oh, it's the same website. It's the same website. Okay. So wait, what is on click? Documentation is failing me. On click HTML documentation. Link succinct. I don't like it when it tells me a bunch of crap. W3 schools, okay. Yeah, I guess a site like this kind of like ads and stuff. Button on click my function, click me, it's fine. On click event occurs when the user clicks on HTML element. Wow. Interesting. This is now I'm having a crisis internally right now, because I'm like, wait. Oh, so, okay, but I see. This is a button property. So probably if I look in here. Oh. I thought maybe it was going to be in here. Wow. I think I need a different resource. Non-tutorial based resource. Official HTML5. See if we can get something else. I'm big on the official stuff. And this has a... This is something. Whoa. Oh, interesting. Look at this. It's got MDM. Is this saying that it's on this other website that I'm using or not? What? Wait, this is the same website. Wait, I'm confused. No, it's not. I'm confused. No, this is a different website. Okay, on click. Whoa, 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 whoa. This is one big giant page. Okay, let's click on this. Whoa. Click event. Click event. Whoa. Cause like, look, I'm looking, guys. I love the things you're saying, but I am way more interested in learning. I got it. If you guys say something interesting, I'm gonna dig into it before I start typing it. So is this where we find onClick? There's onClick! Oh, it's kind of hard to find things. So this is why I'm so glad you guys are here, because I wouldn't have found that looking in these documentations by myself. An element receives a click event when any of the following occurs. Pointing device button is both pressed and released while the pointer is located inside the element. It auto release. You can't. I mean, it'd be nice if you could say like on click instead of on release. But okay, we're looking at vanilla stuff here. It's gonna be really basic. Probably a library would give me maybe better release stuff control. Maybe there's something hidden in this documentation for release control. A touch gesture is performed on the event. Any user interaction is equivalent to a click, such as pressing space or enter while the element is focused. Note that this only applies to elements with the default key event handler. Excludes other elements that have been made focusable by setting the tab index attribute. Oh. What does that mean? So is that talking about like if you press the tab key to go through different things, it won't be handled the same way? What is it? Allows developers to make HTML. Okay. So if the code uses tab index to autofocus something, is this saying that it won't run a click event? That's interesting. If the button is pressed on one element, because then it's like, will the click... So I guess the button might not even get pressed at all. Because that's kind of crazy if the button could get pressed in some way and not actually run associated code. If the button is pressed on one element and the pointer is moved outside the element before the button is released, the event is fired on the most specific ancestor element that contained both elements. Click fires after both the mouse down and mouse up events have fired in that order. Whoa. Oh, we do have mouse up and mouse down. Wow. So this is JavaScript now. Add event listener. Okay, so that's where we can do mouse up. Interesting. The mouse event inherits from UI event. Whoa. We got inherited classes and stuff. We've already looked at event. And okay, an event which takes place on an event target. Right, so we're talking about event listener. Wow. Interfaces based on event. Animation event. Wow. There's so much to learn! Okay, the listener. Okay. And then there's UI event specifically. Simple user interface elements. Derives from event. Although the UI event init UI event method is kept for backward compatibility, you should create that. This is very interesting. I wonder when like I'm gonna care about inheritance. Because I guess there would be, so like if I do a mouse event, or if I'm using a mouse event, then that means any of the associated methods can also be used on the children, I assume. Oh, browser compatibilities. What? What does source capabilities mean? Wild. This is crazy. I feel like I'm just like swimming through so much information. Okay, I don't want to get too, I want to dig out of here. Sometimes I dig in and I gotta dig out. This is very, very interesting. So the thing to keep in mind here. So this is a very valuable resource. How do I go to like the main version of it? What does this question mark do? Is it easy to search this thing? Oh, multi-page version. Yeah, give me the multi-page version. But if I try to look for, the thing is, okay, actually, oops, that's big. The thing I don't like about that is it's kind of harder to search. So I guess I'd rather have the one-page version, right? Version for web devs? What does that mean? Who else is using this? Who else is using this? Oh, there is a search up there. On click. Nothing. Okay, it's not that good. Great, so one-page version it is then. Okay, this is another super awesome resource that I will, from here on out, swear by. If it could load. Please! Please! Please take me back! I'm sorry. Oh, does the one-page version just take like a long time because it's a giant page? So if that was the I guess I'm a little confused why I could find that. I'm gonna check back up with you guys. I just trying to resituate myself with this new. You've taken me on a very exciting path, Corp effects. Back. Take me back. This. Wow. Loading that giant one page was kind of brutal. Oh my gosh. Alright, I guess I gotta wait for that. Alright, I'm checking in. It's more logic and CS thing. Yeah. Totally, Coffee. Yeah, I agree with you. Node.js is really valuable. What's up, Derek? Unity used to only use JavaScript. Really? I didn't know that. JavaScript, MobScript. Is that a real thing? Another tip, you can install HTML JS extension on VS Code or better error lens extension. Which ones do I have right now? I have editor config, ESLint, which came with Vue. That's about it. HTML JS. What was that? Prettify and beautify. I'm not sure what it is you mean. HTML JS extension. I believe you that it's something really real. I mean, am I missing? I feel like I have so much. Better error lens. Error lens, but then you're saying there's like an updated one. Probably. Improve highlighting of errors, warnings. Ooh. Oh, this does look nice. Wow. This is pretty cool. You know? I kind of dig this. So it would show you what the error is. Here, close this. It would show you what the error is a little bit more clearly. Whereas, like now, like let's say I put, I mean, I don't even, well, so the error, I mean, this isn't even giving me, I don't have any error checking right now. Which is fun. I think I need that. I don't know. There's something on my other on my VS Code on my other computer that has error stuff. Is there something else that makes this work? I'm just trying to create an error here. Boop, boop, boop. It's like, looks fine to me. Don't see an error. I gotta learn to branch out and try some stuff. I'm learning to not rely on ChatGPT. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to do. Same. NeoVim. Okay. Custom ID. Nice. Add a class or ID to your button instead of name equals. Oh. Wait, what's the advantage of that? Why would I rather do that? I'm trying to use ChatGPT for, you know, getting context-specific questions answered without code. Do not share code. Why pros and cons table of HTML button name equals versus button ID versus button class. Name used in form submission. Interesting. Server receives this value. Can group inputs. Why are you using HTML inside of it? What are you doing? It's so weird. Use in form submission. Server receives this value. Can group inputs. Not useful for styling or JavaScript targeting. Oh. Limited to form-related use cases. Gotcha! Okay, that's really good to know. Thank you for this information. Oh, great. Excellent. I don't remember who originally. I'm gonna struggle to keep these credits up, but I will. We'll do our best. We'll do our best. Okay. This is very interesting. Limited to form-related use cases. So that's why I'm used to name, right? Because I'm usually only identifying a button for a form purpose. Unique identifier. So could it go for both? Like if I use an ID or a class, or are those different? I guess like, okay, so like for the form example that I gave, when I go to submit this, right, that's going to get pulled into, you know, the server that I use, and it's going to show me this is based on the name of this button. This is the name of the thing. This is the data that was entered. So probably an ID or a class wouldn't pass that on in the same way. It might be like, it might even give me an error because it's missing a name. Unique identifier, ideal for JavaScript targeting. Get element by ID, precise CSS styling ID. Must be unique per page, not reusable across elements. Class, reusable across multiple elements. Ideal for CSS styling. Less precise than ID, not used in form data submission. So, okay. So the class would be like the container. Here. So I could like have the button also be styled like a container, basically. And then I can use the name for form submission purposes, and then the ID for referring to in JavaScript. I guess the name isn't really that useful in a form submission, is it? Like, if it's not like a radio button or a text input, it just seems kind of unuseful if I really think about it. Very interesting. Both JavaScript and CSS use class to call back that element label. Nice. I like the aggregation there. No, it's useful. It's useful, Derek. It's definitely useful. JavaScript is largely going to interact with CSS to make interactive and styling changes. Right. Oh, I see you tried to send a link. Sorry about that. Let's see if I can go find that link. Somewhere. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, we do block links. We block the links. The links get shut down. I think I missed your link. I'm sad to say. When was that? Yeah, sorry. But you can always use the Discord live text to send links. OnClick is better for beginners. Really? To get field data, you use the selector from JJordan. Oh. Let me see what JJordan said. Button ID press me. Oh, wow. I didn't even realize that you said that, and I typed the same thing. That's awesome. We're on the same page. Then add an event listener. Gotcha. And then you were calling that... field to get field right. Gotcha. Okay, but that's even for... Oh, with ID. OnClick is just the old way before they added add event listener. Gotcha. So you can account for multiple events. Interesting. W3 Schools is goated. Okay, noted. Noted that it's goated. Rather than needing to write out every single attribute, like on mouse over. Right. Gotcha. I like how you tell the AI to make it succinct, then it responds to you by claiming this is a succinct version of the link. Did it seriously do that? Did it really do that? What are you doing? That's so funny. Where is it? I want to see it. I want to see it with my eyes. Dude, I don't even know where it is. Oh, there it is. Wait, that's a different one. Here it is. Here's a succinct link. They're not that smart. They're not that smart. OnClick can, on almost every HTML element, div, pspan, etc. Start easy. Add a button on click, hello world, click me button. Yeah. Although for a website, I think pressed and released while hovering the button is pretty good. Less user error. That's true. Learning HTML, I was just curious, if it was like available there. Learning HTML is kind of a waste of time though, since everything is templated with generative docs nowadays. Right, well so here's the thing, Sport. I don't agree or disagree with that. But what I will say is I want to, let's say I do have a generated thing. So for example, I made a website and I used a template, right? So there's tons of templates online. Not generated, just people have made them over the years. And I take the template, I add it onto my website, and I have all the HTML. Yay! Okay, but let's say I need to make changes, right? If I don't understand HTML on a fundamental level, and this is just how I approach things, right? If I don't understand HTML on a fundamental level, then I'm not going to be able to go back and understand what that stuff is doing. So for me, just the way I value learning things, I want to take every single block and put it together, understand what is that block, what does it do, so that way I can reverse engineer something effectively without just guessing and being like, is this right? Should I do that? So I don't end up with wrapping images in a video container because I didn't realize what div class means, so yeah, and then this, with if you're talking about generative AI, I mean, same thing, right? Like, first of all, it makes a lot more mistakes than you're gonna find in a professional template, but I'm not gonna be able to go in and change it. I'm not gonna be able to maintain it. I can't enforce a certain modularity or similarity between the different aspects of the code because I'm pulling it from random places. That's just me though. You're in the documentation for Firefox, so those are the custom class for Firefox client side. So that's interesting. I have found this. I think this documentation applies to all of the browsers. I think you have to start. Correct me if I'm wrong. Someone else. You have to start with the basics, not the master classes for client-side coding. Yeah. Script my button. Add event listener. Click button. Click function. Button. Function. Clicked. I would like to know that better. I'd like to know how to type that myself better. So what you're showing here is using a event listener to handle it. And then you also have the button. So there's another question I have, right? Is like, where succinctly describe pros and cons of different placements of script tags, i.e. only at the bottom versus only at the top versus all throughout where needed. Because to me, I'm like, shouldn't it all be in the same place? But maybe not necessarily. Ensures early script availability. So flow is important. That makes sense. If a script is setting up the page, you want it like at the top. Things that are going to be referenced throughout. Oh, that actually explains some things. I feel like on this site, things pop in a way that sometimes like this font doesn't get applied. I wonder if that has something to do with it. Anyway, don't worry about me. Okay, continue. Blocks rendering until script loads. Right. Slower perceived load time unless using defer or async. Interesting. Bottom of body. I wonder what the advantages, disadvantages of going async are. I guess it depends on what you're asyncing. Sorry, let's move this out of the way. Bottom of body allows full HTML parsing before a script execution, improves page load speed and user experience. Scripts can't interact with elements that haven't loaded yet. Scripts can't interact with elements that haven't loaded yet unless placed correctly. Oh, that's saying bottom of body. Immediate access to nearby document object model elements. Useful for inline context-specific logic. Harder to maintain. Right, maintain. Best practice is defer or async in the head for critical scripts. That's very interesting. Is that true? Place non-essential scripts at the end of body for optimal performance. Avoid scattering. Hey, Ocean! Ocean! Oh my gosh, I never got Frank's song for the Prime sub. Are you still here, Frank? Totally forgot. Use defer or async. Yeah, because sometimes I'm like scared about async. Like I'm like in danger if I'm asyncing. That's really cool. This is important. This is very important. Okay, so things. Okay, give me this real quick. Give examples without code of types of. Give 3 examples. Give 2 examples without code of the type of scripts that would be ideal for deferring in the head versus something that's versus 2 examples that are ideal at the end of the body. So according to ChatGPT, it's best practice to not scatter throughout. Here's a clear distinction. Ideal for defer in the head. Routing or state management logic. What's an SPA? SPA, single page application. Gotcha. Dope. A web app implementation that loads only a single web document and then updates the body content of that single document via JavaScript APIs such as fetch. Got it. Okay. Cool. This is a single page application, I think. These scripts are essential for initializing the app but don't need to block rendering. Defer ensures they load in order and execute after parsing. Component libraries or framework boot. Right, of course. Right, if you want a framework, you'd put that at the beginning. They don't update the DOM immediately, so deferring avoids render blocking while preserving execution order. So I feel like I've got some serious render blocking going on in other websites I've made. Ideal at the end of body. DOM-dependent UI scripts rely on fully loaded elements. So like the listeners, right? If I'm having a button change its size because you click on it, I would want that to be at the bottom. Things, so we define what the content is, the flow content is, and then use the script at the end to interface with those elements. Analytics or tracking scripts. Got it. This is good to know. Listeners go on the bottom, or if they are in the head, need to be deferred. Okay. You're saying I could just put a listener in the head as long as I deferred it and it would behave the same as if it was at the bottom? That's very interesting. That is very interesting. Okay, let's give some credit to Spore and Moondog. Yeah, because it's going to let the HTML load. Wow. Is it considered a best practice or less so to put even bottom of body script stuff in the head with a defer/async? And then I just wonder, like, is there a difference between defer and async? That is now considered a modern best practice. Caveats. Scripts that manipulate DOM elements must still wait until those elements exist, so defer is safer than async for DOM-dependent logic. Use defer. Use async for non-blocking standalone scripts. You don't want scripts all over the place. Right. And now you can tell them when to load. Wow. It's React API design pattern, and most templates use it. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, defer. The defer property of the HTML script element interface is a Boolean value that controls how the script should be executed. For classic scripts, if the whatever that means, if the defer property is set to true, the external script will be executed after the document has been parsed, but before firing DOM content loaded event. For module scripts, the defer property has no effect. What do you mean? JavaScript program started. Okay, this is like an entire story. Set of examples you can find on GitHub. So you're just, okay, I see. It's just like separate things that you pull from and reference in a different page, a different file. And that's not going to have any effect, really. I guess that kind of makes sense. I don't know. Okay. That's kind of surprising, I guess. Like, if I wanted it in a separate file, is it not relevant because it's just going to reference that file when it needs to anyway? I don't know. It reflects the defer attribute of the script element. Okay. Interesting. And then just to cement it here, what is async doing for us? In modern frameworks, the HTML is being loaded by JavaScript. So they need to use async and defers. The HTML is being loaded by JavaScript. What does that mean? So are you saying, like, in a modern framework, you would have a, this stuff wouldn't even be there. Instead, let's say I had another page, let's say that one. I mean, I kind of wouldn't mind doing that, honestly. Like, I mean, even though it's kind of nice just to slap together and learn, I feel like I'd rather have things in separate files. You know? What if the JavaScript is in separate files? Look into a React project. Right. TypeScript generating JavaScript. So that's what you mean. I see what you're saying. Gotcha. Oh god, see, this is what happens when I don't ask for it to be succinct. Placing script tags in the head with defer async is still considered best practice. Okay, but I'm told that it does nothing. So I don't think it... I mean, it knows what it's talking about. But this says it does nothing. Oh yeah, the song. We gotta get Ocean and Frank a song. Okay, thank you. I got it. Okay, things are gonna get weird for a second. Hold on. Oh, thank you, Frank. I give a thanks to Frank for coming through and using a Prime sub. Oh yeah, thanks to Frank, we've got a Prime sub. So I'm gonna see Frank more often, and I'm so thankful that Frank Broad's coming on in and hanging out and being supportive. I gotta thank Frank. You gotta thank Frank. Frank Fraud is getting us to production. Thank Frank for getting us to production. Thank Frank Fraud for getting us to production. Thank Frank Fraud for getting us to production. And Ocean, and Ocean. Ocean, ooh, we made a motion to. Ooh. Ocean, ooh, made a motion to be a subscriber. Thank you. Ocean made a motion. Ocean, ooh, made a motion to be a subscriber, and I gotta thank you. Ocean made the motion. Oh, Ocean. Oh, Ocean. Sorry about that, but also you're welcome, and thank you guys, y'all the best. 2-month streak, let's go. All right, let me catch up with everything you guys said. I'm sorry, I read something, it's very kind of you. Yes, and you get emotes on the screen if you do that. Yay, I'm so glad. Frank needs emotes on the screen, if anybody. Okay, let me catch up. Sometimes I read some things you guys say, and I'm like, I have to go into a hole now and understand. You know, usually when I'm doing like GDScript, you guys say things and I'm like, oh yeah, I get that, right? But like now it's like, wait, I don't get that. I don't understand. I don't understand. Thank you for the hydrate. Okay, it sounds complicated. Thank you. We'll get there. Oh, we'll get there. I'm gonna have my little Tamagotchi game by the end of this. It's gonna be simple, and I'm gonna have fun. So let's start the page in which that client element works. Okay. Client-side API is advanced notions, not for a beginner. Right. Telling her to learn client-side coding to start is cruel. You need to learn what an API is before you start coding one. Yeah. API just means like a way to access other things and stuff. So like, for example, I use an API for the main page on gamedev. I have an YouTube API key and I fetch it and it shows all the recent live streams, for example. So like, I do know what an API is to an extent, and now have I like, again, dug in and typed it out and like read to myself, you know, how, you know, the definition, no. But, you know, I generally understand the idea of that. With that said, that doesn't mean, that doesn't mean I'm ready for all that, for sure. Totally agree with that. If you don't know what any of those mean, you're going to be struggling, blah, blah, blah. Okay, all right. Do you know when inspect element works? It's 100% worth a 10-minute detour. Of course, because you have no node modules installed, the node is in your folder. You won't eventually pick up the API you're working with, trying to vanilla. Yeah, that's kind of my task here. Yeah. You got it. Sometimes the button is going to load a page, go to the page and not a form. That's true. Class is useful when, for example, you have 6 buttons that need to be styled the same. Right. No API is needed. 2 seconds later, you have to make a call from CSS. Yes, on click is deprecated, noted. Then you'll need to simply follow the API for that template. Basically, you want to use right click, inspect element, and locate HTML elements you want to change, and then locate them in your files. Right. It's mad because they were torturing you with deprecated HTML commands. I mean, it's interesting. I'm glad I know about it, right? Because if I stumble on that stuff, I'll find it, you know? Move script tag inside the HTML too. Do I? It's out there. Whoops. Oops. Whoopsie. Well, I've decided we need to put it up in the head anyway. So, it was gonna get moved eventually. I guess I should indent this more. Scripts after the body load after HTML. So if they're interactive scripts, they need to go after the HTML. Right. Unless we defer, evidently. JavaScript in the head is render blocking unless we defer, evidently. So it will load before the HTML cause a black screen. Yeah. Or blank screen. But defer gets us around that, right? I think we've decided. Commonly known as static pages. Okay. Single page applications. I like when things get weird too. For now, the object-oriented scripting with event listeners, just throw your script tag after the body, and that will ensure the HTML loads first. Defer should get around it. Yes, just do some deferring. We'll do some deferring. Okay, so defer. Great. There's more to it, right? Like, I gotta type more than just that. Make like true or something. You don't need to jump around to find where your script tags are. Yeah, exactly. Nope, just defer. That's it. Oh, we got an ID for that and a source. Yo, yeah, dude, let's do this. Let's put it somewhere else. I don't know. Actually, I don't know if I do want to put it somewhere else because maybe like just for now, when I'm trying to just write a simple vanilla thing, it might be nice to be able to see everything together, and then I could separate it out if I really want to. Okay, I'm actually into that. Yeah, I think so too. All right. Thank you for the affirmation. I appreciate affirmations that we're on the right track. Whoops, everything's gone. Okay, it's back. All right, so that's it. Just defer the script. We'll be good. We can do whatever we want. Great. So we've got a button. Nothing happens with it. We have a style as defined by one of y'all, and we've got a body that we can add things in, and now we can potentially refer to things. So let's say I want to add an event listener and have something happen. So just to keep things super simple, it's a lot of design architecture decisions. Yeah. Absolutely. I love it. I love digging into it though. Okay, I'm gonna make a new one. Do I need to like, I guess I don't. I guess this is maybe not like, I feel like I see a lot of things organized like this with CSS blocks. I guess that makes a lot of sense if you have like multiple lines for it. Although I kind of like, it's kind of nice, you know. I don't know if this will work. Oh, there's the error. Nice. Look at that. Let's go. Okay. Change your button class to a name of the button, like button my button. So I was kind of curious. The reason why I did it container was out of a morbid curiosity, and maybe you can already confirm that that curiosity is not necessary. But my curiosity is, will the container style also apply to the button? Even though it may not be ideal to do so, it was more just like playing around, right? Okay, so I'm gonna say display equals none, right? Yeah, so it's kind of like a curiosity. Oh, we use colons here. Gotcha. Dope. Okay, good, wonderful, beautiful. So then I'm gonna try to add an event listener. I know you guys have given me the code, but I'm gonna look it up still. Okay. So now I gotta find that. Event listener. Nice, let's go. You can add your hidden class to any element you want initially or may hidden on. Exactly. Oh yeah, so let's create that. So we have that div class, container, and I'm just gonna say the button is toggled or something. Now I do want it to be, but here's the thing, right, is I want it to become hidden. So I think I would want to use the JavaScript to change this, but I have to refer to this, right? So maybe I need an ID and call it, so let's refactor this a little bit. I'm gonna call this button1, and I'm gonna say button1 status. Is underscores thing? Maybe we should do hyphens. I don't really know. And then up here, I'll say, well, I don't know. I'm trying to figure that out. Add an event listener. Okay, just help me out here. Add event listener, type, and listener. I'm on the right path. Let's go. So what kind of things is type 1? A case-sensitive string representing the event type to listen for. They're fired to notify code of interesting changes. Okay, all right. That may affect code execution. These can arise from user interactions such as a mouse resizing. Okay. I'm not sure what I want to put in here. Hey, what's up, Mike Corey? No! I'm doing the JavaScript. There's just web apps that I want to make to help, especially this community, participate in events that we do. And I want to stop pulling code from the internet. I want to start knowing how to make it from scratch. So that's kind of what I'm here to do. And I'm going to make a little game today. I'm still going to make a game, but it's going to be very UI. It's going to be heavy UI focus. So I'm a little confused what this is looking for. Like, it says it's looking for a type of event. Variables. Oh, variables. Yes. Okay. So we want a constant. And we say button1 or whatever. What the hell is document query selector? What is that? So you know these things. One classes you didn't do too well in this semester, web dev. Oh no! I'm sorry. I'm not though, because I'm really excited to understand this stuff better. You know, and again, it's things I've come across all the time, and I've just, like, tweaked and modified to match my needs. But I want to, like, have experience building it from the ground up, and I'm gonna enjoy every minute of it. The document method query selector returns the first element within the document that matches the specified CSS selector or group of CSS selectors. Module defines the patterns to select elements to which a set of CSS rules are then applied along with their specificity. little confused. A guide? I like a guide. I want the tools, I want to understand the tools in the toolbox. Selects all elements that have the given node name. For example, div will select all div elements, and input will match any input element. So what you said, query selector, you're being more specific. I will say this documentation could have made that a lot clearer, a lot sooner. Query selector will get a class name if you do dot, or the ID if you use a hashtag. Whoa. So in theory, I could, like, I was seeing the documentation, I could fetch every div or something. Whoa. I wish that would have been mentioned sooner on here. Like, sometimes I find this documentation a little more obtuse than I'd like. In this example, we declare 4 simple selectors and 1 compound selector, using the 4 basic selector types as described above. Interesting. So there we have a class, my class, and an ID, my ID. So we're really talking about the different ways that these things are described. So this is CSS here. Star means all elements. Whoa. I match everything. I match universal type selectors only. My class, my ID. There's my class, there's my ID. There's my class and my ID? In one? So that's a compound one there? Very interesting. This would be nice to have a little experiment to test with. So there isn't any JavaScript written here whatsoever. Whoa. Okay, of course I'm trying to reference the stuff in JavaScript, which would be nice. But this is all connected. So what is this P doing? Like, obviously, if I get rid of that, that just breaks. So this is applying a font size to my class, my ID. I match the universal type selectors only, which is this one, right? So if I were to say, I mean, I don't really... Font size. If I were to make this font size, this is nice though to have in the documentation, is like a little place to test stuff. How you type this? Like that? And then like that? Oh god, that's really large. We gotta be smaller than that. I don't know anything about this size. Okay, but that's... Okay, because that's everything. So everything gets that applied to it because of the asterisk. This is crazy. So this is in the CSS here? CSS will... I didn't even know you could do that. That you could define a CSS... What do you even call this up here in CSS? Like this top thing. Is that a class? Like what is this before the bracket? What is that? So even this is a selector, dot container, dot hidden, those are all selectors. Wow. So this is important to understand. CSS selector. Remind me what CSS stands for again? Cascading style sheets. Okay. I didn't know if it had the word select in it. That'd be crazy. Okay. Where was I? Over here? That's really interesting. That's good to know. And so fundamentally, this isn't doing anything different than the others. It's just more specifically referring to it. I'm not sure what P dot... Oh, so P is... Is that this? So if I were to make this, oh, paragraph. Oh, I see. So that's crazy. So it's so weird to see like the paragraph tag outside of a tag. Just different ways to call the HTML tag based on how you labeled it. Wow. Wow. So that could have I could literally have a button style. I could just say like button gets styled with a certain thing. Whoa. That's freaking cool. See, these are just like little things that are very helpful to know. Let's give it a massive border and make it red. Oh, this is cool. This is really helpful. Moondog, I must shower you with credits. I must shower you with credits. It is the right thing to do. Spore probably deserves at least one more. But that's it. Okay. Nice. Now, if I want to use the listener to refer to a specific one, PID, my ID, class name, my name becomes, if you want it to be really specific, but the ID should be enough. Awesome. You can do document get elements by ID. ID goes here. Or, see, you did okay in the class. Or get elements by tag name, P. Or get elements by class. Right, so that's exactly what I'm trying to move into right now. Is like how in JavaScript I'm referring to those elements. So it's so weird. Like, I know that they're not languages. It's like markup or whatever. But it's like, it feels like these like 3 languages that are all living together. Maybe even you could say a 4th one for like, no, we'll say 3. It's super weird. And then they all have like different rules and formatting and methods and whatnot. But they are all designed to talk with each other. And it's not something that I quite ever understood, was the way that they all, even though they're all so unique, the way that they all match with each other. I love this. This is very useful. Thank you for the hydrate. That was just a regular hydrate, so this is my Quarry hydrate. Okay. So with that in mind, I know you guys have given me the event listener thing, but I'm still going to look at it here. So we were talking about selectors as being useful. You mentioned query selector. Seeing the back of the tapestry. Seriously, like, I mean, I would look at a page. Whatever, there's a page. I would look at a page and it would be, I mean, obviously this will like tell you what things are, but now I can look at it and I can see, okay, this is where this looks, not just because it's in script tags, but I can see that looks like JavaScript, that looks like HTML, that looks like CSS, right? Beyond just seeing the wrappers, like actually understanding what that is and how they connect to each other is just really powerful. It's just, I don't know, it's just something that otherwise I just had to guess. Okay, so button 1, what am I doing? Right, so I want to try to establish it as something. And so this is where, when we say query selector, what I'm saying is assign this element to be that variable. Okay. But that's not Java. Yeah, that is JavaScript. Okay. Right. So document. What is document? Is that just true no matter what? If I define that, any web page loaded in the browser and serves as an entry point. Seems a little redundant, but okay. Wait, so could you, I guess you could, maybe it's not redundant, because maybe you could also have a variable that starts with a node or event target. Or there's maybe different things you could point to besides document. Would also be a question I have. And then from there, we say query select. Now it's giving me query select in the autocomplete. Oh no, it's not. It just wasn't the full thing. Query selector. And then if I were to say button 1. Now that just let me type it as such. That feels a little messy. Didn't you say I had to put like a pound sign or something? Oh, it doesn't like that. Private identifiers are not allowed in... Oh, it doesn't wrap. Are not allowed in outside class bodies. Private identifiers. Okay. So I guess I could just do it like that, apparently. But you said... Oh, I see. So then what's... It thinks it's a JavaScript defined variable. So if I had an... I see. So it's like referencing itself. I am myself in the document. Okay, so you just denote IDs by pound signs. We just know that. You just have to memorize. You just gotta remember that a pound sign means ID. It's very self-aware, yes. And so then just to solidify so I can have more powers later to do things. If I wanted to refer to let's say this is, what if I want to refer to a name, right? It's a sentient variable. It has transcended simple code. AI was just a recursive variable all along. Yeah, I know it seems kind of like a weird question, but again, I'm just trying to like have the tools if I want to make a different choice. So like, pound sign refers to ID, but what if I wanted it to go to name? What symbol / prefix / syntax would it be? Keep it short. So then we'd have to actually type out a lot more. Wow. And then dot is for class. So that was easy to remember. The dot, because that is already being used up here, right? So the dot is really easy to remember. Tag any attribute within the tag. What does that mean? What does that mean? I mean, it's fine. It's fine. I wish I had to put a pound sign here or something. Just to like connect it in my brain. But I guess, you know, the hash lines kind of look like an I and a D, maybe. That's what I'll say. I just need a mnemonic device here to remember it. Okay, and then so if I wanted to do name, we'd have to actually use brackets. Horrifying. It's so ugly. And then, oh my gosh. Oh, it's hideous. It's disgusting. It's so horrible. Okay, but it's good to know. So, like that for a name. You'll see other attributes in HTML tags, like ARIA label clicked. So you target that with button ARIA label clicked. Whoa. So that would mean that, would that be like a true or false Boolean then? Sometimes I wish I was doing TypeScript just for the sake of like having static types, but I assume that that's what that would be, a Boolean. So then that constant would be true or false, assuming true and false exists in JavaScript. I don't know. But if it is, I think it does. I'm 100% sure it does. It's basically query selector. It's because query selector refers to CSS selectors. So if you wanted to style by ID, you'd also... Oh, wait, what? What? You can use a... Oh, cool, right. Wow. That's very flexible. That's very flexible. Thank you. That is very clear now. I mean, I hope I remember. I don't know if I'm going to remember that, but like that makes a lot of sense. Thank you. Forgot to put the Y on Henry. That ain't right. That's just messed up. Okay. Interesting. Gotcha. Well, I definitely want to make this button. Even though I was curious about the container thing, you guys answered my question. But this is... No, but you're doing it by button. You don't even need this, because you don't need a class, right? Because we're saying every button gets styled the same way, which I probably want to change, but again, just trying stuff. Quote, thank you for the raid. Thank you for bringing your people here. What? Welcome. What were you getting up to? How you doing? Thanks for coming on through. Raid! I am learning JavaScript today, but I'm also learning the CSS and the HTML that goes with it. You're playing the game The Front. I don't know if I know that game. Okay, this looks awesome. An open world crafting sandbox game. Love it. Dope. Sounds fun. Made in Unreal. Nice. How was it? Hope it was lovely and you survived and crafted. As one does. So I'm trying to learn JavaScript and I'm making a really simple little game, UI-based game. But primarily, I'm also just trying to like read every little piece of documentation, just understand all the most fundamental building blocks that could ever exist. Because I don't know it very well. I look at things and I guess what will fix it when I have a problem. I pull code from Stack Exchange or, God's forbid, ChatGPT. But I don't really know how to create it and maintain it on my own. So I'm just going full vanilla, no library, nothing like that. Just like, yes, arming myself with patience, exactly. Just like vanilla, basic fundamental building blocks, blank page, let's make it be something. So I'm using it for questions, right? But I'm like, don't give me code! Don't give me code! That has been my experience. But, you know, the problem that I have is then if I want to go back and like modify it, I'm like, I don't understand this. And then I have to go back to the chatbot and it's like, what if I just got it though? So I'm, again, not against using chatbots, but, you know, something that I came up against, the last game that I was working on, Volcano, I was basically trying to use the chatbot to help me refactor things. So specifically, I had like a really giant function that was ugly, and I had the chatbot refactor that function into something that was chunked up into multiple functions. And I did it, and I plugged it in, and it worked, and all was well. Hello, Henry, welcome. And then, like, a couple weeks later, I came back to that function because I needed to add something in or change something. And I was like, wait, I don't understand this. It did not make it human readable. It was just like using syntax that wasn't like typical for like the rest of the game. It was just like this whole thing, and I had to spend so much extra time trying to figure out what it did. Even though I know GDScript well, it still was just so confusing to me. And so I was like, okay, I've been using this a lot more than just refactoring a function for web dev stuff. And lo and behold, I go back and look at the stuff it made, and I have no idea what to do with it. So it's not about being against the chatbot either, just to clarify that. It's more that for my purposes, I want to have a lot more flexibility to work with the code that I have. Yeah. Because I hate not knowing. I hate just like sticking code in and not understanding it. It bothers me. We'll get there. JavaScript is your baby. That's awesome. Let's go. Now that your variable is defined, you can use button add event listener click function. Okay, right. We've defined it. Okay, but I hate this. We're not going to use the name. Okay, so $sign means ID, and dot would refer to a class. Name equals refers to a name, And then we could also do other things like elements and all kinds of stuff. Query selector is just like a way to query the document to select something within it. Got it. Moondog is spitting code like it's no tomorrow. I know! Moondog is MVP right now. MVC? Asking for a concept and examples. Yeah, that's fair. Fair. Java code's like crap anyway. Yeah, but yeah, I hear ya. I do. It's hit or miss. I try to avoid it with straight code. Not again because I'm like personally against it. I just like have ran into issues. And I like learning. Okay, so now we define the button. Right, we can do stuff. We can make things happen. Add event listener. Okay, so that does make some sense to me. So even though, okay, so I've defined, so obviously we want to define variables at the top. That's just like a good thing to do. So variables go up here, blah, 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 blah. Great. I probably could do it in the middle, but doesn't sound good. So now are we creating a function here? What would this be? What is this? Is this like a signal or like a event? It's an event. Got it. Okay, so we're setting up an event, which is not a function. An event is something that happens when, or it fires a function when an event occurs. The event that it's referring to occurs. I'm just trying to imagine what the definition must be. It sounds like I'm not wrong. It is a method of the event target interface. It's a method that sets up a function that will be called whenever the specified event is delivered to the target. Got it. It's a recommended way to register an event listener. Okay. In contrast to using an onXYZ property. Oh, there was the onClick thing. I didn't even realize it was mentioned right there, the deprecated thing. Because you find or gain control of the phase when the listener is activated. Gotcha. It allows adding more than one handler for an event, useful for libraries, modules, or any other kind of code that needs to work well with other libraries and extensions. Adding a function or an object that implements a handle event function. Interesting. To the list of event listeners for the specified event type on the event target on which it's called. If the function or object is already in the list of event listeners for this target, it's not added a second time. Okay. If a particular anonymous function is in the list of event listeners registered for a certain target, and then later in code, an identical anonymous function is given an event listener call. The second function will also be added to the list. What is this list of event listeners? Repeatedly defining the same unnamed function can be problematic. What is it? What is a list? I don't even know. Is this like a theoretical list? Is it in the DOM? If an event listener is added to an event target from inside another listener, that is during the process event. It's like very insistent about adding event listeners in the wrong places. That event will not trigger the new listener. Maybe trigger during a later stage of event flow. What is a bubbling phase? Event flow, bubbling phase, quick definition. It's only something I don't really have to worry about, but I'm curious. starts at the target element and then propagates upward through its ancestors in the DOM tree. Think of it like a bubble rising. Clicking a button inside a div triggers the button's event handler or the button's handler first, then the divs, then any outer containers. But this almost, I thought this was like saying that bubbling is like a bad thing. Capturing versus bubbling. Well, what does that mean? I know, sometimes I get into these things, it's like, you know, you can just type the code. I know, but I want to understand how the code works. How it pulls it all together. Capturing, from outermost ancestor to target element. Syntax control, add event listener, type, and then true. Bubbling, from target element to outer ancestors. Add event listener, target false. Dude, what the hell does this mean? Capturing trickle down, bubble up. Both phases occur unless stopped. Why is one preferable over the other? Or like when and why? I gotta switch to GPT-5. This is annoying me. Default behavior. Most events bubble by default, so it's simpler to use. You can attach one listener to a parent and handle events from many children. Lets child elements respawn first, then parents react if needed. Reduces redundant listeners and improves performance. Capturing. Lets parent elements handle or block events before they reach the target. Useful when you want to prevent certain actions from reaching sensitive child elements. Interesting. Global listeners. Ideal for logging or analytics that need to catch all interactions before they're processed. Just show add event listener formatted for one or the other. I know it did it earlier, but maybe it'll make it a little more obvious to me. So looking at what you had said, you said add event listener, click, function. Okay. Put this more in the center. Add event listener, click, handler. And handler is like the function. We're calling a handler a function, I guess. Handler event or something. Event handler? I don't know. Or click handler false, whatever that means. Capturing. Well, this looks the same. Oh, but it's true. The third argument, true or false, sets the phase. So I'm guessing it defaults to false. And if you add true, a Boolean value indicating whether events of this type will be dispatched to the registered listener before being dispatched to any event target beneath it in the DOM tree. Events that are bubbling upward through the tree will not trigger a listener designated to use capture. Event bubbling and capturing are two ways of propagating events that occur in an element that is nested within another element. When both elements have registered a handle for that event, the event propagation mode determines the order in which elements receive the event. Welcome, Lili. You're a very good cat. It's good to have you here. And she didn't quite leave, but she's getting me cut off. I'm still pretty confused. Event listeners and then attach the event target. The event is in the target phase rather than the capturing and bubbling phases. The event listeners in the capturing phase are called before event listeners in the target and bubbling phases. So this is confusing. You're right. That's exactly what I was thinking. It's like a Godot signal. Yeah. It's an action. An event will tie to a web API. I suggest you use Express. Yeah. Gotcha. Noted. Yeah, I'm hearing that Express is something I should look into for when I'm actually making my app proper. Usually events will follow this pattern: event type instance. I had fun learning JavaScript since it was my first coding language project. Nice. I'm having fun. Yeah, you're good with JavaScript. It's your app's API basically. You set the methods like CRUD. Oh, you're throwing stuff at me. Okay. All right. Create, read, update, delete. Basic operations can be performed on data stored in data. Spore is like, let's talk about server side. And I'm like, let's not talk about server side. But I do want to learn. I definitely want to learn those things. 100,000%. I feel like it's out of the scope of what I'm doing today, though. But I'm interested. Who knows? Who knows where we get to? Tier the events based on the API you want to use. And routes. So you can either create your own API or use the methods provided in the template. If you don't structure your code with independent routing and CRUD methods, then anyone would be able to access your API and change your website. Yeah. I mean, I see what you're saying. Like, okay. I hear you, Spore. I hear you. We're not getting that complicated with it. But I think, you mean even like environment variables and secrets and things like that. Totally get that. That is out of the scope of what I'm doing today. Like, I see what you're saying. And this is important. It's important that you're saying what you're saying. It is. And I'm glad you're saying it. Thank you. With that said, not today. Not today. But I'll hear it today. We're not coding it today. But there will be a day, and I'll be like, thanks to Spore for telling me those things. There's built-in events like click, but you can emit your own custom events. Event equals new event, my event. Whoa. And then you'd have to make some custom stuff. Handler or use one from an API. The function in this case, I see, okay. The function in this case is just an anonymous function we're using to label what occurs when the click occurs. The function would end up looking like module event message. It'll be inside the curly brackets in this example. Button 1, add event list, enter, I separated those into two. Add event listener, click function, define what occurs when the click happens. Yeah, I hear you, Spore. Built-in events will only work if you made a module for it, which usually is contained within the template. But you are not using a template, so they're a missing piece of the puzzle. I mean, it's only missing if I use it. But I see maybe you're saying that's why it's confusing to me. But I'm more trying to just understand, like, the general possibilities, not necessarily what we need to do right now. Okay, so is there an advantage to having such an anonymous function versus like a proper function? You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, Spore. VHTML? What HTML do you mean? So like, okay. So with function, right? Creates a new function object. Okay, yeah, that's not helping me. That's okay, you don't have to be helping me. Return the string representing the source code of the function, overrides object prototype to string method. Specifies the default. Okay, but this is not what I mean. This is a different kind of function. I think this is more what I'm interested in. A declaration creates a binding of a new function. So okay. So if I wanted to, I could write this. But what you're suggesting, Moondog, is this anonymous function. So it's not like a specific function. Block level function declaration. In non-strict mode. Sometimes use the default non-strict mode referred to as sloppy mode. It is in the official term. JavaScript strict mode is a way to opt into a restricted variant. Opting out of slop. What the hell is this? So just from coming from like GDScript, which is Python-esque, I definitely think of my functions as having like a name and being designed like that. And so there's something about like this that I feel allergic to, and I'm not saying that I shouldn't do it, but I find myself wanting to investigate like whether like where the value is in defining a function more intentionally versus like that. And so I'm guessing if I did create this function in JavaScript, I could be wrong. If I did create such a function, then in the code you gave me, Moondog, I would then reference my strict function in this case instead of that. But on the other hand, I don't even know. Add event listener click function goes here. We're defining that function right there by using add event listener click. So, okay. Curly brackets define what occurs when the click happens. It'll give you a print saying you clicked, but it isn't linked to anything. Yeah, right. If you want to use that function outside of event listener, you would define outside of it. So it's perhaps better practice if it isn't going to be used outside of it to keep it inside of it, because it's just like that one thing. And if I do have like a reason to reuse that function, then I would put it outside of it. Okay, that makes sense to me. I see. Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. Exactly what I wanted to know. Okay, so we've defined the button, or declared the button variable, and so now we're adding an event listener. And now what the heck is click? I actually don't even know what click is. Is that endemic to a button? You know, like how would I know? Attributes. Perhaps. I don't know. Like, does it have other things? That's the type of event listeners of the list available. Oh, interesting. Ah, thank you. Damn, Moondog, you helping me. Let me see if I can find the others. Like I assume there's a bunch of them. Yes. Like, where's... Show me... I want to see the full menu of event types. Would be interesting. I don't think that's here on this page. But click is sure referenced a lot. Link documentation with list of all event listener listeners, i.e. click, but others. There's a lot? Nice. I hope so. DOM events reference. That's a little obtuse. Okay, so it's just out here. Click. Usually this is managed with a context handler module. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. Spore is like, this isn't the right way. I gotcha. I getcha. That's good to know. That's good to know because right now I'm trying to go super vanilla, super plain, super simple. And then it's good to know because one day I'll want to look into all that stuff. So it's helpful. It's helpful to hear. You need to read 2 years of documentation just to draw a line. I love it. I'm here for it. Okay, is this my list? Mouse. No, that's not the word click. So I'm guessing it's just not even going to give me the full list because it's just so much. Yeah, industry, right. Well, luckily we're not in the industry, but people might want to learn these skills to be in the industry. So it's good that you're mentioning that stuff, especially for people who are trying to be in the industry. I am not one of those people. But I appreciate that context. So what it seems like to me is this is just giving you like a general I know what I want and I'll know when I see it. Okay, there, bam. So it's just literally all of these. So there's click. So all the mouse related, so we could in theory pop any of these into, let me see if I got exactly what I want to refer to that is. If you want to use that function outside, you do that. So like, what would I call that? That's the type of event listener. So it's okay, the event type. The event, this is literally the event that it's listening for. Fire. Oh, it even says like fired. So that makes it sound like that is like when the event occurs, this fires. Fired when the user attempts to open a context menu. And it's interesting that it's all mouse related, right? So like, does that also apply to touch? Does it apply to tab enter? Mouse over. Nice. I like that. Let's do mouse over. It sounds fun. There's mouse and keyboard, etc. Right. The concept of a context when it becomes abstract to your project, so you won't really find any clear documentation how to handle it outside of templates. That's okay. All right, so we'll get there. We'll get there. That's what the chatbot is for. But yeah, we did get there. So it just, I think, and here's the other thing that I think is important to remember. Like, different coding stuff has different types of documentation that handle representing that information differently. You know, and so I think for me, I'm also getting to understand better how this Mozilla documentation organizes things. So like, I just wanted a list of event listener types, right? Or event types. But what I learn by clicking around and doing stuff is I find out, okay, so if I want to find something very specific like that, I'm going to have to pull back to a more general concept before that, and maybe even a more general concept before that, before I get to that granularity that I'm looking for. And so it's just, yeah. It is fun. I mean, I like it. I don't know. I mean, it's great. Like, for learning, it's awesome. Now, look, if I'm trying to solve a problem really quickly and I need a quick answer, it can be frustrating. But at this stage, it's just like a buffet for me, you know? And yes, it can be frustrating to get to what I want, but the reward is worth it. Isn't that just programming in general? Going through some stress for the reward at the end. It's a rabbit hole, exactly. You already see I am a rabbit. Yeah, you can even add a listener for when they resize the window. Nice, good. I would hope so. Love that. This is exciting. Oh, and I feel like we're really digging into the JavaScript power here, right? The vanilla JavaScript powers. I mean, I feel like events. It's like if I want to make a little interactive thing, what could be more powerful than tracking events? And obviously declaring variables. You know, I feel like once we get some of these like really basic building blocks, I'm gonna be able to just like have an idea and manifest it, which is what I want. And maybe, right, you'll look at it, we'll look at it and be like, that's really inefficient. You should get a module. That's really inefficient. You should organize it more like that. That's incorrect, right? And that's like not even there yet, but I want to get to that point. I want to get to that point that when I am able to solve, even in the most obtuse way, a problem that I have using JavaScript, I want to get to the point where I'm there, and then I can start analyzing how I do it and doing it better. Yeah, super good tips. Yeah. I appreciate you. I do. Click is just the most widely used event, right? But you can also do stuff when the user scrolls. Oh, this is fun. Like trying to think of like a weird little UI game to make. This is really fun. Like it's actually quite inspiring to see all these different options here. Like how could I make something out of that? You know, especially if I'm just going a creative route and not like, you know, I have a very specific app in mind. How they make pop-ups occur when you're X amount of space down a website. Right. Oh, totally. Oh, it's so exciting. This is great. I love getting into the point where I can start being creative. You're hooking right into when the user is interacting with the website. Object-oriented programming. Let's go. I will, ooh. Oh, I did notice that it's storming outside. I hope that doesn't knock the power out. I don't think it will, but if it does, I'll be back as soon as I reboot my computer. But there is some like rain around and thunder. Behave, rain and thunder. Okay, so at event listener click. I just want to mess around here. Give me a mouse over. Let's have some fun with it. Okay, and then I know you told me, but you know me, I'm gonna go look for a dry example that's confusing. So that's our type of event, and then listener. So why is it called a listener? I guess the listener is the function that runs. Listener, the object that receives a notification. So object is something that is specific. An object that implements the event interface when an event of the specified type occurs. CSS has events too, so you can style stuff like button hover. Right. So when you say it has events, isn't that just... So okay, so you're saying like that same events, like this exact events list, I can use that attribute in CSS if that's sick. Oh, I mean, I do kind of wish it was all like in one place, but you know what, we'll do it over here, we'll do it over there. It feels something about this whole thing just feels so disjointed, you know? We have to modify this over here. That modifies this one thing. There's the button here. I gotta modify it in the CSS. And then I gotta modify it down here. And I gotta make sure they both do that one thing. But it's okay. Just kind of all over the place. Hey, Ralph, welcome. I'm learning JavaScript today. That's really awesome, Nick. I say we just do that right now. So that way it's there, you know? And I can absorb your advice more appropriately. So if I were to say button colon, what was I gonna do? Hover, mouse over. Now is it the same though? I don't know. Maybe it's different. Maybe it's different. Maybe I would rather have hover than mouse over. I don't know. Let's just see what happens. Make it have no border. There are two interfaces interacting, the front end and the back end. Yeah. The listener interface is the user's browser. Are you, I don't know, but no, I mean like this definition. This isn't the browser. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Maybe I'm just confused. Similar to getter, setter, getter. Okay. Biggest difference is CSS can't send data back to the DOM and change it. So your JS script will be able to add a new class to a different element, unlike CSS. I was thinking it could be fun to like try to generate elements with the JavaScript. Use experiment with Django, Python backend for web. Nice. Yes. Right. So like Express, Django, these all do similar things, but they're just like different ways of doing it. Nice. Yeah. So I'm avoiding backend stuff like that right now. Server side stuff. I definitely want to learn it. Maybe next learn along. But for now, I'm keeping it strictly vanilla, basic, single page type of thing. But I think it would be really well. Perhaps I have returned. So if you're watching the VOD, you don't even know what happened. It was just a blink. I was talking about maybe someday adding save states to this little game I might make. We're back, Spore. Something I've been meaning to do, because again, if you're watching the VOD, you may not know this, but the power just went out at my home, and it came back, and finally, so did I come back. Take some time for it to do that. Thank you guys for being patient. I appreciate you. Let me make sure we got chat up on the screen and stuff. Something I've been meaning to do. I have not spent any of the money that you guys contribute to the channel, and that is actually a mistake, of course. But it also is mostly procrastination. Something that I need to get, two things. Number one, I need to get a battery backup so that when the power goes out, it can handle it. It'll just be fine. It'll just be like, it'll just handle it. I was gonna say it'll be booping back, but it won't. It'll just be fine. So that would be great. So the computer doesn't shut down and the internet doesn't shut down. The other thing that would be great, number two, is I need to get that new CPU so when I boot it back up, it doesn't take 20 minutes. Normally, I just start the computer, start loading everything, and then I go away, get ready, come back, and it's there. But this time, it's just like, no, I have to wait the whole time. So thank you guys for being patient. Let's get back to the JavaScript. I think I was adding, okay, we added a button mouse over. I'm learning JavaScript. Hey, what's up? I want to make something happen when we do hover over it. So I did have some very helpful code earlier that I could look at, but I think it might be gone now. Let's see if I can still find it. But maybe this is the challenge. Maybe I need the challenge of not looking at what you guys gave me, you know? Maybe it would be nice if I just tried to find. I know what I wanted to do is add the event listener, and then after that, define how it's handled when the thing occurs. So I've been looking at the list of attributes that are referenceable in mouse events. I decided on mouse over, even though that was different than the initial idea, but that's okay. So we've established a type. So I've got a button right here. Where's the button? There it is. Button down here. It's got ID button 1. I actually want this to appear when we hover over it, not when we press it. So I'm just gonna say, this button, this is a button. It might also change the class style, as Nikba showed me, so maybe we can get that to do a thing. We've established what the button is, and then now we're just adding a function to make it do things. So to seal the deal of it doing anything, I am going to figure out what it is without looking at the code you gave me. I'm taking this as an opportunity. It's an opportunity to learn something. So I know that we're handling it after that. The learning is really just looking at what the documentation says. But it was quite, the way that it was being typed was very specific. It wasn't just, but I'm kind of curious, what if we just do that? Function E. What I wanted to do is hide it, or show it, unhide it. Oh, so I guess I want to come over here and make sure that this isn't contained by default, but rather I want it hidden by default. I don't know, I mean, I guess I would want a separate style for it. Maybe it like pops up in the center, or it like fades in, out, but maybe we could just switch its class. I guess fundamentally, I want its class to go to hidden, which I guess also means I need to know when the mouse exits it, so I can have a separate listener, which is kind of a lot, and it makes me think I might actually rather have this be all buttons, right? So what if I just say buttons, which could be kind of annoying if it's on like every button. What if I just say buttons, and then I say query selector button? No, I think we have to be more specific than that. If I'm referring to an element. I'm not sure. Is it like button dot star or something? No, probably not that. Because I remember there was, if we did like P something, we could specify a specific paragraph ID. It feels like we still need an ID. So I guess it would be better if we had a class instead of defining, I don't know. All right, I'm gonna ask the ChatGPT for this one, because I know the live chat is like, I gotta go. There's nothing here. So we're gonna do this. Again, if you're watching the VOD, you have no idea, but there was a very long, it was a blink for you, but it was long for everyone else. So here's what we're gonna say. I'm gonna say, without writing code, provide a table of event listener not even event, yeah, event, no, we want to say of JavaScript variable references. Hey, Moondog. Oh, and beating the chat. I'll love when live chat is faster than the chat bot. Oh, that I can ask the chat bot. Okay. Thank you, Moondog. Welcome back. Okay. Interesting. So, okay, and then I'm thinking to myself, and you know me, I'm gonna drill down. I'm thinking to myself here, the difference, like, again, I want to be able to craft things, right, without having to think too hard. The difference between using double quotes and using single quotes. So I know I'm drilling down in a crazy way here. I know. So like on the query selector, a string. So it literally is a string. Interesting. Oh, maybe it is double quotes. You put single quotes, but then again, maybe not. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe both single and double are accepted. gonna try it. So if I say, and we have to say dot button. Oh, is that what was with the paragraph? Was that dot P before? Okay, that was something else. Where was that? That was like the little play thing, whatever that was. I don't know where that is. I think that was on the query selector page. It showed like a bunch of examples. Then again, there were like other query selector ones that I went to. CSS selectors. Okay, that was all CSS. So is it always a dot if it's referring to an element? It's interchangeable with the quotes. Sometimes you'll have to use double quotes inside. Oh, so like nesting or whatever. You have to use double quotes inside the single quotes, for example, when you want to target an attribute in the HTML tag, like P aria clicked equals true. Right, so in that case, it's just sort of like there's different ways to refer to what's in that section. And you might have to use those different ways to achieve things, depending on what is elsewhere. In your case, in your example, if there's already double quote true, you'd want to make sure you wrap it in single quotes. Got it. Interesting. So then you've kind of adapted or adopted a habit of always making it single, maybe for the sake of consistency, because maybe more often there's double quotes inside. And you know, it looks kind of nice. So does that work everywhere? To target the attribute in JavaScript, it would be single quote P aria clicked equals true with the double quotes. So you need to use both of them. I think something that's going to take some getting used to is remembering all that stuff, especially like then I have to do the brackets, right? Because you don't do the angle brackets in the JavaScript. And oh, nice. I like that. Internal string, printed string, and literal string. Whoa. I like those terms, and now I'm curious what they mean. I like that. I want to use those terms. I want to use those terms. I feel like this is under shooting Moondog's credits. Internal string is a string you need for your code. Printed string appears on screen. Right, I see what you're saying. And then what about a literal? It's okay. I got you. Yeah. So I see, right, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Nice. So if I want that to apply to any button, if we hover any button, this time I want it to apply to mouse over. And we want to do it on the buttons. Please, you really should just look at what Moondog said a while ago. I think it's gonna save you. It's fun to try to construct it, but it's also fun to get things done. You know? Let me see if I can find this function. Okay, function, and then a parenthesis, and then the curly brackets. The function is just an anonymous function. Right. We don't have to call it anything. You know, I guess unless I wanted hovering on other things. Now that I think about it, but we can break it out later, right? I don't have to worry about that right now. I know it's only one place that I'm using it. If I end up using another place, then that'll be great. Okay, I think this was the one that I need. Define what occurs when the click happens. What are these slashes doing here? Okay, but this is good to know. So that's even kind of similar to CSS. Again, just trying to find patterns where they're similar, where you have the curly brackets defining stuff relevant to what you're telling it to define stuff for. And then we just have two slashes. We just have them. Just do them. Because. Okay, so we do function. Oh, it's probably gonna. Whoa. Is this telling me like? This is kind of interesting. The slashes are for comments. Oh, right, for commenting out code. Oh, gotcha. Thank you. Okay, I see. Pops up. Unhides a pop-up. We probably want a pop-up to be handled differently, but I'm not gonna worry about that. Okay, but if we do // how do I exit that comment? Wouldn't I have to start a new line? Yeah, you just start a new line. You just start a new line. But it's customary to put it inside the function. You'll need to add the element before your add event listener, like this. To tell the JavaScript to listen to that button. Wait, isn't that what I'm doing here? So I'm trying to say reference all buttons. Add event listener, mouse over function, comment. Right. So this is good, right? The comment helps you remember, yeah, that you got an empty function. Now this isn't gonna do anything yet. So I assume that I'm typing that in here, like the stuff that we do, right? So what I want is to have its class become button. No, not button. Nothing, honestly. I just kind of want to remove the hidden class. I guess I should just have a pop-up class would probably be wise. I don't really care much to define what it looks like, to be honest. It only tells the event listener that it should expect a function. Missing the variable in front of the add event listener. Oh, right. I see. Thank you. Gotcha. Understood. Right. That makes total sense to me. Yeah. So when this button receives the event mouse over, or when the event mouse over occurs relative to any button, then run this function. Thank you. Got it. Very helpful. Okay, so I'm tempted to just look at other code that I've already written. Or let me rephrase that I found online and paste it in. Instead of any other way to deal with this. So like down here, except it wouldn't actually be down there because it's at the bottom of the script, which I now know is not necessarily ideal. So we've got all kinds of stuff in here. It's getting things by ID, but I'm trying to understand how we change the class of. So again, when I click on this no, it unhides that. And I click on yes, it hides it again. So I want very similar behavior, except on hover. So I would guess there's probably a hidden thing down here somewhere. Perhaps? No, get them to required fields. I mean, this is part of what I want, right? Is be able to look at these things and interpret them. So I'm actually okay. This is actually a preferable way for me to learn, too, is just looking at other code and figuring out what it's doing. So we're establishing a ton of variables here. Look how messy this is. What is this? Are we defining? Whoa! Document add event listener DOM content loaded, and then anonymous function, and then just a ton of variables. So this is saying don't do any script behavior until everything is loaded. Interesting. So specifically, that's the, is it on the submission page? That's kind of weird, right? That's what happens when you get code online from ChatGPT. Things that maybe you wouldn't otherwise do get done. Okay, I think that's this one. So jam no is the constant. Oh, look, there's all these. Oh, remove add. Oh. Class list. So that's saying get from the CSS the list of things that are in there and either add or remove something. Got it. Normally you would make a dictionary with the interface models. Putting an empty function asserts what type of event will be occurring. Nice. Makes sense. The code you'll actually want to execute as your function is document get element by ID. So this doesn't execute the function? Frameworks provide most of the tips in the linter. Nice. This is good to know. It's good to know. Heard. NPM and Node.js. Yes. Yes, we do have NPM and Node.js. Whatever you put inside the curly brackets is what executes when the function goes off. Right. Well, you said I had to do the element ID thing. But I thought we were defining the variable here as buttons. So this is saying every single button, do it. I know that you're right, but let me just see what happens and then you can tell me why it's wrong. So if I try to say buttons class list add or remove, so in this case I would want to add hidden well, you would want to remove hidden. This is not going to execute. And then I'd want something for when we unhover it as well. Mouse out. So if I said buttons add event listener, mouse out, function, curly bracket, rehides the pop-up, buttons, class list, add, hidden. Oh, between it? No. Oh, I see. Whoops. There we go. It might execute locally, but probably not when deployed. That doesn't sound good. Sounds like I want that when it's deployed and stuff. Down here. Sounds like that would be good. Experiment with the linter is what I meant to say. It contains a lot of tips. Noted. I did set up like a Vue project. Again, I started to like work with it, and I was like, I feel like I need to understand basics before I start getting into that. But it did seem to have a linter, a very robust one at that. Which would be nice, right? Because then I wouldn't have to keep flipping back to necessarily a page. It would be contained more. If you want to remove hidden from ID button 1 status, you need to define that inside document get element by ID. Oh, it does say button ID status, right? So oh, you're right. I'm running it on button. Thank you. That was a type. I just made a mistake. That's not anything that I just oopsied. So it happens when I have 20 minutes between writing it and working on it again. Okay. You're right. You're so right. Okay, and so in that case, I probably need a variable, right? Whoa, buttons is, whoa. Are you telling me there's multiple DOMs? Don't blow my mind right now. Like, that's like its own tree, right? So the button is on top and then something was like below it. I mean, okay, so right now I have this in a separate div. Is it like, if I were to give this something else, like a span or whatever, and wrap it in the div, that would mean that it's now a child of that div container. And maybe that means something interesting, and I could just say, like, those children get treated that way as a pop-up or not. Just, I don't know, imagining things. Okay, but I would also want to say, but that would be different, right? Oh, okay, right. Oh, so I would, okay. Okay, hold on a second. Okay. I don't know if I'm making sense, but okay. So what if I make this a span or something, right? And I don't say button 1 status. I just say button status. IDs have to be unique though, right? So, but you can have multiple names for the same thing. So what if I make it a name? I don't know. I could be just making horrible mistakes here. I acknowledge. Okay. But like, perhaps there's some way I could, because the idea would be I could make multiple buttons. So I take this one, whatever, it's gonna look horrible, I don't care. So just put a breaking space and then, or a line, a new line, and then say, this one is, or press me. Right? And so I could have multiple of these. Now, we'd want to give this a different ID, right? So button ID 1, button ID 2. And then I keep the status the same. And so, and this is just like, again, I'm not saying this is like the way to do it, but this is like how I'm imagining what would be convenient. You know, like try to reinterpret this in a way that is more effective. But like in theory, I don't know, maybe this is weird, but I kind of want to separate these out a little bit. And so in theory, I could say any button that exists when mouse overed or mouse, what was it? Mouse overed or mouse outed, it's going to hide or not hide the hidden or the button status. And I'm trying to think like modularly too, you know. You still want to properly ID the span with an ID or class. Okay. Oh, right, the class. So I would want to say pop-up for that. Cannot redeclare block scoped variable buttons. Oh, is it because of this? Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. So let's give it a class. I forgot. I forgot about that. Oh, it does have a class. Well, we don't want it to be that class, though. I do want it to have the pop-up class. So even though it's hidden, I would like it to then have the pop-up class. So I guess I should say... Although it's not going to be buttons, right? We're going to switch this to something else. And then add pop-up. And then for this one, remove it. I know it's wrong. I know. If you want to target any element that is hidden, not necessarily, but it's good to know. You can do that by doing constant hidden equals document query selector hidden. Nice. That's really helpful to know, though. It just like helps me understand more of like the tools that are available. When are you referencing class list? When you're referencing class list, you do not need to include the dot in the parentheses, because it knows it's a class already. Ah, that makes sense. That's so annoying. Okay, it's only used for class. I hate that. This is the most annoying thing. All right. No, it's fine. It's fine. That makes sense. It makes sense. No, it's not that annoying because it makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense. It doesn't know that it's a class here. Sorry, not here. Here. Doesn't know that I'm talking about a class unless I tell it that I'm talking about a class. Well, this isn't a class though. Oh god. Wait, but this is a element. So then if I were to make... Okay, I'm actually starting to get confused. Like, okay. There's gotta be more specific ways to... Okay. So I have like a style called button, and there's no dot before it here at all, because this is referring to an element. This is referring in the CSS to an element that is currently mouse overed. These are referring to themselves CSS classes that can then be referred back to here. Now, in the JavaScript, knowing that this is wrong, here we say dot button. Ideally, what this would be pointing to is all of the button elements. So if it has button tags, then I want this to be assigned, no matter what. But I think I'm starting to see what you're saying. Like, we would need to get the ID of the exact button, so it knows which button is the one that's mouse overed is the one. And so maybe it's just that I have to create a variable for every single button. I guess I'm almost imagining like an array of buttons, but that's kind of unnecessary. The nRemove dot, then remove dot in your query selectors so it gets all HTML targets. Got it. Got it. Okay, and so that's not going to confuse with this. Got it. Okay. Thank you. I see. That makes more sense. Because this, again, this doesn't know that it's a class. This knows that it's a class, so we don't need the dot. All right. Okay. All right. I can live with it. I can live with it. But again, you know, this isn't going to apply. And I think this is what maybe you're trying to say. This doesn't apply to necessarily the specific button. So I kind of like it to to say, okay, I'm hovering, yes, I see a mouse over one of the buttons. Now, which button is the one that's being mouse overed? Like, can mouse over return some kind of ID, for example? Button. The button number that was pressed. Number? X coordinate. Add event listener, mouse over event, and then this arrow thing. What is that? What is that? Highlight the mouse over target. So document get element by ID test, and that's just one thing. The issue with your code inside the curly brackets is it's trying to remove hidden class from button, but it's on the span. Yeah, I know. I gotta do that. That's an issue. That is definitely an issue. Okay, I'll fix it. So I just need to define those. So those being button statuses. Well, but I don't even really want to do that. I guess, well, that's why I'm saying, so, okay, I don't know if I'm making myself clear, but, and you obviously don't have the answer, but what I'm wanting is to say when this button is the one that's mouse overed of all of the buttons, when that one is mouse overed, remove hidden on that one that is mouse overed. Or not the button, but on the child of that button, the status. Hey, what's up, Zora? Welcome. How you doing? I'm learning JavaScript today. From a fundamental standpoint, you know, I sure could go in and tweak things through context clues, but I don't want to just code that way. I want to like feel like I get it. So I'm just trying to slap together some simple little, I mean, it's barely that, but like a Tamagotchi game, really, like, it's gonna be the most simple thing ever. Probably as simple as pressing a button and, yay, your pet is happy. If you don't press it, they're sad. You know, simple. But I'm still trying to get, like, to the basics of constructing my stuff so I can potentially get more complicated. Yeah. Things are well. I mean, I'm loving getting to learn this stuff. As long as the thunderstorms don't knock out my power again, I can be perfectly happy and well. But at least it's a reminder that I really need to buy that battery backup. I really need to buy that battery backup. I do feel like this is a good opportunity to ask the ChatGPT because it's a very context-specific thing, right? Span as child is button status. I know this is insane, right? I gotcha. I know. Just like, we're just gonna try to help the chatbot help me here with my very context-specific issue. We're not asking for code. We're asking for a bit of a nudge in the right direction to figure out how I could define this within the function, right? And again, now it's going to recommend it to me, no, not even saying like, this is a bad way to do it, right? So that's, again, the problem with talking to a chatbot about things like this. And I'm asking it with all of that in mind. Without providing code, very briefly direct me to what I need to add to the event listener functions to access the span as child is button status and update its class list accordingly. No code, please. Okay, let's see if you got beat it to it. If you only want to target the element, you have to use some other stuff like const container equals this close. Whoa, okay. See, this is interesting. Oh, put that. I like that. So I almost wish this was like one function. I guess I kind of wish it was like one function that would. Anyway, I'm not gonna worry about it. Status. So we need to say this closest container and const status span container query selector span to target the span. I like this. That way you look up the closest container class and then look for the next span in it. So this is part of the container class, is what you're saying. 20 minutes behind? Oh no! I mean, again, my power did go out earlier, so depending on when you joined, that might have it might have messed up where you're at. Welcome back to the future. I told you about the JavaScript things that I'm doing. Trying to learn basic vanilla fundamentals before I go into more complex stuff. Making a silly little game. Barely. But having fun doing it. How are you doing, Sora? Very good. This is some powerful information, Moon. Very powerful information right now. Okay. So here we go. We're digging in. What? No, I'm not even gonna look at what ChatGPT said. You got my back. So tell me about this. What the hell is this? What is that? What is this? This keyword refers to the context where a piece of code, such as a function's body, is supposed to run. Okay. Most typically it's used in object methods, where this refers to the object that the method is attached to. So what's the object method? Thus allowing the same method to be reused on different objects. Yes, I want the same method on different objects. That's exactly what I want. Function, return this property. Property is 42. What is prop? Is that like a struct or something, or like kind of a little pretend variable? Or is it like a true variable that can be like updated and changed? So then we run a function, and they're using func? Can I do that everywhere, or is it like only if it's a child of defining, like as a lambda or whatever, as a child of defining a variable? Return this property. So if we want to test, now it's saying test the function. Oh, because oh, I see, because test is the name of the variable. So this is within the scope of this constant, is what it's saying. Property 42 is within here. This is saying, hey, we're in here. Find the thing called prop, and let's put it out there. So what you're saying, this dot closest container So closest is already like some method that exists. It's very interesting. Web design is like, hey, welcome to this new thing. Now forget no, forget everything you learned about other things. It does feel that way. It totally feels that way. I know, it's so many things all smashed together. It's actually incredible that anything works at all on the web. Okay. Closest. Closest method of the element interface traverses the element and its parents, heading toward the document root. Is that bubbling? Until it finds a node that matches the specified CSS selector. Wow. Div1, div... Oh, so I don't even have to do a span. I can do div. Okay, now I gotta ask, what's the difference between span and div succinct table? Inline block. Styling small text or inline elements. Structuring layout or sections. Can contain block elements. Don't do that. Div can. Shrinks to content. Expands to full width. Oh, I think I'd prefer a span for this then. Span, it's spanning the width of the thing. Got it. Line break behavior does not cause a line break. Does cause a line break. Interesting. Oh. And even though the internet's back, it's a little loady sometimes. That should be around 8,000 kilobits, plus or minus 1,000. If it's lower than that, up above me there, means it's trying its darndest to keep it together. And it is! It is trying its darndest. Bless its heart. Now you know. It's usually around 7,500. This is object-oriented programming context object, referred to as self in Python. GDScript. Oh, honestly, the more you connect it to GDScript, the easier time I'm gonna have understanding. Okay. So this is self, but then what is the self? Because in GDScript, self would be an entire node, or if I was on a script writing self, that would mean the entire script, basically. But in this case, it doesn't mean the entire script. It means the block. Very helpful. Thank you. That's a really, really, really helpful framework for me, is the self. Got it. Referencing the original element in your button add event listener. Right. So you're saying buttons closest containers next span. Buttons closest, what? Okay, but we can't just say the span in the button. So like if I had like another span in here, right? Whatever. I don't know. I don't remember what all these font, size, large, whatever. Right, so something like this. So if I just used that, and I didn't use closest, it would be fetching this one. And so I would just have to make sure I never put one here, or else things are gonna get crazy. Oh gosh. I might have to swap my internets. We'll see. I'm gonna keep an eye on it, but if it's gonna keep wobbling, we have another internet we can switch to. Zora says, I haven't been well for the past week. No! I'm sending you healing vibes. I'm sending you healing vibes. Feel better, feel better, feel better. Everybody send Zora some healing vibes. We're gonna get you better. We're gonna get you better. Resting all day, that's probably gonna help more than me rubbing my hands together. Stay away from your computer. You won't be here for long. Yeah. Take care of yourself. Number one. Oh man, it's being real goofy. We got some issues today. In that example, this is test. Right. Pull that example back up here. Wait, I'm lost. Oh, here we go. Got it. Yeah, so this is the entire self. It's interesting because it seems like it really can be aware of a lot of different contexts, right? Good vibes for Zora. Okay, we do have some thoughts from Twitch. So let me make sure we check in that. Especially considering that more and more features get locked down on the web. Have been doing HTML JavaScript since '97. Nice. There are also instances where you will use div with floats. But that is less and less often with other features being released. Use div with floats? What does that mean? Like by a float, you mean like, okay, so we're not talking about like floats like integer float, that kind of thing. You mean float like a floating, like some other kind of property? It's a hard-coded value, most likely for dimension. Func is part of the standard library. It should come with Node.js, right? So that's the same thing here. No, it's different. Okay. So that probably goes as like a child of function. Okay, of a variable. All right, we gotta switch internets. We gotta switch internet. This is not sustainable. We can't be sitting here buffering. Don't nobody want no buffering. As soon as I say that, it's like, no, I'm behaving. What are you talking about? I'm 7,000, 8,000 kilobits. What do you mean? Everything's fine. Don't make me switch internets. I'll do it. Oh, it's dropping. It's like, nah, you're right. You're right. All right, we gotta switch internets. We gotta switch internets. Okay, so this will be a bit of a wacky thing, okay? Let me make sure this is a good time to do it. Give me 1 second, I'll be right back. Okay, we'll switch it in a minute. I gotta wait a second. Maybe about 10 minutes we'll switch the internet. Function is part of Let's Interrupt, right? So in your code, this will equals buttons. This will equal buttons because that's the original scope, right? It's a scope thing. Yeah. Closest goes up, next goes down. What? Why? Why couldn't have just said that? Did it? Did I not get to that point? Oh, it did say that. Toward the document root. Up and down is so much simpler, though. So if we're doing up, we have to go up to go back down to the span? That's so silly. It's so funny. So like before, I wedged that one in there. So whenever it's, okay, so you're telling me that whenever this div container is being dealt with, it's dealing with it here first, and it's like sitting there or something? I don't even know. And then closest says, okay, now I'm up here. And then do we have to say next so it goes back down there? I'm very confused. Constant container equals this. Closest container and constant status span equals. That's confusing. Oh, now the internet's gonna behave? Okay. I swear to God. It's like, sorry, we had our power reset too. I mean, it's looking pretty good actually right now. Linked to Twitch chat? Really? Are you sure? Let's see. I think I'm getting your messages. Was this your last one? No, not that. This? This? Oh yeah, I got this. This is your last message? Or did you send some since then? That does happen sometimes. It has to be refreshed. No, we are. Maybe you missed I mentioned it and responded. But it looks okay. Looks good. Looks good. Thank you for keeping an eye on that, though. The button doesn't have a span inside of it, so you have to go up the parent first. Oh, you're right. Wow. Okay, that actually makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Got it. Got it. Because we're right here. So this, okay, maybe it would be even nicer for me just to like learn and understand if I separate these. So I can see the order that they're gonna be in. Okay. Thank you. That makes a lot more sense. Wait, you can be out here a little bit. Okay, the internet actually looks really good. Let me go make sure we're not swapping. The next part gets the span. I must have missed the next that you put in there. But I'm not gonna miss Travi. What's up, Travi? How you doing? Getting in your ear, cleaning it out. Very fair. Ears need cleaning. Is there a next in there? Closest container and status span container query selector. If you don't like to work with this, you can just call the something that got probably ridiculously censored. Call the why would it do the constructor? Why would it censor that? The constructor and store the return object in a variable. Interesting. Func is a library of its own for functional programming. We're not there yet? Okay. Fair. GDScript equivalent would be the foo module. Is that in? Is that in GDScript? I do pull them up manually, that's correct. That was a while ago. I don't know. I mean, maybe you're right. Maybe it is. So that was. You might be right. Maybe you're right. No, maybe 3. So the last it was 3:56. That was about 10 minutes ago. So you said something in the last 10 minutes. Normally you'd learn to step through an index, then lists, then learning how to search within the scope would be much easier since you wouldn't have to learn all the concepts at once. Interesting. Step through an index. Yeah, I think it is up to date though. Here, let's try. I'll send a new message on Twitch. Yeah, it's working. Nasty constructors. You could put one in a div and it wouldn't affect span. It's very confusing. I feel like it's just so messy. Like there's not a simpler way. Next is for jQuery. That's an extended library we don't need next in this case. Got it. But jQuery you can learn later to shorten the code. And that's it. I would like that, right? I would like to like struggle through the pain of what this is like right now, and then yeah, I appreciate like hearing the things that you recognize as, oh yeah, that would be easier in a different library or with an additional library. That's really helpful. Well, I'll be honest, I am kind of curious what the ChatGPT had to say about how I accessed that thing that I was trying to access. Because it sounds like there's a lot of ways to do it. So I'm just a little curious. Traverse from the button to its sibling. Oh, it's kind of like what you're saying. Next element or parent inside the event listener function. That's pretty much what you're saying. Traversing from the button to its sibling. Got it. I think also what was making it hard was not seeing clearly that these were indeed siblings. But now I see this is a sibling. I don't love it. Like, I wish I could say... Okay, so let me try something here. So could I, in theory, establish another variable in here and call it status text? But not like that. Status text equals... Let me look at what you shared earlier. Div will automatically have display block. Span will attempt to try to go to the next element if there's space. Nice. It's whatever you have encapsulated in the block. Perfect. See, I spent over 10 minutes and just trying to 20 minutes just wrapping my head around this closest thing. It's a lot to learn. Where to go? There it is. Closest. So we need to, I do have to define the container. Because it doesn't know about the container yet. Wow, that is wild. I mean, at that point, well, I guess not, because we're saying relative to the buttons. Within this scope. But we're not in that, oh god, this is kind of crazy. Whichever one mouse, so if any of them are mouse overed, that's our scope here in this function. And so I'm saying within that scope that has been defined, now declare a container. And a container is going to be the closest. What does that say? HTML element tag name map. Okay. So we have to say dot container, because dot container is basically the only real reference we have here is the class, the div class. This is kind of crazy. This closest container. So within self, this context, closest, what closest is saying, what is the highest up thing in this scope? This scope being the button mouse overed. Something about it almost doesn't make sense, but that's okay. Do I need a semicolon here? And then we say constant, so right, the status. I like how you said status span. But what if I change it? Status text. You're probably onto something more correct though. Container query selector, because just like defining the button, we're now trying to define the span relative to the button that's mouse overed. In theory, though I'm not convinced that I've set this up correctly, but that's okay. Just gotta get it out and then fix it. And now we're defining an element specifically. So it's traversing down, and this means, so at this point, this is already traversing down, and it's gonna, I don't know if this is gonna say any span that it finds, or the first span that it finds. Again, if I have 2 spans in there, and if we've gone up to this, and now we're saying find something in there, it says that's not a span, that's a span. I mean, it makes me want to say like button status, right? I mean, like, we can just do that, right? We could say, and what is it, a class? It's a name. I mean, you could make it I mean, whatever. I don't know, can we refer names in there though? I feel like we can't. And if we can, I don't really know how to do it. We should probably have a class, which feels a little ridiculous, considering it's probably not going to do anything. Oh, is that my pop-up? I guess that's my pop-up, but it's not, is it? No, it is. That's my pop-up. Alright, so call it pop-up instead of status. We'll try that. ID equals pop-up. Same thing here. Oh, sorry, class equals pop-up. Class equals pop-up. Oh wow, I had this wrong. I don't know, I'm just getting confusing. Class pop-up. Chat's in the way, sorry. class pop-up there, class pop-up here. But now they have 2 classes. That can't be okay. Multiple classes, same element. Separate them as spaces. It's kind of ugly, but alright. Pop-up hidden, pop-up hidden. So I wouldn't want to actually remove all of that, which then raises the question to me. Well, we are going to add pop-up anyway. Well, but it's not going to have been removed, so you don't really have to add pop-up. I see. Oh, because pop-up doesn't make it not visible. So won't that make it... Oh, we actually don't... Oh, this is getting a little complicated, isn't it? I guess I actually would want 2 different styles, right? I'd want a pop-up hidden... I don't know. What's the best way to write that? With a dash or an underscore? Or even a space? No. Pop-up hidden... Oh, and there it goes again. Okay. Yeah, I should have switched the internets. I'll do it, I'll do it. Pop-up hidden. Display none. Because we're not just using it to hide things. I'm also using it to clarify that it is a pop-up. Not sure if we're doing best practice here. So by default, it's hidden. And then in here, I'd want to remove pop-up hidden and add pop-up visible, and then vice versa. Oh, internet, why you forsake me? Alright, we gotta switch the internet, you guys. We gotta switch the internet. Let me catch up with what you guys said real fast. Hey, Chicky Boom, welcome. What's my least favorite thing about JavaScript so far? It's a good question. Let me answer that when I bring the internet back. Okay, so we're probably gonna swap the internets, which means for a second the internet might go down. Hold on. Okay, we're doing it. We're doing it. It's been, what a challenging. If I see storms on the weather report, I should just not stream. Okay, here we go. No, I'm glad. But then I wouldn't have gotten all the help from you guys today. Who knows? It could have been totally different people who came in. All right, here's what's gonna happen. We're gonna do an internet swap, which means the stream will go down for a second, but it's gonna come up back really fast. Not like earlier. It's gonna be really fast. I'll tell you when it happens in the chat, so you can refresh if needed. And I'll answer your question, Cheeky. Here we go. Don't worry, it's coming back. Here we go. I think we're back. Let me make sure we put a little alert about that happening, and we are back. You see? That wasn't so bad. That wasn't so bad. That was not too bad. It's always slower to reconnect on Twitch for some reason. I don't know why. There it is. See, now we're all the way back. And it's more stable. Let's put a message in there in case for some reason it was not received. Alright. Back to it then. So, Cheeky, what is my least favorite thing? I mean, look. So I'm also using vanilla, right? I'm not using a library or anything like that. So because of that, it means, I'm sure I'm experiencing some limitations that I wouldn't have to experience if I was using a library. But, I mean, it's kind of hard to say. Like, so far, I don't even know. I like it so far. I like it so far. I think I find it like challenging to wrap my head around some of the like syntaxes and conventions. But so far, I just like it. Define the span of that closest container. Okay, I might have to refresh the chat so it updates that correctly. Let me switch internets. Things happen. Guys, what a day. Internet being crazy. Power going out. It's okay, we persevere. We persevere in this house. Okay? We don't let these things hold us back. What about you? Do you have a least favorite thing about JavaScript? Why is that chat message stuck? Get down from there. Get down from there. Get off of the screen. What are you doing? What are you doing up there? Get out of here. I like it though. I think it's really powerful. Oh god. OBS did not like that I did this behavior today. It is not pleased. OBS is not pleased. Oh, the internet's still buffering. Welcome to today. Welcome to today, everybody. I just want to learn JavaScript. The forces and powers that be want to stop me from learning. Why? Why forces and powers? Why do you want to stop me from learning? You must not learn JavaScript. You will become too powerful. We can't let it happen. With Godot, you are stuck making games where you belong. But once you wield the power of JavaScript, it'll be too strong. It is foretold that you must be stopped. Like, wow. Dang. Okay. Scary. Kind of extreme, kind of weird, but heard. Yeah, great. So my whole chat thing's broken. Awesome, awesome, awesome. All right, it's just that kind of day. Bring over the regular chat. We're going old-fashioned today, y'all. It's an old-fashioned kind of day. Do I like it? No. Do I accept it? Yes. Cheeky said, probably truthy and falsy is a weird part. Oh, the emotes work! Okay! Truthy and falsy is a weird part of JavaScript. Interesting. Truthy and falsy. You can separate classes with spaces. Thank you, Memtooth. I missed that before you said it. Could give it an ID. Right. Well, so the thing about the ID is, I have to make sure that I'm not using it multiple times. So for something, thank you for the hydrate, Frank. For something that I am going to be having multiple versions of, right? I need to make sure it isn't like a one-time thing. Status class list, remove hidden once you finish defining your status text. I'm doing great, thank you. Thank you. Define the span of the closest container, make it span hidden. So it's only looking for the span in that class. Combine the two classes in span so it reads, okay, right, yeah, that was that. Okay, so we've done all that in a way that works, right? It should be good, except we can't call it this because this is insane. So for the query, container query selector, the thing that is status text, and I don't know if this would work. Well, it's not, because look, you did pop up, this isn't. I guess, okay. Here's my question. This is why I combined pop-up and hidden. The reason why I combined them is because if I have a separate pop-up, wait, I don't even have to define anything in a class? It can just be nothing? Okay, that is actually very intriguing. Big if true. Because otherwise, I'm concerned that it's going to override this. So if I have pop-up and hidden with a space in between, do I now lose the ability to clarify that it's going to be hidden? Will that make it become unhidden? You know what I mean? Is my concern. Let's see if I can get the regular chat back. Here, I have an idea. What if I just pull the chat up over here? Look at that. Use it there. But you know what I'm saying? What's up, Guitar Jams? Welcome. To be honest, JavaScript doesn't really get much better than this. Can add types and use game engines or other libraries for frameworks, but this is it, basically. Okay, alright. Heard. I have heard you. You have been heard. I feel like, you know, you can use those basic building blocks to do things, right? Even if it's complicated. That's a selector, it's all composed together. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to not call these pop-up hidden. This is pop-up and it's hidden. This is pop-up and it's hidden. We'll see. I feel like I just have to test it, you know, and just see what happens. We don't have visible. Well, that's why I'm not sure, because this already has visible. The pop-up, right? It doesn't say display something, right? So like if I do display, I don't even know. Like true? Like, yes. But if I have pop-up, I worry that's going to override the hidden. And I see like where, you know, maybe this is just a situation where it's like you gotta put them together. Okay, I'm gonna type it out and we're gonna go to the ChatGPT because I think it's gonna be able to answer my question a lot better. Just a guess. Just a guess. You can remove a class that doesn't exist, but I'm not sure if you can add or remove more than one at one time. Remember that class list is an abstraction over class 1, class 2. Interesting. An abstraction over class 1, class 2. So you're saying because there's multiple, it might not be able to like separate and remove them because there's multiple? And to be clear, I can't reference a name because that would just make this a lot easier. You know, and right, of course, a game engine, all this stuff be a lot more powerful, but I'm forcing myself into this absurd limitation. Some of you might suggest it to be that. I'm forcing myself into such a limitation for the purpose of exactly what's happening, like experiencing where things are quite challenging to do. Okay, so you're saying, let me ask it. You're saying that maybe removing 2 classes is going to be an issue. Okay. We can work with this. IDs, right, but you can only have 1 per thing. But class list manipulates the class attribute, which is normally a space delimited list of class names. IDs are all unique, right? It can be called twice with each class name with no problems. Right, but how's it gonna know which one is the one I'm hovering over? Okay. So like, okay, we have a button, right? Button. We don't just have 1 button, in fact. We have many buttons. There's 1. There's another. False an example of a truthy value. False set to true. You don't like, you mean like booleans? Just booleans in general you don't like? So we have 2 buttons, right? And within those buttons, well, not really. Actually, it's not quite right. Technically, we have a div. So we can grab this. That's the div. That's the button. Okay. Because you're using this, when you do container query selector, it should start the query from that element. Right. In JavaScript, you can compare booleans with non-boolean variables, sometimes by accident. And it won't like you don't even know that you've done that necessarily. That does sound annoying, actually. Hey, what's up, Jord? Welcome. I'm learning JavaScript today, best I can. Hope you're having a good day yourself. Okay, so there's a div for each of these. I could have just made it once and duplicated it, but here we are. In your case, you can use pop-up as the query selector and it will select it, and then add remove the visible class. Yeah, I feel like that's kind of what I'm trying to do. So the pop-up by default, but how do I have a... I'm confused. Because it has to be hidden to begin with. It's not supposed to be visible. It starts out hidden. Right? Query selector pop-up. Right, so all of these have pop-up. Pop-up is hidden here. Pop-up is hidden here. Both of these are hidden. They have pop-up as well. 2 separate classes in them. So if I go through it with the query selector, so we have the container that the button is contained in. Whenever the mouse over event happens, when the mouse over event happens, it checks to see what is my container, And then it's going to say the status text is, and we want this to be the pop-up, basically. So possibly even better just to call this a pop-up to keep it simple. So this all gets changed to pop-up. And if in the query selector I say that it's pop-up, when I try to remove because here's what I'm imagining. Like if I just add hidden to hide it, I feel like we want class list here. I don't know what happened to that. Where'd that go? Wasn't that there? Wasn't that there at some point? Where did that end up at? I lost that. JavaScript is so quirky that there is a whole series on how weird it gets. It's because of it being dynamic cohesion, how everything is an object comparison, etc. It gets funky. Yeah, totally. JavaScript was actually your first programming language. Nice. Yeah, JavaScript is so powerful and useful. You know, it's just everywhere. Quirky, but necessary, which is why I want to learn it. Your first programming language, nice. But you didn't start really coding in it until later in your coding journey. It's good to have like a reference point, right, that you can go back to. This is my reference point. Query selector will only select the first element that matches. You may want query selector all. Whoa, y'all got some skills. Okay, query selector all. Interesting. I'm intrigued. This is promising. It's looking good. You want both cases to add and remove, depending on when it's mouse up, mouse down. Right. Oh, yeah, I lost the class list at some point. I don't know what happened to that. Right? Is it there? Or am I bugging? It's not there, is it? Okay, class list. Then we do the add or remove. So I do need to add hidden, and I need to remove pop-up, which, see, then I should probably just call it visible, but it's like, what even is a like, how do I even declare that this is making something visible? Really, it just has to not be, it just needs to not have a display, none, or something. Maybe there has to be a certain order here. I don't know. It's confusing. You started using it back in 7th grade. Some nice formative memories you can create there. I definitely was using HTML when I was that age. But unfortunately not JavaScript. It's just the class name for add remove, not the query syntax or the dot. Right, because we already know it's a class. Thank you. I already forgot that. We gotta get Cheeky Boom some credit here. And garnish Memtooth generously. You're referencing query selector. Yeah, I love that doc. Yeah, we're deep in that document. I'm deep in there. I love it. I love that. Like, this is my best friend right now. Besides you guys. And I'm still kind of learning, like, how to best navigate this particular documentation, too. The document method, query selector all, returns a static, not live, node list representing a list of the document's elements that match the specified group of selectors. Interesting. But of course I need it, but so if this is giving me everything, so okay, let me go back to my drawing real quick. You think it's backwards? Add visible, remove hidden. That's important? Yeah. That's important? What? What? You say what? Okay, let me just go back to the drawing so it's just like what I want is clear. Or what I'm aiming to create. So we have div, we have button, and then we also have underneath here you can get rid of the second one for now. We also have pop-up. So these both exist in here. This is a span, right? Whatever, span. This is a button. We get the idea there. Okay. So what I want is when the mouse is over this pop-up appears. So this pop-up is going to be hidden by default. But when the button is hovered, this is going to appear. When the mouse goes out, it's going to go hidden again. And then there's two of them, right? In the content flow, if you will. There's two of them in there. And I'm trying to like figure out how to create a modular sort of listener function setup. So I don't have to say, okay, button 1, if it's button 1, show button 1's pop-up. If it's button 2, show button 2's pop-up. Rather, if any button is mouse overed, that button that was mouse overed, show its pop-up or hide its pop-up. So that way it's one thing, or as few things as possible, that's defining the behavior of the pop-up relative to each button, is my goal. Without a library. Or an additional framework. Maybe you already got that, but I just wanted to make sure that like I have said that. To make this work for all buttons, you need to swap your query selector for queries. Oh, we do need to use query selector all. And then iterate through all buttons with a for each. Ooh, I like this. I like this. This sounds like what I want. So now which query selector, right? Because we have one down here defining the pop-up. And then we also have this here for the buttons. So the buttons, this constant, which I really wish they were static types. It would be so much easier for me to just understand what the heck I'm looking at here. So this isn't an array or anything. Like, what is this? What is this? What is this? Are you allowed to statically type things in JavaScript even if it's not TypeScript? Like, am I just allowed to do it? It would make me very happy. And it helps me learn more gooder. You think it's forwards, remove visible as shown? Nice, Frank. As. Love that. So this is not an array, according to ChatGPT anyway. This is like... It's... Is it just... How can that be? If there's multiple buttons... It's confusing. It's an object. Oh, here we go. Query selector all. Query selector button. The first okay, so you were right. Creaky, you knew a while ago. This gives us a list. So then what's the static type for that one? What's static type for the all version? Node list of. See, this is good stuff. This is good stuff. That gives me some confidence. If you do F12 and inspect the HTML, you'll see the DOM and all its attributes, which is tons. Basically a tree. Right. Where does I've actually never, I mean, I just learned what a DOM is. So I don't, I've inspected things many times, but I've never really inspected it knowing what some of these components mean. So like when you say that we see all of the DOMs, where? See the DOM with all the attributes. Where is it in a inspect? Is it down here? Is it the tree of nodes? Right. Where's the tree of nodes at? This mystical tree of nodes. Okay, let's back it up. Let's back it up. Const buttons equals document query selector all buttons for each button. What's the little equal arrow? Can I type that in the Mozilla thing? Nope. Succinctly explain what is in, because normally to me that's, well, I guess it'd be before it. I was gonna say greater than or equal to, but the greater would come before the equals. An arrow function. It's the, oh my god, there's the same ways to, that's so silly. Okay. These are the same constant add equals AB, and then add those together. So the add variable in this example has two parameters, A and B. And then take those two parameters and add them together. Or you could run a function called add that establishes A and B and returns A plus B. Wow. Anytime you use JavaScript now, you tend to use the canvas tags, and with JavaScript combined, you've made some pretty cool effects. Right, so canvas is like for drawing things, right? Like rendering things, kind of. Yeah, I think there's some power you can do there. With JavaScript. Buttons for each button. Function, arrow function. Add event listener, click function, event. Wow. HTML button element. This is wild. This is wild. This language is crazy. Query selector all doesn't return an array. It's type node list, which has its own iterators. Node list for each node list item method. This is another thing that confuses me about this documentation, is that there's so many entries for for something that looks the same to me. Okay, I see. They're on the same page. Okay, that's not frustrating anymore. Node list objects are collections of nodes, usually returned by properties such as node child nodes and methods such as document query selector all. I mean, this always brings me comfort, is to start to see things meeting back again. Like, it's not just like, oh, there's this, oh, there's that, oh, there's this, oh, there's that. It's like I go to one of those things and then, oh, look, it's that other thing that we're talking about. Great. Seeing the purple links is very comforting. Like, we're starting to actually bring things together. This interface was an attempt to create an unmodifiable list and only continues to be supported to not, oh, Jesus. Okay. Modern APIs represent list structures using types based on JavaScript arrays. I would love an array. Thus making array methods available and at the same time imposing additional semantics on their usage, such as making their items read-only. I would love me an array. These historical reasons do not mean that you as a developer should avoid node list. You don't create node list objects yourself, but you get them from APIs such as document, query selector, all. And these APIs are not deprecated. Be careful of the semantic differences from a real array. So although node list is not an array, it is possible to iterate over it with for each. It can also be converted to a real array using array from. So why aren't we using an array? I mean, this maybe doesn't matter. It's not deprecated. So this document, either this document is saying you're probably used to an array. That's not what this is. Or it's saying don't use this. Use arrays. I'm not sure which it is. Since you already have a reference to the button container, maybe all you need is to call container query selector pop-up, and boom, you get the correct pop-up. Right. That's what I imagined in my mind what would work. But, you know, maybe somehow that just doesn't actually work. I don't know. Container query selector pop-up will search for an element with the pop-up class within the container context. I like this. This feels nice. Arrow function. It's allowing you to do a function within that object definition. Nice. But do I have to use it? I mean, I'm fine with, I like it, but just out of curiosity, is it optional? Maybe not. But maybe we don't even need it yet. Jordan says, I remember learning about the arrow thing, and now I use it a lot when using JavaScript. Thank you! Alright, Jordan, I gotta give you some credit for just like I appreciate that. That's good to know. It's a thing. You keep using it. It's good. It's good stuff. Probably gotta give Cheeky Boom some more credit. Now, instead of using this, we are using event to encapsulate the function within the scope of the individual button it was pressed. I like the sound of that. And that's on the for all. That's on the all one. But then Cheeky is maybe implying that if what Cheeky's saying works, I like it. I like it a lot. So we're defining the container. Since we've already defined the container, maybe we could say that container.querySelector popup will search for an element with the popup class within the container element. Oh, good. So it might already work, is what you're saying. But the problem is buttons. I see, right. Buttons is wrong. Yes, because this is only getting the first button. That's why we have to add querySelector all and make it work correctly. Gotcha. Okay. So then now I need to be reminded what this is. Buttons. But we don't necessarily need that, right? Do we? No, we do, because this is not checking. This isn't iterating. So we're basically setting up a for loop here. Love that. For each. There's different kinds of for loops in JavaScript. For each. Okay. For each. Now the word button isn't defined, but I guess that's referring to an element. I wish I knew what these little ABC, this little brick shape means. I'm guessing ABC means it's just some text. For each button that is iterated over is what I read that as, but maybe is wrong. That is a regular parenthesis there. Okay. For each button that is iterated over, take that button, add the event listener, whatever it is. Add the event listener. Then we just have to end it all. Like that. This button isn't defined anywhere, but if it's an element, like that's great. Parameter button HTML. Okay, it knows. Great. Yeah, it knows. Good. I'm not sure what parameter means here, but it seems like it understands. Try replacing the parentheses with curly brackets. Never mind. Buttons for each button. Oh, thank you. No, you were right, Cheeky. I just don't know what I'm doing. It's a lot of brackets. Remember learning from somewhere. You remember learning from somewhere with the arrow thing. If you have no parameters for that specific arrow function, you could use underscore arrow as an alternative. Interesting. No parameter. Oh, I see. That makes sense. Yeah. So you could still make it work even though you, like, just whenever this happens, do stuff. We don't need to refer to anything in particular. More like when you're up to defining this, do stuff or something. It's a cool tip. Thank you. Yeah, this is wild. Okay. So maybe this is good, except for this one down here, which we'll see. I still haven't tested anything. Instead of using this closest update, right. Do we even need that anymore? Where is that? It's looking good. Thank you, Cheeky. Thank you for your help. Okay, so I'm gonna pull this back. For each button, add event listener, mouse out. And we want to rehide the pop-up. We want to define those two things. Although, pop-up, now, okay. But we've removed pop-up by that point. So I think I do need to be more specific. I feel like I need a special pop-up hidden and a special pop-up visible. I do think that. Pop-up visible, I think that's going to be important. Whatever, just no border, I don't care. Pop-up hidden. It's like, oh, I gotta change it all now. Probably there's some nice ways to refactor, but maybe it's nice to go through it all. Pop-up hidden. I don't know, maybe I'm making a terrible mistake here again, but we're gonna find out. Yeah, because you're saying look for pop-up. So this would, then I'd have to say or, right? Like that's gotta be a mess. So maybe I just need to leave pop-up and have a pop-up hidden and a pop-up visible or something. I don't know, it's confusing me. You don't have to define a style to add it to the class list / have it show up in queries. Really? So I could just get rid of that entirely. And just because I put that in here, now it's something we can refer to? Okay, that's very helpful if true. That is very helpful if true. I did not understand that. That was not clear to me. Your initial style could be pop-up hidden and then add remove visible or hidden, which would modify it to be pop-up visible. So you're not saying... No, you said pop-up space hidden. Oh yeah, okay. Remove visible or hidden, which would modify the pop-up visible. Got it. Okay. Understood. Got it. That makes sense. Gotta learn these things. Confusing. Yeah, I was gonna say, maybe I don't need invisible. I was just thinking that. Okay, cool, cool. Right? Like now we've got... I had no idea that I could just make up a class. I did not realize that. Just an invisible style, that's it. So they start out with the invisible style. They all are always going to have pop-up. We're never going to touch it. We're never going to remove it. So we don't remove pop-up. We find them by looking at pop-up, which I guess we can still look for with a dot, even though it's not up here in the CSS. I hate that, but okay. And then, I mean, if it works, I don't hate it. And then we don't need to remove pop-up. All we're doing is we're either adding hidden or removing hidden. That's it. So in this case, we would be removing hidden, and there we'd be adding it, and then we just want to make sure to actually define it. Whoa, whoa. Hold on, get rid of that. Whoa. Okay, remove hidden, add hidden. Whoa. What's up? How you doing, Insane? On behalf of the Primogen, you're learning JavaScript. Are you feeling okay? Who hurt you? Yeah, I know, right? People have a lot of negative things to say about JavaScript, but at the end of the day, it's very everywhere and useful. Welcome, Insane. You don't need to identify CSS rules in order for JavaScript to find it in the document object model. It only has to be present in the HTML. That is super helpful to know. Okay. Moondog, just like carrying me today with some excellent support from many of y'all. Okay, Moondog. I guess I need to go ahead and sort these here. Another for Moondog. Cheeky Boom also. And on behalf of the coding train, welcome to the family. The two different ends of the YouTuber perspectives on JavaScript represented. Nice. Remove hidden. Iterate through it all. If it's mouse over, remove hidden. Iterate through all the buttons. If it's mouse out, add hidden. Okay, now before I test it, and I apologize, but before I test it, something I haven't looked up is for each. I'm curious, I just want to fill my brain with what it is. That's it. I'm just gonna fill my brain with it, and then I'll finally test this thing. Okay, for each. Node list. Yes, exactly. The for each method of the node list interface calls the callback given in parameter once for each value pair in the list in insertion order. That sounds good. Yeah, it sounds good. Callback a function execute on each element. So we've got a callback and then an argument current value, the current element being processed, the index of the current value being processed, the sum node list that for each is being applied to. Okay. This arg. Value to use as this when executing callback. Interesting. This is very cool. Nice. So, I mean, if there's a for each, is there like a different kind of for? Just morbid curiosity. So if I say node list for, nope, it's just, it is called for each. Okay. All right. So this is actually the first time that we're testing it. Out of curiosity, I'm going to try opening it without a live server. I have a feeling we don't need the live server. But if we do, then maybe I'll know. Thank you for the hydrate. Okay. Whoa, that's what it looks like? Okay. So we did add a more text span on there. And that was just to... I mean, I don't really need it anymore, but... Okay, great. Ain't nothing working. Okay, let's try it with live server. I do wonder if I don't need like a Node.js module added in somewhere or something. I don't know these things. Okay, but we're gonna try opening with live server. Take your time. Okay, there it is. Nothing. Anything in DevTools for us to unpack here? Nope. Nope. Absolutely nothing. Okay, very good. So we got some things to think about. Yeah, apparently I didn't need it. If you're interacting with server data, this is all client. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, we got problems. So something I am curious about, like the button itself doesn't actually seem to be buttoning. But technically, I mean, I don't even need this stuff, right? I mean, but even this isn't working, right? Even the CSS mouse over doesn't do anything. Let me pull this back up. Hey, this is the first time we're testing it. That's okay. Things are gonna be weird. But see, it seems to be defaulting to button. So fundamentally, we don't even have that much doing anything, which is surprising. I'm actually surprised that I could see the JavaScript not working, right? But the fact that even the even that CSS bit, and it's not a button, right? Like when I can't press it, it's not behaving like a button at all. Like, okay, imagine... No. How do you... I don't know. I don't know how you comment things out in, Let's see if I can get a shortcut here. VS Code comment out shortcut. We got some questions. The button is missing a dot? Really? That's good information. Control slash. Oh, I see what you're saying. You mean for like defining the class up here. That's true, isn't it? But this is still working. But you mean for this one, it needs the dot? So let's just imagine we comment that out entirely. Now at least it kind of behaves like a button. It's nice. It's nice to see. I guess we were overwriting mouse over. I'm surprised we were also overwriting pressed, apparently. Still, JavaScript, not JavaScripting. So now I'm wondering, where I can start like debugging it and how I can determine. I don't even know where to start with debugging JavaScript. But we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out. Heard that once you learn one language, it becomes way easier to learn a new one. Is that true? You seem to be making fantastic progress. I think it's true, yeah. But obviously, like, different languages are gonna have a lot of different, you know, things to learn about them. But yeah, it makes it easier. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even the fact that you know, like, how to code in Dreams, you know, is gonna help you. As much as that helps you learn a language, this helps you learn a language. And then there's gonna be some, like, crossover, for sure. The query selector is fine. What you are seeing is that the mouse over doesn't take precedence. It needs important at the end before the semicolon to apply over an existing style. Whoa. Regarding debugging, you can literally put a debugger statement after the query selector. That's awesome. Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was like, if there was a way to like see where this, like, what this constant is being defined as. You know, like, if that stack trace sort of thing is defined somewhere. Event listeners. No event listeners. That sounds like something. If there's no it's not seeing any event listeners. That sounds like something. After learning GDScript, Lua is next for you. It's essential for one of the main tools you'll be using. Nice. Which tool? Okay. So you said right after this, we can add a debugger. Oh, unbound? Gotcha. So I guess I want like a comma here. What does it want from me? Oh, there we go. Semicolon debugger. Got it. Yeah, it does have visual scripting. It sure does. Okay, so let's see if anything has changed here. Debugger paused. Oh. This is kind of nice. Where'd everything go? What's happening? What does this thing do? After each parenthesis, make sure... I don't have any... Dude, I have none. I have 0 semicolon. There's not a semicolon in sight. Which seems potentially not good. So that's our debugger line. Now, where does it give me information about it? Oh, we could do breakpoints too. You don't allow semicolons here. Apparently, we didn't. Oh, there's a stack. Nice. Doing breakpoints. No breakpoints. No breakpoints. Do I need breakpoints? Maybe I need some breakpoints. Node list. Interesting. Length 0. Yeah, it should be longer than 0. 0's a wee bit short. That's on the short side. I was hoping it would be longer than 0. Check the watch tab. Nothing. Thank you for even saying that. Guitar, that's helpful. I feel like I at least owe you a credit. At least. Don't know that I'm gonna have a project to list the credits on by the end of the day today, but maybe the next JavaScript learn along, we'll finish it. But I'm gonna do my best. We got plenty of hours left, don't worry. I ain't done yet. Okay, so it seems like this is just simply not working. Which is good to know. Is the page empty? It sounds like you need to add everything to the window on document ready event. I don't know. How would I know if the page was empty or not? I mean, I will say, okay, so it shows up and then it disappears for some reason. Internet, don't be like this. Hopefully at worst it'll just be like gray boxes all over the place. You better chill out, internet, I swear to God. So it's pause, and then how do we oh my goodness. There we go. Okay, now we're back. So it's there. It was just something with a debugger was like making it pause. So are we essentially adding like a breakpoint? Is that like the same thing? Like just as a text breakpoint? So if I were to, oh, there's no breakpoint. Okay. Well, that solves that then. Got it. Okay. So that's why it was stopping. But yeah, there's stuff there. I just don't know why nothing is happening. I feel like I gotta ask the ChatGPTs. Even if it's deferred, it's not being loaded after elements are rendered. Oh, so maybe our problem was trying to wedge everything into defer. The defer, and I mean it, okay, all right, okay. That makes sense now. So I'm gonna see if I can at least ask it to not fix this problem in any way. I swear to God. Do not fix code, do not return code, respond very succinctly. Why? If due to this, would defer not make the elements available to assign in buttons. Defer waits for the entire HTML to be parsed. The elements should be available. If they aren't, script executing before the DOM is fully ready. Malformed HTML or closing tags. Okay. You need to update the handling of this on line 19 to event target. Oh, Sativa! With the eagle eyes. Whoa. Is it one internet's bad? The other internet's bad. Which one's worse? I don't know. It depends. Today, we got two bad internets. That's why we have two internets, because sometimes one of them is bad. But also sometimes both of them are bad. But this one tends to well, we'll see. But know that I see what's happening. I see what's happening. There's not much I can do about that, though. Oh, is it that you put a link? Here, let me see what he said. Why did it delete that? That actually makes no sense why it deleted that. What is it? Okay, but seriously, why did it delete that? Why in the world, Nightbot, did you do that? Where in heck could you have seen that? Look at this. What is it talking about? Dude, Nightbot is the worst moderator I've ever had in my life. Where's the crime? I wonder if it thinks it's a URL. Event.target. It's probably what it is. It's so weird. Well, you are honored here. I apologize. Add the word event inside your function. Right, because we need to say that it, like, what this is, because it doesn't know what this is. Where am I adding that? You can use the console while at a breakpoint and try out variations. Wait, really? Wait, I want to do that. I want to do that. But I could only change certain things, right? Or can I change even this? Because if we're identifying the issue to be line 19, we don't want to use this we don't even need this anymore. Right, because we're iterating. I'm actually not sure why we don't need this anymore. Console the bottom tab. So this was saying within the context of the container. I don't know. I don't remember. I was so like sold on this. Event.target.closest.container. Yeah. The word event needs to go inside the function. It does, right? Function, event. Oh, but maybe... I see, because... Oh, gotcha. Because we need to refer back to it. Understood. So whenever mouse over, mouse down occurs... This is wild. Longer using this because you are using for each. When we weren't using for each, we needed to tell it I guess I got confused what this was doing. I thought this was saying within the scope of the container. But really before, it was saying within the scope of, I don't even know. But okay. This makes a lot of sense to me. And that's also, it's the other thing that I then wonder is like, how do I even know that a function can call with a certain thing? How do I even know that? Again, just to have like building blocks to work with. Like, okay, that's where we're looking at this. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how I like learn to come up with even doing that. So like, I don't know that this has an event. Oh, it's got event written all over it. Okay. Wow, that's a lot of events. That's quite a bit. I mean, does it even have like maybe it also has like a function? No examples? Okay. Okay. Sets up a function that will be called whenever a specified event. So we just know that. And so could I call it anything, or do I have to call it event? Like, is this just like a first parameter? Like technically whatever the first argument or parameter is here will always represent the event. So I could say cat, and then since it's the first one, or is it like this could be like cat will actually call the cat thing, and we don't want to call the cat thing. We want to call the event thing. They just know. Welcome, Schoolie. They just know. I hate that. Event interface. They don't care about interface. Event can be triggered by that or that. No, this is not interesting to me. I must have the answer to this question. Is event... Could event be called anything and still refer to the event? Here. Do not give code back. PC at the top tab. 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 I hear you. Event is the event object, not the element. You need event.target or this to refer to the button. I don't care about that. That's not what I asked. I'm just asking if I can rename event to dog in both the function and closest. It's a variable, but it's common to call it. Yes, I can name it dog. Thank you. Thank you. Dog closest will fail because dog is the event object, not the element. Oh, didn't one of you say that we needed to add target? You did, Sativa! Sativa, you knew before it did. You knew before it did. Okay, well, what's target? I must know. I must know these things. Okay, so that is just a variable. It's simply a variable. I'm saying that within the function, here's one of the variables. But it's being okay. So an add event, okay. Do all what are all the parameters that come with an add event listener? It is the first parameter in the function come with the function of event? Is the first parameter in the function always the event? Are there more? First event type, first is the event type, second is callback function. Okay, and is that in these docs? I gotta like nail this down. Make sure I get it. So what do they call it over here? I'm examining pawn deeply. Callback function. Let's see if we can find that. Callback parameter. It's right there. Okay, there. That's where the parameters are. Okay. Got it. Again, just learning how to read this documentation. Parameters. Type. A case-sensitive string representing the event type to listen for. So that's what we're calling event or dog, but not dog. But in theory, it could also be dog. It's not standard practice, and I won't do it. But in theory, I could do it. Listener. The object that receives a notification. Got it. Cool. Great. That's what I wanted to know. So every different, like if we're not doing add event listener, if we're, wait, what do I even call this? Is this a function? An event target? A method. So JavaScript, are methods and functions different things in JavaScript. Right, we gotta add target. Target is referring back to the object that targeted the event. So in this case, it's referring back to the button. And then we get closest container. So it's event target closest container. Thank you. That is very clear, actually. There are different things. Function, standalone block of code that can be called. A property of an object. Got it. All methods are functions, but not all functions are methods. Thank you. This is good to know. So on the addEventListener method, there are 3 parameters that can be used within the function. We only care about the first one, event. We're using that event to refer to what in that container, or which container. So we gotta say target, which of course, you guys know I'm gonna make us look it up. That's what it's about. Look, I can take code all day from ChatGPT, from the internet, from you guys. I gotta look it up. I have to contextualize it. Okay, so I wanna be able to read it. I wanna look at this and read it and be right. So we're iterating through all the buttons in the document. And then, I'm not even gonna do this debugger. And then, for each button, we're defining the node list of buttons. We must go deeper, Inception, yes. Yes, exactly. For each button, we want to make sure that we run an event listener, or we attach to it an event listener method. Button is referring to, that's just a parameter. That's just a parameter. So again, I could call this dog if I wanted to. It's literally just representing the iteration, the index that it's on. So I could just as easily call this I, right? And that would be totally sufficient. So I'm starting to understand what these pop-ups are saying too. So like if I start to type button and it says ABC, indeed it's not a fundamental component of any kind. It's simply just text that we can then refer back to over here. Okay, so this is actually quite similar to function here. This is a parameter, this is a method. This is a parameter, this is a function. Functions are methods, but methods are not functions. Okay. So that button's node list, for every iteration that we go through, looking through that node list, arrow function, which that's also a function, right? Which is like, can that have parameters? I don't know, maybe not. The arrow function will run, we use curly brackets to say this is what the function is doing. For every iteration, run the method addEventListener, specifically looking for the mouse over event. And when that mouse over event is detected from the addEventListener, we want to run a function that is tied to, oh look, nice, this, whoa, local function, this HTML button element. So that is, the function is this. Whoa, wait, what? Why is that like a first parameter? It's interesting and confusing. But okay, anyway, so it's gonna run a function with, so it's kind of like, it's these nested functions. It's like a function and a function and a function. Even on here, right, we're defining buttons as document, run the method, querySelector all with button as the selector in order to define buttons. When buttons is defined, we run the for each method on those buttons. Then within that, the button, we run a method on the button in the iteration. So these orange ones, like these orange ones are something specific. I want like a correct word for that. Is that always, I guess, selector? The orange is always a selector, I guess is correct. So we select the mouse over event listener that was running on the button that's being iterated through, the current iteration. And oh, okay, all right, internet. Oh, it's just one of those days. Ah! Oh man, look at it go. Look at those gray boxes. What a day, you guys. What a day. I do apologize. I do apologize on behalf of my internet service providers for letting us down. I know. I apologize. Internet, we got some storms, and luckily we only lost power once. But the internets are just kind of like, I don't know what to do. I'm confused. Thanks for bearing with me. Okay. Function runs on the event listener selector. And internet, exactly. Tale as old as time. So function, we want to know the event. It's kind of confusing because we're defining the selector as mouse over, but this is more like the moment. The event is the like. This is like when that event happens. I mean, it's more than that, right? Because if we're defining a target within that event, okay, I need to look up target. I gotta look up target. Event target, add event listener. So wait, event target, a method of the event target interface. Implemented by objects that can receive events and may have listeners for them. In other words, any target of events implements the three methods associated with this interface. Oh man. Come on, internet. Come on, internet. Get it together. I'm gonna switch back to the other one. I swear today, I swear. You see what happens if you, hopefully you can see, it's like it surges and it goes back down. It's super annoying. It's why I don't use this one normally. Implemented by objects that can receive events and may have listeners for them. In other words, any target of events implements the three methods associated with this interface. Element and its children, as well as document and window, are the most common event targets. But other objects can be event targets. Many event targets, including elements, documents, and windows, also support registering event handlers with on-event properties and attributes. Event target creates a new event target object interface. Event target. So we're like, okay. So our event target is button in this case. So that means when we're saying event.target, are we referring back to that button? And if so, why can't I just say button? I believe that I can't. I trust you guys would have said that if I can do that. But maybe that's also why I'm misunderstanding everything. But I guess then the reason why you wouldn't want to do, I don't know. I don't know why I can't do that. Okay. let me dig into target here. Target property of an event. Okay. The read-only target property of the event interface is a reference to the object which on the object onto which the event was dispatched. It's different from event current target when the event handler is called during the bubbling or capturing phase of the event. Can be used in order to implement event delegation. Okay, so it's special. Okay. Read only. Target property of the event interface. So whatever we dispatch the event on, which we're dispatching it on the button, this is how we refer back to it, apparently. Now I kind of like feel like it's just obvious, like, because that's just the way it is. Why can't I use button instead of event.target to refer back? Just kind of curious to see what it says. Oh man. Oh man. When both internets are bad, it's a sad day. The event in this case is the object that describes the event that happened on the element. In this case, the event is mouse over happening on the object. So you are using event to essentially say mouse over dot button. Button isn't in scope for the function event. Interesting. It's only defined in the outer for each. The callback doesn't automatically inherit it. You use event dot because you are referencing the specific button that was mouse overed. Okay. Gotcha. Gotcha. We don't want to just go back to the button. We want to go back to the event that was generated because the button was mouse overed. And then now that we know what event we're talking about, we also want to say, well, what was the target of that event that we're talking about? And that target was the button. And since this is not automatically inherited, I would really love, I don't know, this, yeah, I would love for this to be indented. Like, that makes more sense, right? Oh, now it's commented. Whoops. Thank you, I guess, for auto doing that. Okay. This is making more sense. Thank you. Okay, I think I understand that. Let's see what happens. If it's fixed or not. Assuming the internet's gonna let me show you. Okay, no more breakpoint. Refresh it. Okay. Nothing may be happening. Let's see if that list gets filled out. I feel like we still have the issue of the defer not exactly deferring. Okay, debugger paused. Script node list is empty still. So that wasn't, oh man. It doesn't meet my standards to be doing a live stream that is, because at some point I just have to say, guys, like, I can't in good conscience serve you a live stream if it's like being this way, you know? I can't do that. It just isn't right. Out of morbid curiosity, what if we don't do this defer thing? Just to see what happens, okay? Defer, very interesting, very cool, but what if we don't do it? What if instead we put it down at the bottom, and then we try it? No more debugger. Well, we can keep the debugger. Okay, refresh it. Now it has 2. So really, that defer was not working, which it did offer some suggestions as to why it might not be working. Script executing before DOM is fully ready. Malformed HTML or missing closing tags. Incorrect selector logic. Pop-up not found if structure differs. Debugger halting execution prematurely. Defer itself wouldn't cause buttons to be undefined. So I mean, I don't know. Maybe defer wasn't deferring. So it sounds like we're putting it at the bottom, and we'll do whatever we need to at the top, and not try to get fancy with it. So, if we're not fancy with it, does it kind of work? Yeah. Remove the debugger because the code ends there. Okay, yeah. Wait, remove the debugger. I see what you're saying. Yeah, because we're not going to be continuing. Gotcha. Okay, let's see what happens. Okay, we're hovering things now. So yeah, so the problem was that the node list wasn't node listing. Oh my goodness. Well, we've made a game today. No, we can do more. It's crazy that it moves the other one. Wow. Guys, we did this. We made this happen. GG, let's go. We're coding stuff left and right. Nice. Great. Official front-end developer. Indeed. Hire me. Alright, well, look. I want to do more than this. I'm cool. I wish my internet was cool. You know, Schoolie, you're pretty cool too. I just have a feeling. Alright. So now if I want to do more, okay, what is my functionality? Now that at least something has happened and I'm getting a passing understanding of stuff. If I want to add a new feature in intentionally, what feature would that be and what new chaos will that ensue? If you want to send a message to console, add console. Whoa. Now the dog is why did you call it dog? Because that's just like my random example. It's kind of interesting. I can put that anywhere in the world that I want. You didn't mean dog, okay. I see. That is fair. That is very fair. Okay, so I could just say console. I mean, I'm curious. Whatever, give me a new tip. Let's go. I love debug. I'm a big debugger. Okay, dot. I say console dot. Log message here. So this is just like printing something, right? But like I could also potentially use this effectively. Like I could say like this, right? Like show me a node list like that. And then I could like refresh it and then look in the console and it would pop that out. Oh, I like this. Yes. Give me information. This is awesome. Thank you for the hydrate. Appreciate it. Yeah, I very much. Thank you. I needed that. Nice. This is great. This is good. This is very good. Have I garnished credits well enough at this point? Whatever I come up with, and look, I don't think I'm gonna finish what I want today, but in theory, whatever I come up with will go on this itch page and be a learning project that could be interacted with. And on that project, I will put these credits. These credits mean something. So Sativa streams definitely helping me out. Probably Memtooth, sorry, Moondog. Probably a Moondog in there somewhere. The console will show you. Actually, there hasn't been a Moondog in a minute. You can't just give people credits for no reason. The console will show you the nodes when you click on the drop downs. Right, totally. I think I know what you're talking about. You mean just... Oh, yeah. Oh, nice. Oh, whoa. So someone, I remember one of y'all kept referring to Arya. What the hell is it? Are these all the possible... What are all these? Just like properties? There's a lot going on in here. Wow. This is kind of amazing. It's nice just to even like take a look, like documentation. Who needs documentation? Look at this. There's a whole lot of something. I know, at least. Thanks for that tip. I mean, maybe someday I would have clicked on it, but... Got some functions or something? Wow. Really interesting. Inner HTML press me. Inner text press me. Local name. Node name. Button. This is where class list add document. Oh, when we add like the class list. So right now it's a hidden. Where would I even find that? Okay, this is nuts, but it's cool to see. Also, what is Aria? Y'all have been saying it, and now I've actually come across it, and so I need to understand it. Boolean attribute. Accessible rich internet applications. No. Oh, maybe not, no. Many of these are fully supported in modern browsers. Prefer the correct semantic HTML element over using ARIA, if such an element exists. Native elements have built-in keyboard accessibility, roles, and states. If you choose ARIA, you're responsible for mimicking the equivalent browser behavior and script. Okay. If you can use native HTML element or attribute with semantics behavior you require already built in, instead of repurposing an element and adding an ARIA role, then do so. So is this a way to like override like some kind of default behavior? And then if you do that, you're gonna exclude a bunch of other stuff unless you re-include it? This progress bar is built using a div which has no meaning. We include ARIA roles and properties to add meaning. So that's only if you're replacing something it already has. I'm kind of confused by it. I'm not going to worry too much about it right now, but it sounds useful. All content that is available to non-assistive technology users must be made available to assistive technologies. Yeah. No features should be included targeting assistive technologies that aren't accessible to those not using them. The above progress bar needs to be styled to make it look like a progress bar. It sounds like a lot of work. No code succinctly explain best use case for ARIA. Not that I even fully understand what it is or why it is. But I know that it is. Custom UI components. So it's specifically an accessibility edition. Gotcha. Okay, that's a little bit more clear to me now. Got it. Just for accessibility. Don't worry about it. Yeah. Understood. Will do. All right, so what do I want to add to this? Now, what I had imagined this thing would be is like, I don't know, a very simple, like, creature that you nurture because it needs things. Like, maybe we just put an image on here. Or we don't even need an image. We could just know. So we could have like feed and play. And then when you click it, there could be some values that increase or decrease. And then like calculate like a happiness. I don't know. Now look, I know this is going to take a lot of time, but I want like a concept here. So concept is this. Feed. This is a button. Trust me. And I guess I kind of prefer them. So this is probably going to require some like a lot of adjusting to get it right. Feed, play, and then they can have their optional pop-ups underneath. Pretty unnecessary, but really just for the sake of practicing things is why it's even there. You know, it could even say +1, and then like maybe it's like incremental style, where there's a way to earn more, so it actually increases it. Probably be what I would use that for. Hidden increase amount, or whatever. I still gotta be a little game devy about it, you know? I learned very fast? Thanks. This took you a few weeks to get started from HTML. Thank you so much. I mean, look, you guys help me be faster. And yeah, I do just love learning these kind of things. I really enjoy it. Thank you, that's very nice of you to say. But you guys helping me makes a huge, massive difference. Feed, play, hit an increment amount, hit an increment amount. And then I want to track some values, right? Maybe we could have a nice little table here. It's not going to be nice. It's going to be pretty ugly. But it's also going to be a table. Undeniably a table. And in that table, we can have hunger, fun, and then like overall wellness. Hunger, happiness, and then health, well-being, perhaps. So this is going to require a little math to be in there. But that's why I'm not necessarily expecting myself to finish it today, but certainly get a start. Okay, this is different. We'll make it a different color. So these will be some values. So whatever it's gonna be, some kind of number amount, some kind of number amount, some kind of number amount. Whatever that makes sense to make it equal. I think you can probably select all of this at the same time. Yeah. Dope. Okay. And then that just will increase it. And then over time, these values automatically decrease. So I would want this and this, so let's say decrease over time. Gotta get a little game devy with it. That decreases over time, and that decreases over time. Both of those do, right? This feels like the good old days with Dreamweaver. Whoa, I remember Dreamweaver. I totally downloaded Dreamweaver, 100%. It was cracked, okay? It was a cracked version of Dreamweaver, obviously. And I did stuff, but I didn't know what I was doing. I had no idea what I was doing. I was just taking up space on my hard drive at the end of the day. Yeah, right? Just like, we're going real simple here. Simple as getting a pimple. Not complicated. You know, because I feel like so much of this has just become about work. You know, like, what does this Fang company expect you to work on and put together? You know? Caught in 4K? Wait, what was caught in 4K? What got caught in 4K? Oh. I cracked Dreamweaver when I was like 12, okay? I didn't crack it. I used a crack. Low-key, I was actually one of the most notorious crack distributors. Okay, that could be taken in a lot of different ways. So we're gonna wrap that convo up. So you know, it's nice to just like be doing something. I like the point you're making, right? It's nice to be doing something where it's not about, you know, keeping my job. It's just about the simple curiosity of doing stuff. It's nice. Okay, those will decrease over time, and then this is going to recalculate based on decreasing stats or whatever. So this will look at what's going on, on the hunger and happiness, and then recalculate itself. So there's some things to list. There's some events happening. So we're probably gonna want like a schedule of some kind, something that runs every so often. And then that will reduce these numbers, and then pressing these buttons will increase it. So I think what was probably the simplest thing to make right now is going to be, or like the next step, arranging these in a way that makes sense, and then having those buttons. Well, I guess I also would want to create the table and then make those buttons increase the number. I feel like that would be a nice next thing to do. Okay. So obviously this is not the same way. So I probably want some kind of table to make sure this one's here and that one's there. I mean, I guess you can always put them in the same spot. Also, nothing's in the center. Everything's just all over the place. Like I kind of need some style behavior here. Or maybe I skip that. I'm trying to learn JavaScript today. Maybe I just don't. I mean, I could reference other things. Maybe I do that. Let's see what I've done elsewhere. So like this is all centered. This is all centered with margins and everything. And I think with a lot of that, we're using like a P style, P class, text center. So this is actually something. Either that's defined by itch.io or it's like standard. Like that's a class that means something. How does it, from where does it get its meaning? Watching you do this makes me zealous enough to do it myself. Do it! Do it! Do it! I hope you do. Okay, so we're gonna just do some really, I'm gonna try to like basically, like in a basic way, get all this stuff kind of organized a little more. Now I gotta think about how this affects the code too. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. I could just break everything. It's very possible. So I kind of want these in the same div. Which arguably makes the container constant not necessary, but maybe it also is kind of necessary in case, especially if I change it. I'd actually be curious just to see what happens, you know? So what if I get rid of this? And we now have the other button just blended inside. How does that change it? Yeah, it definitely breaks it. Big time. Massively. It does see button 1 and button 2 quite well. So what I'd want to investigate now, I mean, I almost feel like we don't want to, wow, this is messy. This complicates it a lot more. I mean, if we only have this many buttons, we could just point it to the specific button. I know. So for now that I've moved it out of the container and it just is, they're sharing the same container, I feel like we can just define the container, right? This is kind of crazy. Okay, so have I learned? We'll see. Okay, I don't know. I know what I do. Okay, I'll tell you what I do know. We're gonna put this back for a second. Just put it back. Okay? Save it. Make a commit right now. Basic. We don't need this one, actually. Let's actually delete that. Basic. Hovering. Implemented. Hovering pop-up implemented. Stupid simple. Just to save this point, so if things really go bad, I can at least come back. Okay. So go ahead. Burn it down. Break it into bits. So if I do a constant container, now we have one single container, and I could call this container button container. We only have one anyway, but at least we're being more specific. So this is the button container. I'm even gonna call this button container. And it equals document query selector I think we need to tell it it's a class. Button container. Give me a log. I want a log for everything. Log all the things. Can we even just say log button container? This could probably be reduced a little bit, right? Just say button container. Just say buttons. It's already defined up there. Okay. Then instead of redefining container here, we want to look at the event and the target of that event, which is that button that we've iterated through, Now this is looking for its closest container, but we already know we don't need to. You don't even need to do that. You don't even need to set that. Let's get out of here. Don't need it. Don't need it. So just find, but we do need something, right? Because it needs to know which pop-up. Otherwise, it's not going to know which one we're talking about. I'm trying to apply what I learned. I'm trying. Okay, I need to look at what it was again. Event target. So we define what container is, and then we say container query selector. So this time, pop-up would just be event target query selector, I'm guessing. I feel like we don't even need to define the container at this point. I mean, I guess I could iterate through things that are only in that container, because if there's other buttons, I might want to know that they don't need pop-ups, right? So look at the target of the event and grab the pop-up. I don't know. I don't know. Let's see. Let's see how broken it is. Or not. Oh, yeah, give me some errors. Cannot read properties of null. Reading class list. Okay, let's see what button container. Button container is quite nice. It has everything in it. I feel like you can still look through button container though. Like, why are you ignoring button container? It's useful. It exists. Like, could we even say button container? Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh my goodness. Because the event isn't part of the button container, so that doesn't make sense. Tell me what pop-up is. I know that it's wrong. I want to be wrong. I want to feel wrong. That way, once it's understood, I can circle back and make it and recognize in the future. Don't do it like that way I did it that one time when I was suffering. Okay, so I'm going to put a log here. And this time we're going to log pop-up. So that's not even going to start to become defined until we hover over it. So it's possible that that log doesn't even bother because we run into an issue. I don't know. Let's see what happens. It logs null. So that literally finds nothing. What's up, Edward? Welcome. I'm learning JavaScript today. Still making a little bit of a game out of it, but I just want to get vanilla, basic, fundamental JavaScript stuff as something that I understand. So I'm making a little something, but it's like the first time I did GDScript today, except JavaScript. How you been? Scratch is built on JavaScript. That is pretty cool. It's crazy. It's a lot of JavaScript. How's your game dev been going? Event target query select. Okay, so this returns nothing. Absolutely nothing. It has no idea what I'm talking about. So let me work backwards this way. Okay. Get rid of all this for now. What happens if we do console log event? you know, now that you guys have given me some of these tools, I'm curious to like pick it apart and figure out how to use those tools to like achieve things that are nice. Oh, I want to indent this. Nicer that way. You're learning JavaScript too? Let's go, school! We got this! We got this! We're JavaScript pals! Let's go. JavaScript pal fist bump. Awesome. Yeah, I think Tuesdays I'm gonna keep coming back and learning JavaScript, at least during this month. Next month I'll be doing game like jam stuff. Bump. But every other month, I think I'm gonna keep sticking with JavaScript. So I'll be here every week on Tuesdays on the even months doing JavaScript. Okay, what do we got? Did I save it yet? I just want to see like what the log outputs here. Mouse event is trusted true. Okay, so we're getting a mouse event. What's up, Naderhead? How you doing? Thanks for stopping in. Learning some JavaScript. Experimenting around, see what happens. So okay, we have the mouse event here from element HTML. It sounds very general. It sounds highly general. Child nodes node list 3 head text body. That's all in the event. Wait, just the entire project just exists within event. Oh, there's target button 1. This is very interesting. So there's the target. This is good to know. Type mouse over. Ooh, that's interesting. That even makes me wonder if we couldn't consolidate these two into one by saying which type was it? Is it a mouse over? Is it a mouse out? Depending on which type it was, do this or that. But let's not go there yet. Okay. So that's the event that pops out. I want to find the pop-up. But here's the thing. The pop-up isn't a child of the button. It's just below it. It's just in the container with it. And they're all in the same container. So really right now, there's no association between this pop-out and that button. There's no relationship between them, other than one is below the other. So I need to define what is the relationship between this button and that pop-out, and this button and that pop-up. Now, I don't have a full breadth of JavaScript tools in my brain to know how to do that, but I can try to imagine what might be nice. So I could wrap both of these in something, in a container of their own, which actually would probably be a good idea. I probably want to do that anyway, because what I'm trying to make is, if I can find it, which I probably eventually can. Nope. What I'm trying to make is this. I want a little, like, incredibly simple Tamagotchi kind of thing. So we have hunger, happiness, well-being, feed, play. This will increment it. When you hover over the button, it pops up how much it's going to increment it by. So I'm going to want this to be organized so this is below that and that's above that. So I might as well define some kind of container. I can do like if you make it like a little table, I bet you could refer to the table, right? Like, why not? Okay. I'm going to get a little crazy here. We're going to get a little crazy here. So what if I say this is a table? We don't really need this anymore. It was just for fun. And then, okay. I just wrapped it before I was ready for it to wrap it. Can you not do that? Okay. Cut that out. Put this down here. So, you know, the thing is, we're not just learning JavaScript. We also have to learn how to structure the things that the JavaScript is describing simultaneously. So it really is like this whole package kind of thing. Okay. We can go ahead and call these feed and play. And say that this says hunger +1. Now I want to at some point make that like a variable. So that's that's down the road. That's down the road. Happiness +1. So now I have these in 2 tables, but we're not describing any rows or anything. So I know we have like table data. That's like a thing. I think that's what, I assume that's what, again, so I have like rudimentary HTML knowledge just from living life as a person on the computer. But that doesn't mean I like know exactly what these things mean. I think that means table data. And then I've deduced that this means table row. So if I want this to be, whoa, if I want this to be a single row, we might define it like this. And then let's say I want this to be another row, we might define it like that. Huh. So autocomplete, it's just like I do my own thing. I have to turn that off. Okay. So we got this row, that row within table data. Now because I'm me, I kind of want to go confirm while we're on the subject. Does TD mean what I think it means? Table data. Does it say table data cell? It defines a cell that contains data. That's not what I thought it meant, though. So it goes within rows? Whoa. Is that how I do it over here? Oh, I had it backwards. Okay. So is TR row? Table row. Yeah. A row of cells. So technically what I want is a TRTD here. Don't put that there. Don't put this here. So something like that, perhaps. Then I gotta copy it all. So grab this, pop it there. Dang, I knew we had too much internet. I was like, it's gonna rear its ugly head eventually again, isn't it? It did. But it's back. We got goofy internet today. It be like that. I really do. But you know, at least it didn't, like, wobble a bunch. Yet. We're back in the game. Back in the game. It's all good. It's all good. Okay. Thanks for your patience, guys, with that. That's what this is up here. It should be around 8,000. Plus or minus 1,000. When it starts dipping below, things get weird. Okay. It's one of those days. You know, it's one of those days when I got the internet kilobits per second up there. Okay, so this should be the same, and I'm just trying to visually see if this achieves what I want. We know functionally it's not going to be there, but right, because you're making those 2 separate rows. No, you want these to be the same row. So don't put that there. Don't put this here. I really think you should do that. Gotta get my indent game down. Oops, I covered up the internet. It's very frightening. Like, is the internet dead? Not yet, not yet. Oh, it is jumping though. It's like, you covered me up. I'm upset. Okay. So we might be in for a few bumps here. So we have table row, table data, which is all this. One of those cells, so it's a cell. One of those cells is feed. The other cell below it is hunger. So something like that. And then we want to do the same thing here. So we're ending TR way down lower than we were. I don't like this. I don't like this little, like, row freeze up here. Oh, actually, I guess I do like it, because it's like telling you how. You know what? I actually do like this. I needed to understand it to appreciate it. Okay, cool. So whenever I scroll up and down, VS Code is just telling me which, like, nest I'm in. Actually, that's awesome. Carry on. Okay, so then this isn't a separate table. This is all the same table. This gets confusing. Okay, same table. Let me go over here. It's more space. We start the table. We start a row. We have a cell, which is feed. We end the cell. We have another cell, which is hunger, +1. We end the cell. Then we want a new row. No, we don't want a new row. This is new data. But that's not gonna work. You want them next to each other, right? And in this case, you want one on top of the other. So I almost feel like instead of you don't want this to be a separate bit of data, you want this to have like a new line between it or whatever, right? Just take me down a line. That's it. So you could even do like a paragraph class instead of a span class. Then it would automatically create a new section. Although it might move it down a little further than I particularly want it to. We could always define the margins. So maybe we say P class and we can adjust it later. And then end that with a P closing tag. So that's the data for the first cell. Okay. Pop into there for the next data. So we have one here and one there in the same row. 2 cells in the same row. Button 2. Don't end the data yet. Don't end the row. Don't make a new row. Don't make new data. Instead, we're going to change span, which I don't think we're using anywhere else. Yeah, so we're good. We're going to make it a P class. Make sure it has happiness underneath that. And then instead of span, we're ending the paragraph. And now, we end that cell. And then we're going to end the row, and we're going to end the table. And then we end the div. Whew. Let's see if that looks correct. Better, much better. And then of course we could try to define the separation between them. We could center it. I guess I'd be kind of curious how to do that. I mean, I feel like I need to define these things. Like, that's not just gonna work. I think I would need to define that like up here. So if I make a center style, I don't have a clue. I don't have a clue how to do that. I don't know that there's any CSS in those documentations. Maybe. I mean, let's see if display is in there. Yeah, it's okay, they got it. So then how are we gonna center? Center an element, CSS. So just put that as it's just a part of container. Display flex, align items center. What does display flex mean? A flex box. How to center one box inside another using flexbox and grid. Whoa, this is some stuff. Okay. Justify content, align items, height. To center a box within another box. First, turn the containing box into a flex container by setting its display property to flex. So item. Whoa. It's kind of cool. Hey there, Rorik. Welcome. How you doing? Thanks for coming on in. That was loud. Hey, it's Rorik. Welcome. I'm JavaScripting today. We're deep in a web dev hole. Now, it's very simple, basic, fundamental, just having fun type of stuff. Specifically, I want to make something very, very simple. A little Tamagotchi thing, incremental game. We have a feed button, a play button. You hover over the feed button, it shows a hidden increase amount. Hover over the play button, it shows a hidden increase amount. And then a hunger and a happiness that go down all the time. And then you press those to make it go up, and then it calculates a y-being. Or a y-being, a well-being. Why am I interested in JavaScript? Yeah. So there's a community build-along project event that is in the works. Super, super excited about it. It is going to entail y'all coming up with a theme that we all make together. Or let me rephrase that. A theme that we all vote on together. And then a game jam where we all prototype games based on that theme. And then the prototype that wins that game jam will be the game that we all build together at once. And I've started working on this repository that is private for now, but eventually y'all will be familiar with it, where you can propose features to the game to change, to add, report bugs. So I've just been kind of building up this GitHub page. And when you create a new feature, Rorik's new change. All right, we'll just drop some things in there. We're not gonna make it super fancy here. Meet the requirements. And so when we fill all this out, a little bot, I vibe coded. I didn't really vibe code it, but I found examples online and had ChatGPT help me make this work. So it was like a YAML file on GitHub, and it includes a lot of JavaScript that makes this work. So now it's going to be voted on by code reviewers. So if people, or art reviewers, whatever, if people propose something, we can have a structure in place where somebody is, or several people, right now there's 2, review, is this a high priority, is this medium priority, is it low priority, and etc. So this whole functionality is primarily JavaScript. So I can come in here, I can say, no, Rorik, and comment that. I would never. And now it's going to, well, maybe. Now it's going to update it and change all that data. Again, it's using JavaScript to figure that out. Now, I didn't write that code by hand. I had a significant dose of help from the internet. And so now if I go back to that code and I try to adjust it, it's going to JavaScript. It's going to, is that like a Khajiit saying it? I won't be able to understand it, right? Like, I can't maintain this, I can't improve it, I can't add features with going back to ChatGPT and begging it to do it for me, and making sure it understands all the broader context that it doesn't understand so it can function right. A little cattail. Oh, there it goes. So I really, really want to understand JavaScript so I can set up features like this and maintain them and improve them properly. One of the main things I really want to do is make, so that poll I talked about where we all vote on a theme, I want it to be a poll that, and I had been talking about this a long time ago, but now I'm actually going to try to pursue it. A poll where anyone can go and suggest a topic, and then everyone will be able to vote on the topics that others suggest. It's going to need to have a bit of moderation, some kind of authentication, so there's a lot of steps in there. But I'd love to make it using JavaScript, and I don't want to incur the tech debt that I have with a tool like this by not understanding it. So that's why I'm trying to learn it, so I can help manage our own community events a lot more effectively, and stuff like that, to answer your question. And so I'm just gonna kind of give myself a fun little silly game to make, or two, to help solidify some fundamental concepts. I'm not using a library other than like Node.js, nothing fancy here, just looking at vanilla JavaScript, HTML, CSS, and seeing what I can make work or not work. Okay, so I want to center this, but I should probably make that endemic to the button container, I guess. If this documentation is giving me any clear indication. Yeah, dude, the build along event's gonna be crazy. It's a lot. It's a lot. I know, it's exciting. So this is gonna be alongside the Game Like Jam. Both are gonna happen. I'm deep pumped about I don't like that. I'm deeply excited about bringing this whole thing together. Hopefully we'll have the first one by 2026, but I do want to do like a dry run before then so we can test a lot of the systems. But we'll see how it goes. I missed one stream and we're all web devs. Yeah, I mean, I've had a lot of help. I've had a lot of help from folks about how to get where I'm at now. And now I'm just sort of taking what I learned and trying to morph it into something more what I want. So I would show you what we made, but of course, as happens, it's now broken because I'm trying something else. And, I'm sure we'll get it back to working again. So I'm getting the feed. We did have the hovering working via JavaScript, and I broke it by changing how the buttons were organized, which raised a bigger question of like, maybe I need to organize them better. So I'm trying to organize them well, so that way we don't run into issues when I try to label them later. And now I'm bumping into how we center things and stuff. Like on the Game Like Jam page, I use HTML and I center things, but Itch already has a CSS style called text center. So I can use text center and it just works, right? But I don't see the CSS, so I want to try to replicate that so it does things that I need. But I'm kind of liking the idea of not just having a generalized center. I don't know, maybe that is nice, but maybe actually making sure the button container just has the centering. Hey Kai Guy, welcome. You're thinking the same. Strange seeing you do web dev. Where? Who am I? Where are we? It's all coding, but I think of it as a whole different world. It is. I mean, it is, right? Like, I feel like we as programmers tend to focus in on like very specific areas, especially from a professional standpoint. And like, that's our skill set, that's what we do, and that's what we know everything about. So that way, the back end people do their thing, the front end people do their thing, the application software devs do their thing, web devs do their thing, right? And it's like this very separate kind of thing. But you know, I want to do a lot of things, and I don't have to do them all super well. I just have to do them well enough to achieve what I'm trying to achieve, which is some nice tools to let us build a community around making games. That's it. That's pretty much it. I want to build tools to help us, because like the first web dev that I started getting into in a meaningful way was hypergame.dev. And the only reason I made this website, right? The only reason that this website exists is because I wanted to keep track of a live queue. So that way, when you guys make games for the Game Like Jam, which we just did that showcase last week, whenever I'm playing your guys' games, I know what order to play them in. I can get some extra info about it. You can fill out this form. So that was like the first reason web dev was intersecting with what we're doing here. So you guys can make games and I can try them out and show them off in a way that is organized. Actually, we also used to do the Game Like Jam. Kai Guy, you actually helped me fill out this whole thing. The jam topics, that was one of the earliest things too. This is some JavaScript that I also vibe coded. So we would also use this for keeping track of all the topics that because you guys would always suggest topics every time we did the 1 hour jam. We don't do the 1 hour jam anymore. But when we did do it, y'all would suggest topics and we could never do them all. So we, as a community, built a tool that would let us keep track of the topics that hadn't been used. And then this actually has a backend, that is to say a JSON. It was kind of crazy. I actually think I still have it up here. So this wheel, this is nuts. You guys helped a lot with this, to make this work. But this wheel, we would add your guys' topic suggestions on here, and whenever the wheel would spin, this Godot project automatically communicates with hypergame.dev server, and it updates a JSON file, and it removes the topic that it landed on, and it adds all the ones that it didn't land on. So like that already was us intersecting with web dev for the community to be able to access the things we do here in a nice way. And then you could come on here and see, it would keep track of how many times it was on the wheel. You could sort it by the ones that were on there the most, sort it alphabetically. And then I even added a little shuffle that uses JavaScript, no less, to find a random one and give it to you. So this often helped if people just didn't know what to suggest. They could come through here, shuffle, and do it. So maybe that gives some clarity as to the benefit of doing web dev and why I'm interested in learning it, is to help these tools exist, and I actually can understand them and expand them without being just so confused all the time. Merging of Godot with web dev is cool and fun. Yeah, right? Yeah, they work together. They literally do. You like to do the truffle shuffle. Oh, isn't that just... I don't have much food. And then you dance? I truffle shuffle! Anyway, web dev equals sadness. Guitar Jam says, being proud of centering is a known meme. Of like getting something to be centered. That's funny. Guitar says, you're valid, Kai. Web dev is atrocious. I mean, look, it makes sense, right? Because it's been building on stuff from decades ago. And compatibility is so important that you can't just remove those fundamental systems, or much less change them. So it's just like stacks, and it gets complicated and convoluted. I don't even know that there is a better way to deal with it. Web used to be simpler. Atrocious creep. So much creep. Yeah, it's from the Goonies. Okay, actually, hold on a second. You guys have been keeping me hydrated, which means I need to deal with that which you hydrated me. Just give me a few minutes. I'll be right back. I will be right back. Enjoy the music. If you've been, like, learning along with me, working on your own projects or whatever, and you haven't gotten up, stretched your legs, got a snack, do that. It'll feel good. All right, give me like 3 minutes. I got, look at all this water. This was a full glass at the beginning of this. I emptied it, and then I'm down to here. I gotta take care of business. Okay, be right back. I'll be right back. Whoa, that's a lot of emotes. Nice, Pawn. That's the way to do it. If you've got access to the emote wall, if you're a sub or a member, you might as well use it. Back at number 3. Need to talk more, talk more, talk more. Okay. I was almost late. What does that mean? Okay. Right. Centering. Celebrating the little victories. So, I think what I want to do... You said back at 3 minutes. Whoops. Whoops. I'm usually a little late. In general. In life. Looking for something like a mandala emote. No go. Whoa. There's like a meditating person. That could be one. If I don't know why you're looking for it, but that could be one. That's similar. Okay, but do I want to like understand what these are? Like display flex, align item center. I don't want to just type it. That's like kind of my rule today. Let's see if display lists all these in here. The song that played? Oh, gotcha. I'm so desensitized to all these songs. I listen to them streaming so much. It's just like, they just feel like the sound of being here. Gotcha. It was very meditative. See past chat. Oh, this I see. When you put the you already did the meditation. Gotcha. Gotcha. Wait, which song was it? Which song was it? Not that one. Oh yeah. Just ascending, accessing nirvana, going to the next plane of existence. Yeah, I hear that. I love this. I love that one. I love that one. I gotta look for some more. It was just a matter of like seeing what YouTube approved music was in different genres. It's such a hard thing to scroll through the YouTube audio library, but if I just found like specific, very specific descriptors, and there was like an Indian word or a Hindi word that I could type in, and it would bring up bangers. Okay, oh, look at this. Oh, look at this. Now that's documentation. That's good documentation right there. Come on. Oh, that's some class documentation. Oh, wow. You gotta go get some food. Yes, you need food. Pawn once needs to chat. Hopefully. I mean, YouTube will only award so much leaderboard points an hour. Thank you for stopping in, Kaiga. Hope the food is great, though. Apply different display values. Oh, this is great. Look at this. This is great right here. Now, this is great. Oh, now the internet's not great. The internet said, "Oh, you're back." Let me wobble a bit. Let me stumble and trip. Okay, well, I'm gonna keep that in mind. Display grid. Apply. Whoa. Wait, what? You can just auto make it do it in a grid? So I don't even need to give it a table? Is that what you're telling me? Documentation for the win. Internet hiccup. That was a great party. The internet. That was a great party. It is. The internet is drunk. It's exactly what it is. Well said. And do I want the table for identifying anything? Not really. No, we have a P class. We don't need none of that. It's not really used anymore. I mean, look, my usage of it begs to differ, but you make a probably very valid point that I need to obey immediately. And so I shall. Okay. Heard. Yeah. See this? And this is where you can see, like, MySpace, Neopets. This is where I cut my teeth being an HTML developer. Okay. So I got some old ways of doing things. So this is blowing my mind that we can CSS it. Didn't see what you're on. You're into CSS layout. You see how similar it is to Godot UI layout? Is it? No? Wait, it is? Wait, how? How so? Like a VBox in Godot or something? Perhaps? Where'd my documentation go? You learned layout using tables, you're old. Me too! Me too! Like, same, you know? Welcome. Welcome. Let's be a family. You know? Likewise. And I may not be ashamed, but I am willing to change. I'm ready for change. I'm ready for change. Like, let's go. This is super great. This, I love that. Look at that. It just does it. I have no need for this table. I simply don't need it. It's not necessary. Get it out of here. It's cluttering up everything. Okay. However, but wait a minute. But wait a minute. Concepts of the layout anyway. CSS Flexbox versus CSS Grid. You can use both. Oh, you can use both? Use tables for spreadsheet type data presentation, not layout anymore. Right. Right, so then it's like, do I want to use such a thing for this data? Okay, that's kind of a spreadsheet. I don't know. But if I'm going to do this, I'm going to need more classes, right? I'm going to have to say, so we're going to have to put something in there. Flexbox gets confused. Great. Great. I mean, this kind of makes it seem like it just smashes everything together unless you define a margin. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, let's try this. Let's do a div class. So that's button container. Really, this is all of the buttons. So I guess I might even want to call this like abilities container or something. Their abilities. Do we reference that anywhere else? We sure do. You bet we do. All over the place. There's a lot of refactoring to be done. I'm gonna have to. Okay. We need to find search and replace. VS Code, search, replace, refactor, shortcut. I can't. It's too much. It's too much. Control H, replace all in files. I think we just want Control H for this particular case. Okay, so find me every button cont. There's only one left. Right at the end of it. Well, next time we have it. Control H. I don't know why it's Control H, but it is. Control have replacement. Have a replacement. Have a new one. Okay. Wait, why did this break? What is that complaining about? Button element represents a button that blows by its contents. Why is that red? Why are you red? Oh, because I forgot to finish this. Okay, anyway, so I'm making a new class, and then this is going to be the button container. Okay? Okay. So it's still got some nesting going on, but it's probably less nest or something. Oops. So these are contained in there. We do want the P class, and then we end that div. Oh my god, I'm still getting used to the literal autocomplete. It's so aggressive. It's like, I know what's best for this project. Okay. Sorry. I haven't made button container yet, but I'll want to. It's a lot of fun. I want to do more in JavaScript, obviously, but I can't help myself. I want it to look a certain way too. And the thing is defining all of these makes a big difference in how we set things up in the JavaScript and refer to stuff. So it's definitely still important to look at these. So I will. Just making sure everything's good. All right. Div class button container, different kind of button container. Same class, different container. No, none of this. Get rid of all that. We're done with tables here. Abilities container, button container. Great. Now, I gotta make it actually do things I want. So I don't just want to set a little border. I don't even care about that right now. I want to make sure this is all centered. So if I do a display, we don't want to grid on that. We do not want to grid on that. We have block, which allows some space. Inline block will wrap it. I don't know. I guess inline block sounds good to me. Don't know. We're gonna find out. At rule or selector expected. What? You what? Oh, there we go. Okay, display inline block. We'll see what that looks like. Hidden, don't really care about that. Let's not worry about this thing either. And then we're gonna have our button container, and this is where we're gonna use the grid. Okay, now back down here with our references, assuming that even looks remotely correct. Back with our references, we now have a button container, two button containers. Abilities container is where we want to check for things. So, event target is button 1 or button 2. And we want to query, but here's the thing. We don't want button 1 or button 2 anymore. We want button container. We do want button 1. You want to say which button container was this in? Right? It depends. It depends. So I feel like I want like an ID here. Like ID. I remember how to do this. Feed. ID feed. ID feed container. I don't know if I've done this correctly, but I've certainly tried. ID play container. And then we want to say for each button, we still want, I actually still want to define a container. Just a container, just any old container. Okay, okay. That's fine. All right, that's too much zoom. I get it. Any container. And then specifically, we want to fetch the event target. I already deleted it, so I got to look back at GitHub to see what was different, because we want it back. I want some of that code back, please. Whoa. Oh, I guess we want this one. Okay, container equals event target closest. Right. Let's see if I remember what closest does. Closest finds something marked container that is closest to the event target, which I can trust, maybe. Whoa. That's pretty cool, but could you stop showing all that? It's very interesting. I like it. Thank you. Okay. That's actually maybe kind of awesome. Wait, do I actually love that? No, we'll circle back. Okay. Now I want to type it. I'd rather type it. So this is gonna say if we have, I'm assuming if button 1 got the mouse over event, and we're checking the target of the mouse over event, so it'll be button 1, and I'm saying what's closest to button 1. If it is button 1, it's gonna say the closest button container to me. I don't even think you need this ID. The closest button container to me is button container. Yeah, you don't need an ID. I mean, maybe someday you need an ID, but right now you don't need an ID. I'm saying. For now we don't. What's the closest button container to me? Okay, event target, query selector, button container. Find me the closest button container, that's our container. And then in here, oops, we put this, oh, okay, all right. Whoa, no. You can just collapse a random line of code? It's crazy. So we want to say that the pop-up is container. But we don't need the event target thing anymore, right? We just want to find the pop-up. Okay, we need something else. I don't remember what that is. Query, right, query selector. That's how we find it, is query selector. That's how you find things. I'll get used to it. I feel like I'll get really used to query selector. Like I'll start recognizing it and picking up on it. It seems like a very common thing to use. Okay, great. And then we say that pop-up class list remove hidden. Okay, looks good to me. And then we literally have the exact same code here, which does make me think that we can do some kind of not repeating ourselves situation, but let's just see if it's fixed. Okay, visually, not what I had in mind. Definitely not working. Great. Why is it not working? What app am I coding in? This is VS Code. Technically, I'm using Codium, or VS Codium. Which is basically oh, that's how you spell it. Which is basically the same thing as VS Code, except it just de-Microsofts it. It pulls the source repo of VS Code and delivers it to you with less Microsoft crap. Yeah. But it's, for all intents and purposes, VS Code. I like it. I like it very much. Okay, cannot read properties of null. Reading query selector. At HTML button element. Okay, so which one is the one? So I want to get back into this console log. Is the container null? Is my first question. Didn't recognize the blue antlers. Yeah, right, exactly, right. It's different. It's a little different. I guess it's like the fork branches kind of vibe. I really feel like this could be one function. I bet you. Okay, so see if that's returning null. Hover, yep, we're null right up there. Tasty Microsoft crap. Okay, so, oh, I didn't do closest. I forgot closest. I don't know how I did, but I did. I did. Love that. Love that for me, because it seems like an easy fix. Ugh, Microsoft crap. Hey, hey, hey! Functionality returned, even though it's looking quite obnoxious. Nice. Who said I'm not learning? No, but literally nobody. Okay, but I do have a problem, which is that I want these to be next to each other. So div, that's the thing, Lees, div automatically creates a new line. So I feel like you don't want these to be div classes. I think you want these to be, you can make them, well, if you make them a P class, they'll also, so maybe we just make them span. Go back to span. Sorry I ever doubted you, span. Now, will it still be able to find it? Probably. Nope, that didn't help. I mean, it works, but, well, because you still have a paragraph right here. Right, so that's gonna create a new line as well. Can we do a span and a span? Or do we want to start going back to div? No, divs creates a new one. Set a fixed width on them puppies. Yeah, agreed. I think I understand where you're saying that. Can we just keep spanning, just span for days? Is that allowed? Okay. Whoa. It is a lot more tightly wrapped now. Yeah, fixed. Well, and then ideally, it wouldn't even be stacked like this. But yes, I do need to do that too. But what I want is I want play to be to the right of feed. But it is not doing that. I wonder, is it like the grid that's doing that? Like, what if I just get rid of all that? It is. So grid is what makes it have the space in between them. Curious, if I had put this back to div and stuff, not like that. Did div actually create the new line or no? Look, I'm just trying to learn. We're trying to experiment and see what happens. The div does, so there were a lot of things acting on it to make it look incorrect. Okay. And grid is one of them. So grid maybe not exactly what I want, unless we make the abilities container also a grid. What if it's also a grid? That's gotta be wrong, right? Whoa, there's your fixed width. That's kind of nice. And look, sure, I could just say, screw it, let them be on top of each other. But I don't want to say, screw it, let them be on top of each other. I want to desire a specific result and achieve it. So I say we just keep going down the line and use the different possibilities. So we did inline block, that wasn't great. Block makes it wider, I guess. None. Flex. I don't think any of these without more modifiers are going to achieve what I desire. Oh. Whoa. Okay, flex. Confusing. This is kind of wild right now. Do you see this? This is crazy. It almost looks awesome, but certainly not intentional. Wow, it's kind of fun. Okay. So definitely we need some fixed width, some space between everything. And it seems like when the height flex is saying that, like, when the height of a cell in the grid gets bigger, stretch everything to fit. It's like expanding. to fit. Expanding the buttons. So we gotta add some extra rules in here. Whoa. Why are there so many things? You said there was only this many. Oh, I see. For adding multiple. Box suppression. Contents. Table. Table row. All table elements have an equivalent CSS display value. What? What does that mean? List item? These keywords specify the element's inner display type, which defines the type of formatting context that its contents are laid out in, assuming it's non-replaced. The element lays out flow. Right, so flow is different from flex. Yes, of course. Wait, this is like better for older browsers? Use single value syntax. Add a fallback? Oh my god. It's kind of brutal. Flow root? What do these things mean? Too bad there's not a fun display for all of them. Whoa. So that just looks, at least for now, the same as grid. For some reason. Inline flex. I'm literally just typing them in and seeing what happens at this point. Oh. And how does that feel different from flex? It doesn't. Oh, it does. Oh, so inline is saying apply to the things or make sure it's like wrapping the box to the stuff inside. Not defining inline means that it still is like the width or whatever that it is otherwise. Okay. Inline grid. I don't know. I think that's probably the same as grid. It just wraps more. Oh, so it's not expanded to the full page. Instead, it keeps it as small as the buttons actually are. Okay. Flow, right, so what is flow? Oh, we did flow root. There is no just flow. It's not a thing, I guess. And have I tried block? So block looking a lot like grid. At least in this specific scenario. And then we can mix them together as well. What was the one I hated the least? I don't remember. Did we try inline? Oops. Oh, it's absolutely ridiculous. You've been away from active CSS dev, so it gets rusty for me. Yeah, man, I mean, it's like a whole other thing, you know? But, you know, Whatever. Oh, okay, this one. So do we have an inline flex? Is that a thing? Nice. Okay, and then what we don't like about that is that that's the thing I don't like about flex, right? Is it stretching them out. It seems like flex is doing two things. It's wrapping everything and creating space if something is not wrapped. Yeah, you're right, it is confusing. Font. That is confusing. But then I have to wonder if there aren't some other things we can add in there. Grid often always needs parent div to get declared as grid for things to work right. I mean, it seems to be at least working here. So the grid component that I have right now, but maybe I need to, it is a lot to learn. So like, I have it on the button container, and the button container has the button and the pop-up that results. You may not see changes as expected. Okay. If I did it differently, it might change differently. That makes sense. What's up, PizTech? Trying to learn JavaScript, but for now you're learning HTML, CSS for the foundation. I mean, apparently I'm also. Welcome. Yeah, I have some things I want to use JavaScript for, and unfortunately I'm a little, I guess I should like kind of table this for now. Because I am trying to learn the JavaScript, and so far we collectively have helped me find a way to make these little pop-outs happen. My very modest goal is to, probably not so modest, is to have these two buttons that give you some information when you hover over them. And then I might want to just start working on like this and think about organizing it later. It is kind of nice to take a break from the JavaScript though, then come back and see if I know things still. Have these numbers decrease over time, and then this recalculates based on how those have decreased. But ultimately, I want to make, you know, more intentional web apps, but I'm just kind of using this little play around game project as a way to experiment. And I'm not using any libraries, I'm just like ground level vanilla. Let's see what we can do. I've got Mozilla documentation by my side, y'all to put me back in line if I start coloring outside, and yeah, I'm loving it. It's fun. Hope you're having fun too doing it. It can be less fun depending on the context, understandably. So, okay, I feel like I do also want to look at like some of the other display things. Or not display things, but... Oh, that was kind of crazy. It was like actually wrapping it in the little preview. It was actually a bit surprising. Wait, where was all that other stuff that we saw? Whoa. How did all those break? Everything broke. It broke. Okay, it's back. But look, it shows you the wrapping, which is actually kind of cool. If the window is like small enough, that's pretty useful. Oh God, that's too small. Okay, now it stopped. Okay, well, I ran out of being able to control that anymore. But where was I before that was showing... Okay, you know what? Let's just look at align. Oh. Aligning items in a CSS grid layout. Oh. 2 axes of a grid layout. Oh, maybe this is how we get it the way I want it. Oops, I disappeared. I guess I'll go here. When working with the grid layout, you have 2 axes available to align things against, the block axis and the inline axis. The block axis is the axis upon which blocks are laid out in block layout. Oh, can I just, we probably want to do this. If you have two paragraphs on your page, they display one below the other, so it is the direction we describe in the block axis. It's pretty hard to read. Block axis. The inline axis runs across the block axis. It is the direction in which text in regular inline flow runs. We're able to align the content inside the grid areas, and the grid tracks themselves on these two axes. Okay. Align items on the block axis. The align self and align items properties control alignment on the block axis. When we use these properties, we're changing the alignment of the item within the grid area you have placed it. In the following example, we have 4 grid areas within our grid. We can use align items property on the grid container to align the items using normal stretch or self position or baseline position. Normal stretch, start, end, center, baseline, first position, last position, auto. Align self only. The default value is normal, which resolves to stretch for grid containers. So we have display grid, grid template columns. Interesting. So I think this is what Kai Guy was getting at. Grid are these ways to like modify. So is that like, whoa, 2? I want 2. What is this? What is that? What does that mean? Eight columns. Each column gets 1 fraction. Oh, cool. Of the available space. So all columns are equal width. I like that. Okay. Gotcha. Neat. Wow. So this is like a value I could use like anywhere. This is interesting. Okay. Heard. Understood. Gap. Might want to play with that. Maybe that's like margin like in between each column. Grid auto rows. So would this be, I don't know if this would fix it. Grid template area. What if we just start with this? How about one thing at a time? See what changed. Okay, that's not what I want. I mean, the button container, you can always get rid of that. I mean, this is interesting. So there actually are 2 columns. Like if I get rid of this line. No, there's not. Okay, so that just did nothing. Okay. Good to know. That did absolutely nothing. Align, maybe we need to get align items in there to make it matter. We're just guessing around to see what happens. I'm always trying to learn. I am. That's right. You're not wrong. Well said, Pawn. Pawn, do I need to make you a mod? That is the moddiest behavior. Okay, let's say property value expected. Once you get into the JavaScript side of things, you can do some really neat stuff. I want to. Piz Tech, we can do this. We can get into it and do neat things. Okay, so the different options for align items was normal, stretch, start, end, center, center, whatever, just see what happens. We gotta spell items right. It means. Nothing. Nothing. Okay, what if I make this 3? Nothing. What if I make it 10? Is this doing something? Okay. And we could try adding all these grid auto rows. Auto flow, auto columns. There's so many things. I'm about to ask the chat because I'm kind of more interested in learn. I don't know if this is the most valuable use of my time. I might ChatGPT this one, y'all. How about this? Suggest. What do you even call these? Properties? Be a maker. Use PX, not 2. Really? But wait, isn't this a number? Not a pixel size? I wonder what GPT CSS would look like. Right? Because, like, how is it? Probably bad. Probably bad. No, don't do a pix there. Or was that for something else? Oh, instead of here, instead of fraction. I did like the fraction idea, but maybe the fraction isn't working correctly. Like, maybe this isn't the time for a fraction. Wah. Grid template columns, 2 pixel, 60 pixel. Okay, let's try that. Let's do it. I'll try it, be a maker. Not sure what you're trying to do. Just got here. Welcome. Hello, Jackson. Thank you for lurking. And thank you for chatting. A couple months. Good to meet you. Appreciate you. Thanks for being here. Like, chatting is great, but just being here is number one. Yeah, usually I'm out here doing good old GDScript, but to help this community do more fun things, I want to make some web apps. We've been doing web dev since 1999. Okay, Be a Maker's got our backs. Okay, so let me show you what I'm trying to achieve. So I want one button over here and one button over there. And then they have this little pop-up that comes underneath it. When there was no CSS. Oh, dang. Wait, that's kind of amazing. Wait, they didn't have CSS in 1999? I thought I put the stream up on my side monitor while I'm working. I'm a Godot dev as well. Let's co-work together. I love that. It's an honor to be alongside your own journey. Or whatever you're working on. What are you working on? So rare for a lurker to pop out of the woodwork. I know it. You lurked for a year? What? Basic styles. Yeah. I'm really here to do a lot of JavaScript, but man, it would be nice if I could make it look the way I want. Fellow coworkers, yes, old Jippy, we're co-working. I'm always interested in what you guys are working on too. I may seem very into what I'm doing, but I'm here. I'm also not. I can not be here too. That is to say, I can be Zoom. I like it both. So speaking of Zoom, so yeah. So I'm not saying this isn't awesome what you've given me, but definitely isn't making the thing happen. Show you HTML. Oh yeah. Oh yes. I will do this. Gotta provide that ADHD experience. Very true. Couldn't do it any other way. So yeah, I've been putting these in some very different organizations depending on stuff. And it kind of started too because I'm trying to reference these things with JavaScript. So, you know, I don't really need actually I do need at least to reference a class for the button container and the abilities container, and pop-up. So I definitely have to have classes, but yeah, it doesn't, I don't even care what div, span, whatever makes it kind of work together. Type she. I'm making a puzzle dependency chart for a horror game I've been making with a few friends. Whoa. What do some of those words mean? That sounds awesome. Sounds like you're a very valuable asset to the team, because those are some words. Is type she something? Or is there's like a typo? Doesn't it just, it is often used nonsensically or to be humorous or annoying. Okay, got it. Wow. Playfully tease or annoy someone. It's a meaningless phrase. Well, now I know. Thank you. Look, I learned a lot of slang from you guys. Some of it I appreciate, some of it less so. I can appreciate this. You're making a puzzle horror game. Okay, wait, what is it? A puzzle... A puzzle dependency chart. What is a puzzle dependency chart? A list of all the puzzles and steps for solving a puzzle in an adventure game. Whoa, oh look at this, indie dev. It's like a thing. Look at you teaching me something. Nice, okay, this sounds really valuable. If you're, like, it's kind of like, I don't know what it is. What is it? No, we're not gonna go to X. It's too risky. You never know what's gonna pop up. Too dangerous. When Lee sleeps, sometimes the cats take over coding. They type pretty fast. I've seen the GIF, so it must be true. How's learning going? What's up, my Corey? I always want to say my orky, my dyslexia. It's what's that? It's going pretty well. Well, ready to make my own single page application yet? Not yet, but at least I know what that means. Not quite, but we do have hovering and stuff popping up. Although, you know, I actually, first of all, I gotta say, I don't mind this layout that much. But I do mind it because that isn't what I intended. It is nice, but it's not what I intended. Part of what I want to learn is how to have an idea or be assigned something. Thank you, Mike Corey. And then make it. Now, my focus is supposed to be JavaScript, and this is decidedly not JavaScript. But I'm starting to realize, I see that you got nightbotted. Sorry about that. We're pretty severe about links around here. Nightbot's so extra. Yeah, but I'll get it. Don't worry, I got it. It may not be for others to click on, but I can click on it. Kai Guy's gotta go. No! Goodbye, Kai Guy! You help someone make this in an indie project you got contracted for. I mean, it seems important. It seems like it helps you... Wait, where did the... Wasn't I on Reddit for like 10 seconds? Where did that go? Did I lose it? Am I lost in tabs? I think I'm lost in tabs. That happens. Tabs, the natural enemy of an ADHD person. So I'm guessing it just like helps you figure out like the paths or something. Whoa, did you just use this to send me code? Okay, honestly, this is awesome. I need to like recommend. What? Wait, what? Oh, you know why we never see this? Because we're always doing GDScript, and they're probably, yeah, there's not a GDScript one. This is pretty dope, though. Codepen.io. But I see, so Jackson is working on like a very legit tool right now. Just learned about it this week. It's a great method for planning so far. It's like a flowchart, but you work backwards from the main goal and you list everything needed to achieve it. I want to see like a proper one that I can actually like look at and read and think thoughts about. Give me a primer. I don't usually make puzzles. Oh my god. I don't usually make puzzles. But who knows? I might someday. A GDC talk on puzzle. There's a whole GDC talk on puzzle dependency graphs. Granted, it's almost 10 years old, but okay. It is gone. At least from that link. Wow. This is like a 2000, oh, that's 2014. That's still pretty long ago. An over 10-year-old concept. A list of all puzzles and steps for solving a puzzle in an adventure game. They're presented in the form of a graph with each node connecting to the puzzle or puzzle steps that are needed to get there. They do not generally include story beats unless they are critical to solving a puzzle. Let's build one. I always work backwards when designing an adventure game, not from the very end of the game, but from the end of the puzzle chains. Usually start with player needs to get into the basement, not where should I hide a key to get into some place I haven't figured out yet. I like to work from left to right. Other people go top to bottom. Left to right lets me put up my office wall. Unlike basement door, how do you unlock the basement door? Find the key behind plant. How do you find the key behind plant? Oh, we don't care. Find key behind plant? Well, because it's behind the plant. That's how you find it. You look behind the plant. Unlock the basement door. Open the basement door. But you still can't open it because you gotta get the oil can to make the hinges good. Interesting. And so is this for like a game that's already like, I mean, I could see if you're trying to like code like what step the player is at and like keep track of what they need to do next or something. I could see this being really useful. I would even see this being useful like before you even start writing code, you know, making sure you know all this and you keep it and you refer to it like scripture. I didn't like how that felt to say. Display grid. Oh, I should definitely give Be a Maker. Be a Maker deserves to be on here for something. Right? I mean, come on. Grid template columns repeat to, so we still want to do the fraction. We're going back to fraction. I like the fraction idea. I'm a fraction fan. I just learned about it. Right, we need the gap. Thank you for the hydrate. Can't make good code while dehydrated. You're not wrong. You can see your other pens. Click your name. Nice. This is the website I'm using to make yours. Really, it has a template when you open the page so you can see how it works. Oh, on YouTube, on Twitch, it at least lets me see it, but on YouTube, it's gone. I probably should just use Nightbot for all of that, now that I think about it, because YouTube nukes it before it even goes through. But if I'm just using Nightbot for it, at least I can get it. So maybe you could type it out in some other way. What's up, Freckles? How do you feel about custody battles? I don't feel anything, my friend. I feel nothing. I feel bad about them. Let's say that. That sounds awful. I don't do games, mostly web apps. Yeah, I'm mostly doing games, but the reason why I'm doing a web app is because here on the channel and in this community, often we have events. And it's very helpful. I don't feel anything, Lee's AI. And to help me make those events go more smoothly, I want to understand JavaScript. I've been pulling code from online, copying and pasting, fixing it with ChatGPT, and I'm tired of it. Because I go back to it and I don't know how to maintain it. I don't know how to make it do what I want. And I have to gotta go back to ChatGPT, and it's like, I hate it. So I'm trying to learn how to do web dev for this purpose. So it's definitely something I'm gonna keep learning and keep doing. You know, it's weird because we're hyper game dev, so I at least want to try to learn it by making a little game. It's going good. It's going good. At this point, I'm kind of hung up on a CSS thing, which I could let go of, but we did collectively manage to get it so I can hover over these and something appears, but I want more. Twitch working? Twitch working? Well, yeah, Twitch working. Thank you for checking. Single page web apps using React, TypeScript, HTML, CSS, Tailwind. Nice. We're going pure vanilla today. The guy who wrote that blog made Monkey Island. Whoa! Oh, that's cool. Wow, that's epic. I see. Thank you for that context. I was like, Rob. Okay, got it. The dev of Monkey Island. Grid template, I bet it is. Yeah, we'll fix it. The chart will help keep track of a bunch of conditional variables in the code. Right. The main features are done, so this will help us design the puzzles on top of our features. Smart. I like that. That's good, yeah. Event target messages just poof. Event target messages just poof? Wait, why did you say that? Sounds like we need to watch some videos. Coding train videos. We do in our own time, but I don't like watching videos on stream. I don't wanna be couple reasons. Number one, I don't like the React thing. I'm not a fan of it. Not React.js, but although I've heard some things about that too. But I don't want to be like serving other content. I don't know, it's just like a weird thing. Yeah, not on stream. Yeah, I love coding train videos. Dude, his Apple II stuff is so fun. Yeah, his videos are awesome. I have already been recommended to try out P5.js, which I think is like the coding language that he like works on and supports. But no libraries today. Okay, so looking at the code that we were code penned given by Be a Maker. Tried to talk to me about the whole event.target thing earlier, and your message poofed earlier. Oh yeah, right. I wonder if Nightbot wouldn't have been as strict about that. It's interesting. Did allow with P5.js, right? Okay, so you've got it set up. Right. Okay. Nice. Display grid to autofill. Whoa. Whoa. That's crazy, because there's also like grid auto. It's very confusing, because there's the grid auto flow already like built in there, or auto columns, right? But this is grid template columns autoed. Auto-filled, specifically. And here you're doing 100 pixels, so if I were to make that 1,000... Whoa. What if I put it back to... This is kind of fun! This is so cool! Okay, fraction is no good. This is really nice. Dude, I have to suggest us to use this all the time when we're doing these streams, okay? We're gonna go ahead. I'm gonna add this to things to use. And if y'all are trying to share code, I'll just be like, go to CodePen, you guys. Use CodePen. This is so good. And then I can play around with it and stuff, which is awesome. Okay. So this is actually somehow defining the size of the buttons. And then the gap is the space between them. It's kind of wild. You also have it on repeat. Oh my goodness. So I want to see, was that... I have to square it with the documentation. I gotta give you extra credits here. These credits will be on the project page once I post it. I'm gonna give you some extra credits. So over back on the CSS grid layout, did it have this repeat? Okay, there's repeat. But is this the same kind of repeat? Yeah, grid template oh, look at this! How it's like so hard to find these things, you know? This is why you guys being here is so helpful. Who knows what ChatGPT would suggest? Some weird thing, you know? Wow. But how do I even know that these solutions exist without y'all? Grid template columns, repeat to 60 pixels. Here it is 1 fraction repeat to 60 pixels. Repeat to 21. What do these things mean? So this is like the number of columns. You can also add the fraction. This looks so weird. Autofill 40 pics. I mean, in theory, this kind of looks like the best. Which is much more close to what you're telling me to do anyway. Wow. Okay, let's see what happens. This is very exciting. Oh. But also, maybe I have these set up in a different way, right? So that's probably where the difference is. We're YouTube ChatGPT. Way better. I mean, sometimes I like calling ChatGPT the other chat. You're the real chat. YouTube ChatGPT. What's up, Freckles? Blender recently created an extension for Godot to batch instancing their scene collection to Godot, and I was wondering if something would be possible, but with Krita for batch instancing 2D assets. I have no idea. Like, maybe. I have no idea. I don't use Krita. I have used it, but I don't use it much, and I don't make a lot of 2D things. That's a good idea, though. You should post that somewhere. I don't know if would you post that in. I don't know. I wonder. There probably is a way to do that. Like, I bet there is a way to do that. How do I find this Blender tool? Yeah, so I do connect my Blender and Godot together. They work together. They're friends. So maybe that's even what you're talking about. I feel like that's even what you're talking about. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure. Yeah, where is this tool? Where is this tool you speak of? Looks like there is an add-on. Oh, Pawn found it. Let's go. Create a batch exporter by GDQuest. What? And it's like Godot specific? What? That's so cool that we can like help people with the most random, but kind of not random because it's relevant question. That's so awesome. Okay, so obviously like I have this organized differently than the CodePen project that BeAMaker shared, right? So this is just saying button, button. Now, if I want to have a little pop-up underneath, I probably just need to like handle it differently, right? So I probably should just have like a row underneath. But again, if I change this, I'm gonna need to adjust the JavaScript. So that's gonna be different. Spent 2 hours yesterday manually exporting. You should know about this. Now, you know, sometimes those moments of pain can help us the next time we deal with it. And we'll be like, remember that pain? There's a tool. I will use that instead. Not to say that you didn't suffer, and that's bullcrap, that is something you suffered. But the silver lining may be that you will not soon forget that there's a better way. It's awesome. Thank you, Pawn. Oh my god. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, it you know, it makes me think that I need to somehow define rows here. What? You could just update this one? This is crazy. And you added the JavaScript? Whoa, we don't even need no JavaScript. We don't need no JavaScript for this. BeAMaker, a CSS wizard. That's okay. Now look, I'm glad I am very glad that we learned. See, this is exactly what I mean, Jackson. Because it wasn't, in this case, it really wasn't pain. Because now, Jackson, you also know some things about how to do that manually. You have that experience, right? Now I have the experience of, I mean, we went through so much about looping through query selector, query all, setting a function that is based on an event. Like, all of these things now are like tools that I have to some extent. And it turns out I don't even need it for this purpose. But that's okay. That's okay. On the direct child, on hover, display it. I mean, this is wow. Okay, so this is keeping it, looks like the same the way I had it. Span class, button wrapper, button test 1, span class, hover. So whatever we call that, that shows up here. So we keep that same grid template, repeat 2, 1 fraction, a bit of a gap. We define what the hover looks like, which is hidden, right? So this is like, it's like we're modifying hover. Like hover, default hover state is display none. Button wrapper. I see, right, so that's my button container. Oh, but it's a wrapper? Should I call it a wrapper? Oh, whoa. We have a wrapper instead? Okay, I do see your comment. I see it. I see it. Hopefully I'm gonna copy this correctly. Like, I want to call, yeah, I can call it whatever. I want to be correct, though. I want to learn standards and then break. I want to know what rules I'm breaking. You know what I mean? CSS combinators. Something that explains the relationship between selectors. A CSS selector can contain more than one simple selector. Between the simple selectors, we can include a combinator. There are 4 different combinators in CSS. A descendant combinator, space, a child combinator, angle right, next sibling combinator, plus subsequent sibling combinator. The descendant combinator matches all elements that are descendants of a specified element. Okay, so this isn't the one that we're using here. The following example selects all paragraph elements inside the div elements. Whoa. I'm not sure I understand where it's being used here. But that's using, oh, because it's just, whoa. So the brackets are part of what's defining that. Let me look back at the code pen. Right, so the curly brackets, got it. So it's like we have the container or whatever we're referencing, and then, or the element that we're referencing, and then a space, that's the rule, yeah. A space, so for example, div is the normal div stuff. And then by saying space P, if there are any paragraphs inside of the div, so this is the descendant thing, if any paragraphs descend from div, apply this to it. In this case, in child combinators, we're saying any paragraphs that are children of div do this. if there's a sibling of div, do this. The next siblings. I don't know what a next sibling means, but I don't know that if I care. What's the next sibling? The general sibling selector selects all elements that are next siblings of a specified element. Paragraph 1, this is the one with the div. So literally it applies it to the next one? It's so weird. And it's applying it to the next one after that. This is kind of crazy. These are way out there. The outside is the selector. Right, that's what we're selecting. Gotcha. I've never done web dev before. If anyone knows this, anything like Godot control nodes in terms of nesting? I mean, so I usually am working in Godot. I gotta say, I'm not finding this to be particularly similar. Yeah, I'm not finding it to be very similar. Like, you mean like specifically like a VBox or a margin container? I mean, kind of, right? Like, you have a margin container and you define how a margin container, how much margins there are with the stuff in. I mean, yeah, actually kind of similar, yeah. I mean, I'm sure if you've made UI in Godot, you've got node. It's like a container with the box with the container and you know, there's like, it gets kind of crazy. I think there's some similarity there. But I think instead of being like as clear, like when you look at it, like this and then this and then this and then this, it seems like here we're defining things a little less, like it's, again, there's like a little arrow pointing, right? Like this is meaning that it is applying to a descendant. So it doesn't quite look as obvious. It's not as visually intuitive. But I think fundamentally you're still applying similar properties in an inherited fashion. You know, it looks a little bit more obvious here, right? So here I have a div container. So we could call this a control node. And then this could be a child control node or a margin container, right? And so I want my button container, suppose I want it to have wrapping, or let's say I want it to be a VBox, right? So if I wanted button container to be a VBox, let's say there's multiple buttons inside of here, right? And I wanted it to put them in vertical order. So maybe, and again, I still am learning here, but in theory, right, we could say somehow display grid or something. Again, not saying this is the right way to do it, but in theory, this would be saying make the button container a VBox. So it's almost like it's a little more disjointed. Like maybe this is like our node tree in Godot, and then this is like the inspector. Yeah, so maybe that makes it a little bit more clear. Oh no! Oh no! Okay, I mean you do. I'm so sorry, you got timed out. Oh, okay, that's, we don't need that. Dear God. Thank you, BMaker, for showing me what I need to not have it be doing, because that is unacceptable. Okay, I think in links we can say, no, okay, maybe I can't. Can this not be burning my eyes out? Thank you. Timeout length, I don't even know. Actually, I don't even know. Unfortunately, I gotta stop letting Nightbot moderate the stream. How long is 600 seconds? It's not that long, right? 60 seconds in a minute. 10, is that 10 minutes? Jesus. All right, well, you can always come to YouTube. I shouldn't say that, but you can always come to YouTube. I think I just gotta tell it to chill out. I don't know, like 10 seconds. It's not a big deal. Don't freak out and crush someone who's just trying to help. One mind blown, CSS only drawings with a single div, all animations pure CSS too. Yeah, I'm curious. I guess could always give someone like permission. Oh, it murdered it too hard. Okay, give me this. Paste it in. Paste it in. How rude. How very rude. Sorry about that. It did warn you though, technically. asingledIv.com. Whoa. This is beautiful. It's interesting. You really just see like how it can do so many different visual arranging tasks. Not even, you know, just like how you were showing the hovering stuff, it's not even like a full demo of what it can do. This is awesome though. How is a streaming program workflow for you? I find it really hard to code even when hanging out with friends. I love it. I love it. This is so much. Yeah, I love doing it. Yeah, it works great. It works great for me. I mean, look, I used to come here because it helps. The reason why I even started live streaming was because I wanted to share things I was working on, right? But in addition to that, once I did it, I found that it actually helped me concentrate more. Because instead of having to force myself to concentrate, I have ADHD, outside of a stream, it gave me like an external thing. Because this is the topic today is coding this thing, right? That's what we're doing. We're coding these things. That's the topic. And so it's like very focused. Now, in terms of getting distracted by you guys is a lot better than getting distracted by myself. If I'm distracted by myself, I got a million more things to take my attention away. So I found that live streaming really helps me concentrate, actually. And then the other component there is, you know, I'm going to do some stuff off stream too. So as long as I'm not committing fully to finishing an entire project on stream, I can always work on it off stream as well. But yeah, I like it. I love it. I live by it. I wouldn't want to do it any other way because it also, you know what? It provides like motivation too. Because if I'm only working alone by myself, I think it's really easy to just kind of get burned out on the idea. But if I'm like, okay guys, today I'm working on my, you know, my ski free light game or whatever. I'm working on this game. This is the game I'm going to make. The stakes are a lot higher if I'm just going to give up on that project, you know? And it's really nice. It provides structure. It provides structure for me. Yeah, I like it a lot, personally. But I can see, like, the chatting element is distracting, but I like being a little distracted, you know? It's better than just being, like, too hyper-focused. You help balance out my hyper-focus, which I appreciate. Okay, so even though, unfortunately, Be a Maker got crushed, hopefully that won't happen again. Button wrapper hover. We want to do this because this is so much better. This is so much better. And thank you for linking me to documentation too. You're a real one. We have been treated. I must upgrade your points immediately. Immediately. Okay, so that means all of this goes in the garbage. Now, that doesn't mean we still don't want things to happen. like when the button gets pressed, right? I still want to be tracking when things get increase and decrease. So this stuff is still going to be useful. It just isn't useful right this second anymore. So I'm actually just gonna comment the whole script out for the time being, and we can bring it back in later. Okay, so I'm gonna put all this like that. That's crazy to me. We learned JavaScript and then deleted it all. Okay, I don't actually want all these buttons. We do our button container. I like wrapper. I'm a fan of wrapper. Let's put it in. No, I like it. It works for me. That does mean I would need to refactor it elsewhere, right? Obviously it's commented out, but doesn't mean I won't use it again and then forget that I renamed it. So we'll go ahead and rename it. I like it. I'm sold on the wrapper. And then up here, we have to redefine it as button wrapper. So we keep our grid template columns autofill. Now the difference is we're not doing a display grid. I'm trying to see if I can remember it. I don't know. I want to say within a button wrapper, really just anything that's in there. It wouldn't just, I guess it would just be the button. Okay. All right, no, it would be the button. Right, because the button, the pop-up, we have pop-up hidden. And so then the other thing to think about is I'm going to want to update that text too. In theory, for the final version of this, I'm going to want this to potentially become a 2 or a 3 or a 4 or 5. So I do want to make sure this has nice naming so it's easier to deal with. I gotta look at the code pen. I gotta look at the code pen. So we have our hidden display none. But that's just hover by default. So the pop-up by default, we just make it be none. Yeah, I want to make some web tools that I can use to help us have great community events. And I'm tired of relying on outside code and vibe coding. So, I'm trying to learn JavaScript so I can maintain things and myself and make stuff. And we have learned some things today. Found out ways to make these pop-ups exist. It's wrapping in a weird way. This was all JavaScript. I am now deleting all that JavaScript and replacing it with CSS because someone has educated us, be a maker, about the power of using CSS for this kind of stuff. But I have learned a lot. It's your day job! We're in good company. Yeah, it's been so cool to just be like, today I'm doing JavaScript, and then so many of y'all who are already like here and hanging out are like, oh yeah, I know that. I guess it's inevitable that the game devs are going to cross over with the web dev. Maybe it's not so surprising. Although you guys are doing it more perhaps in a professional capacity. I'm just like, I mean, it is professional, right? I want to make sure we have the best events possible. That's my job. Okay. It's different, though. So, this is our hidden thing. And we would just change it. So I guess I would want to make this be I kind of want to call it reveal or something. Nice skill to have. I agree. Now again, we're deep in CSS now, but that's okay. It's going to make our JavaScript less chaotic. Okay, so let's give it a new name. reveal. I'm enjoying it. I mean, it's new, so I don't know that I really have like an opinion on what I think about JavaScript and stuff yet, because I'm still kind of like learning it, but maybe someday I'll know it well enough that I can start thinking like, oh, I don't like that it works this way. It's trash. Powerful trash. But yeah. Still in demand. I mean, so much is built on it, you know? So much relies on it and works with it. What are you gonna do? How are you gonna get rid of it? How are you gonna where's the plan for getting rid of JavaScript? Could there even ever be a plan for getting rid of JavaScript? Is it possible? Okay, so this button wrapper, blah, 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 we don't care about that. Reveal, display none. So by default, reveal is not anything, it's hidden. However, we do want to say, oh god, I don't remember, I gotta look at the code pen. Oh, when the button wrapper is hovered. So I don't know how I feel about that, because I don't think I want to say button wrapper hover. I think I want to say button hover. I think I would rather point to that element. Yeah, I'm sorry. Welcome back, VMaker. In JavaScript, you need to wrap it in a self-executing function to be executed immediately. Wait, but I commented all the JavaScript out. I commented it out for now. But you were saying the way that it was, I mean, it worked. I'm confused. I'm gonna need more information about what you're talking about. When you need it. Wrap it in a self-executing function. I don't understand. Didn't we already have all this? Can't post links. Yeah. Yeah, there is the Discord. That's usually where we do links, but not everybody uses Discord, and that's fair. Talking about lambdas. So, like, this was the code that we had before. And we were establishing some variables. And then, in our event listener method, we made a function, an anonymous function, that just helped us remove or add the hidden modifier, which is now gone, to be fair. The hidden CSS class. And definitely, I'm interested in like functions that exist outside of somewhere like this. But I was given... I've been convinced that if it's not being reused, it's better to do it like this. Yeah. I mean, there's always different ways to do things, right? Invoked function expression. That's the thing. You know, a lot of folks, and it's tough because remember, right? I'm just starting to learn it. So, you know, if there's like 3 different ways to achieve the same thing, then I just need to know at least one of the ways. It's helpful to know multiple ways. It is. Right. So as I was convinced about it, that these, if I'm, okay, that's like a thing, IIFE, immediately invoked function expression, runs as soon as it's defined. So wait, what, okay, but what makes, okay, now I'm curious. So you are, to be clear, you're not talking about declaring a function out here. You're talking about even this little function that's right in there could also be designed. Yeah, plant, I love it. Could also be designed in this way. Or are you talking about a function that would be wrapping everything? Oh, so this was some vibe coded, not really vibe coded, but this was from a template, and then I researched and then asked for fixes from ChatGPT. There is something here that I noticed, and this seems different, where it's the script. It's weird. I don't know that it makes any sense. The script starts out with an event listener, and it checks to see if content has loaded, and if it has, then everything gets defined in there. So like all the constants, all the functions are all defined within that function. So maybe that's kind of also what you're talking about. It's passing an inline function to an event listener. An inline function. Oh, I like that better. Inline function. That's nice. It's a good way to function, yeah. But that's not what you're talking about. You're talking about I mean, what's even the purpose of it? It's promoted by Ben Allman in his blog. JavaScript should run after the document has loaded. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I have no idea whether I think it's a good thing that it's in there or not. Wow. So all scripts should be at the end before body. Yeah, right. So that other document function would just be if it wasn't at the end. Then that has more value, perhaps. Yeah. Otherwise, they block rendering. Right. Function, when invoked, creates a new execution context. Because variables and functions defined within a function may only be accessed inside, but not outside that context, invoking a function provides a very easy way to create privacy. Because this function returns another function that has access to the private variable I, the returned function is effectively privileged. What? Function make counter. I is only accessible inside make counter. Right. So like local. Yeah, I get that. Now, whether you define a function like function foo, variable foo function equals function, what you end up with is right, so this is what we were just talking about. There's that or this. What you end up with is an identifier for a function that you can evoke by putting parentheses. Define like, so can be, when you wrote JavaScript, you always wrapped it in that, just always. Oh, I kind of want to use TypeScript. TypeScript, because so like, I've gotten very accustomed to statically typing everything, and I quite like it. And I do feel a little crazy not like typing everything. And React, gotcha. Can't write JavaScript anymore. This is very confusing. This is very confusing. Not easy to debug. All right. Well, you've planted a seed. Consider it planted. Okay. So comment all this back out for now, and let's see if I can actually get this implemented in here. yeah. Thank you for trying. Okay. So what's going on over here? IE says, IIFE is really scoped for scope variables and functions and other advanced stuff. Not recommended. Right, so it sounds like a way if I want to access stuff that I'm not able to access, it will help me structure it so it is accessible, whether it's a variable or whatever. That's like the vibe I get from it. Is this like a tool for adjusting scope? Maybe? At least? So like if I had, right, so like if I wanted, and I was thinking, you know, this could be combined, right? So if I wanted to put these in the same function and I wouldn't have to redefine container or something, but I probably would. Anyway, I'm not gonna, please don't. Okay, let's at least get this. I gotta get this hovering. That's on me. Here we go. Ability container, so this, we don't even need button wrapper. I want to try just using button, right? Because I don't actually want the wrapper to get hovered. I want the button to get hovered, and then things happen. And so before we start curly bracketing it in the CSS, we add this little combinator to say descendants of the button. Which, is that a descendant of the button? No, it is not. It is a sibling of the button. That's different. So there was a combinator for that. Next sibling combinator. It'll definitely be the next one. I kind of hate that, the idea of like arranging it, but it's content flow, right? Flow content. So it kind of makes sense that things appear one after the other. It's not that bizarre. So we're probably okay to do this. Again, I'm used to this. I think that's one of the bigger new things that I'm dealing with versus working with, you know, game engine code or game design code, is the concept of flow content. But I guess if I think about a node tree, right, like we were talking about earlier, control nodes for designing UI in Godot, it's okay. We're back. We're here. Don't worry. It's okay. F, yes, F. We have returned. Oops. Why did I post that? I didn't mean to post that. What is that? We don't need that. I meant to post this. Okay. There we go. Sorry about that. We're here. Everything's good. It happens. It happens. Okay. Today we're on the inferior internet, because the better internet is inferior. And this inferior internet sometimes just does that. Okay, so I do want a sibling here. Your advice is to properly use constant and let for variable scoping instead of older variable. There's a variable in JavaScript. So, I mean, okay, but a variable is nice, right? If you want the value to change and you want to save it. So it has its place, no? Okay, so I'm thinking we want to do a sibling, which... And I'm also thinking I need to keep a closer eye on W3 School's documentation. Oh, plus. Plus we'll find the next sibling one. So we say, when the button is hovered, update reveal so we have to clarify the thing that we're it's very kind of abstract in a way. CSS selector contain more than one simple selector. Right. The descendant combinator matches all elements that are descendants. So is this essentially saying that whatever the sibling is to the button on hover, update the reveal of that sibling, update the reveal class to, instead of being display none, display something. Block. And expect something from me. I don't have it. Okay, there, like that. Is that gonna work? Is that gonna be broken? Refresh your code pen. I mean, I will say, this is working. Look at that. This is crazy. No JavaScript. Love that. Makes sense, and I see now. This is really, I'm so glad that you came through and suggested this, because it's like, this is like, CSS is a better tool for this job. Oh, you added some code specifying the function thing. IIFE constant handle click event alert button with ID event target ID was, ooh, I like this. Oh, I like that. And then we iterate through and we can do stuff. So this is, it looks like this is like two different ways of dealing with it. Wait, this is kind of crazy. We established the constant, handle click, whatever that. So we're calling it handle click. That's just the name of it. Establishing the constant, creating an arrow function that gives us an alert. Okay. And then it just does everything kind of normally. But, so, okay. Yeah, this makes sense. Yeah, I gotcha. So it's just like a different way of doing it. I hear you. Okay. But this is very nice. This is very convenient. Now, if I want it to be organized in the same way, I gotta check the other part of your code pen. So I can just kind of move on with it. Yeah. Interesting. I like that. No, because I see like that makes it a little bit more like modular in a way, which I very much appreciate. We might circle back to this, honestly. Whoa. But one thing at a time. One thing at a time. So I do very much want to see this not look like that. Right. That's probably part of it. Okay, let's see how that adjusts it. Nice. Ooh. Okay, alright. Okay. Alright. It's different. It's definitely a different look. We got some adjusting to do. What if I get rid of this line, by the way? What is that like? Nice. Much better. Much better. Love it. Yeah. Position absolute. Okay. Now that box is getting awfully large. I was hoping that it wouldn't behave this way. And we can just give it no border, right? Border is not necessary. In fact, I mean, to some extent, a border could be nice. Let's also give this a style. Although I guess we could just give pop-up. We could just, no, you don't need to put styles. Yeah, we gotta make styles. Put it in here. That's what it's for, right? Now, if this is gonna override it, that's actually something I'm curious about. How do we actually modify font size? I don't know. Let's find out. CSS. Right. But surely we can adjust this. Over here, right? Somehow. Font family, font weight. Right, but these are, maybe I do have to put it in line? Because all of these are showing inline usage of this. It's kind of crazy. But maybe we can do it like that. Oh, semicolon. Right. Is that why it wasn't showing up? That's why. Semicolons. Gotta get those I might as well just always put a semicolon. Gotcha. Okay. So whatever you want. Okay, and then what I'm curious about is that getting like overridden or anything? You know what I mean? Oh. I think I might have missed some. Oh, some YouTube comments. There we go. Sorry. Oh, geez. I didn't ignore your messages. I didn't see them. Sorry about that. Do you need that? Yeah. CSS. I mean, yeah. Apparently we don't need to be JavaScripting all the time, which is part of what I want to learn. Otherwise, I might be just putting all kinds of crap where it doesn't belong. Oh, nice. So it only is overriding the display. Cool. So if I were to come in here and say, make it 1, it's going to show up as 1. Wow. This is fantastic. It's getting better. It's getting less bad. Cool. So I do not want to obsess over this. I don't. I want to do more JavaScript before we stop. I have more I want to do. I feel like Be a Maker has helped me a lot here. Is this for web game or a documentation project? This is for a web game. Yeah. So ultimately, I want to learn these skills so I can build tools to use for our community purposes. That's why I want to learn it. But just so I am not... So I want to do kind of a low stakes thing. Little game that isn't actually that serious or that important to help me learn some fundamentals. You can't give me all the answers. You can't give me all the answers, Be a Maker. But it is kind of helpful, though. It is actually helpful, especially for the CSS, which I want to move on from anyway. Any mechanics in mind for this game today? Yeah, so the game is going to be... there's more than I would like. Think of it like a little like Tamagotchi pet caring thing. So you're gonna be able to feed or play with it, and it's gonna show you how much it increases it, which it does, but I'd love that increment amount to go up based on something, right? You earn enough, maybe like the pet earns you money and you spend the money to buy more food and you can increase the food amount. So it's going to be kind of like an increment game. And then the hunger and happiness will decrease all the time. And then the well-being will be calculated based on that. Basically. That's the base idea. And then could always build on it, but really just for like a little learning kind of thing. All right, be a maker, doing all the work for me. You're like my little chat GPT, which I have to keep in mind I might not want. It's very important. Continue to hover. You can. Why don't you use CSS file? Welcome. Yeah, so the reason why Paul here, I'm not using the CSS file is because this is just a learning kind of thing. And so for now, I'm keeping it all on one page, so it's just easier to like follow and look at, but I totally would if I were like making something for real. I might even like build this out here in one page and then break it off into its own file. Yeah. That's pretty much the reason. But I totally would break it off. Let's name this creature as a community. Wait, what? Oh, the creature? Well, see, if I had my web tool, right? This is literally the tool that I want to make is a poll where you guys suggest the poll topics and then can vote on them. It's like literally we could use that for this. You see? This is why I want to make it. But I will hear your ideas. I will hear them. Okay. No. No, thank you. I feel like I need to start going straight JavaScript. Get back into those tasks. So the button wrapper, give it a relative position, is going to solve all my problems. That's a pretty simple one. I can handle that. I can allow that. Okay, so button wrapper. So what is, now I gotta look it up. Let's see if it works though. Nice. Okay. Still kind of popping it up. I don't know that did anything. I don't think that did anything at all. That's okay. It's fine. Let's not worry about it right now. I'm gonna start doing more JavaScript. So, okay. I need values. Let's even just expand this out a little more. I'm gonna get rid of the border so it looks less crazy, and we're not gonna worry about adding a border right now. We're just gonna skip that. We're gonna skip that. I don't want to get obsessed with styling. I've been obsessed with styling for too long now. I'm tired of the styling. So this looks great. Totally fine. I have no problems with it. It's fine. I am kind of curious though. What would happen if I tried to center this? This is a simple one. This is a simple one, okay? Oh, whoa. Okay. See, I think this is more fun than getting the answer, you know? Like, just try stuff. See what happens. And then I can dig into the documentation and see what it is. Backseating helps to a point. To a point. And then sometimes it doesn't. Look at all this. Look at all these options. Stuff for days. Okay, but I don't want to worry about it. So that's a whole can of worms. Let's not think about it. What happens when the button gets pressed? When the button gets pressed, a number is supposed to increase, but there is no number to increase. Now we can use a lot of these things to create the next bit, which is going to be not the abilities container, but we'll say stats. Let's just call it that. Creature stats. Creature stats. So there's not going to be buttons, but there is going to be stats. So we could call it stat wrapper. And it's going to be a number. It actually has a couple of things. On the top, it describes what it is. So on the top, it would be hunger. And then below that, so I'm probably going to want to wrap those. Well, that's not going to change. That's always going to be constant. You know, maybe someday we could expand it to have more like sections, but for the most part, this is going to stay the same. So I might want to style that text in some fancy way, but for the most part, let's just keep it hunger for now. Maybe I'll all caps it so it's special. It's special. And then beneath that is the dynamic value. So instead of pop-up reveal, I'm going to call this, so this isn't really stat, what is stat wrapper? No, it is. This is stat value. And I mean, obviously this is not a dynamic number. So this is going to bring me, once I get this sorted out, this is going to bring me to a JavaScript task. How do I get this number to be dynamic and changing? It might even, I think it's going to be easier if we just try to increment it first before getting it to decrease. So let's make it 1. And I'm going to grab all of this and we're going to replace that. So we have another creature stat here. We don't need the div class actually. Just this. Just that. That'll do. Okay. Wait. Span. We're missing a span. Gotta close it. Gotta close those tags. 3 spans. It's a lot of spans. Okay. Well, there's only 2 here. Oh. That's confusing. It's just a oopsie. It's just a regular oopsie. Okay, 2 spans. Much better. And then in this case, now I kind of want to keep track of which one is which. So I think I might want to add an extra clarification to this, especially if I want it to be treated differently. Or to have like more variation in between. Jackson, do you have a name for it? I'm so curious what names you had in mind, by the way. So I need this creature stats to look acceptable, to look decent. All right, I'll let you cook. Thank you for the hydrate. I actually am going to have to get this sparkling water. It's still water, okay? It's still water. It's hydrating. It's a good flavor. Because otherwise, I would have to refill the water and it'd take me forever. Thank you for the hydrate. I'll let you cook. Go ahead. So we have a new thing here called stat wrapper. And this, it's really, I mean, maybe this is a container. I don't even know anymore. Am I looking for a humorous or cute name? Both. Because you're hungry. Feed yourself. Come on. You deserve it. Maybe you're always hungry. You'd like some tasty code, please. Extra sauce. Code? What would code with sauce be? What does that look like? Okay, stat wrapper. I mean, I kind of want it to be very similar to this. I'm going to want more columns, but I pretty much want the same thing that BeAMaker helped me sort out. It's a great question that I got no idea how to answer. I guess I'm imagining like angle brackets with stuff in, with a tag and gloop coming down. Okay, so this is gonna have 3 columns technically, but how is that gonna actually work out? If the code itself is the pasta, then the sauce is the editor. That's what I was there. I was trying to think of like what it implies. If the code is the pasta, the sauce is the editor. Maybe the sauce is like how you code it. The flavor of your code. The seasoning that you use to bring the code out, to elevate it. It makes sense to me. I'm not. Code Muncher. We had Word Muncher and Number Muncher as kids, as games. We needed Code Muncher. It would have been a good one. Editor is definitely the sauce. Okay. Alright. Very good. I'm glad that I now have a reference point for what this means. It's important. So in here we have our buttons and the pop-up reveal. And yet, the grid template is able to keep them all above and below each other. So I guess I can assume that this will also keep the stuff inside of the stat wrapper above and below. Skim Bample? Do you know what that makes me think? We need to make the creature nameable. That way you can make it Skim Bample. I like that it's like kind of 2 food things, like skim, milk, ample, and then it's just got a nice like plosive blend between it. Skim Bample. It's not, it's good. This is like a good word. I hope you know that this is incredible. We're playing this game. Okay, so let me at least, so that way we pay homage to your contribution. Okay, we must. I will pay homage to it, and potentially we'll get it in someday. So we have feed play. I mean, it would be, I don't know how it's gonna like fit exactly, but in theory, we'd want name. And you'd have to set the name. And once you set it, it's done. That's the name forever. You get one try. Honored to have you coming up with stuff. You know, maybe it's even like, so this is like a button or something. Maybe all of this isn't even visible until you name it. So you type in the name and then you press OK and everything appears. So among the potential names, you certainly could make it Skim Bample. It is simply an option. Maybe I'd want to set up some like array of like band names or like words or something. There's so much to like think about. As it usually goes. Okay. So it is enshrined. Okay, I feel like I need to give Be a Maker some more credits. And then you're not even on here. Let's get you on here. You've been saying stuff that's helpful. IE too. Okay. So I'm kind of curious to see what this looks like. Just like as it is. You know, I feel like it needs help. But where is it at? Whoa. It's really scary. It's like yelling at me. And I don't like it. It's awful. In the stat wrapper, I'd also want that to be, or not the stat wrapper, but the stats itself. So I want like an extra thing. Oh, stat value. That's the extra thing. Got it. Okay. I mean, here we have display block, but that's not what we want. I don't think we want that either. I miss tables. They're so much easier to understand. But this is better. I know this is better. How? Okay, so it's a grid like that, but it's not one on top of the other. Whereas this already organizes it that way, but this doesn't. I mean, we could do it like this. Is this terrible to do a BR class? Is that allowed? Is that allowed? It's something. Yeah, so at least they're on top of each other. That's good. They're just not next to each other. In the stat wrapper... Oh, you want creature stats. Oh, I got mixed up. I see. My bad. Okay, put it back, 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 put it back. These names get confusing. And especially you don't have container. Here, call a stats container. If you're gonna use some names, keep them consistent. So stats container, it's called stat container. Okay. Not stat wrapper, stat container. And we're not even gonna bother with this. But if we did want to do something, it wouldn't be that. Nice. Okay. Better. Better. Good. What happens if I say font? How do you even do do I want align content center? Like I want those ones to be in the middle. And ideally, I don't have to do like inline code for that to happen. But I'm not really sure what the best way to do that is. I don't think there's like a font there. Whoa. I feel like we wouldn't want to do that. There's also align self, text align. Now that sounds like what I want. Nice. Let's go. And then the text and stat container, well, you have the stat wrapper. I would want that to have a different text size, right? So stat wrapper. Oh, we got another cat. Be nice to him, please. Be nice to him. Be nice to him. Please. Thank you. Okay. Stat wrapper. Font size. I don't care. I mean, obviously, I would want, like, to have some different size stuff, but it's okay. Oh! Now it's on one line? What? How did that happen? This page is protected by browser. Oh, it would be nice. We could get dark mode if I had live server, actually. Interesting. So, like, it's only wrapping it like a grid if we shrink it down. We do have the position relative on the other wrapper, so perhaps that will help. Not here. Because, like, technically, I almost want it like rows, right? But if it's going to be rows, this doesn't define anything that makes these different from each other. The only thing that seems to be lining them up is the way that the style is applying to it. But these are really all the styles. I mean, there's the display block. So, like, if we were saying stat value, what does it mean? Why? Why? I gotta ask the chatbot why that worked. I don't know why that worked. Why does display block make its values, make its contents stack like rows in a grid? Like, help me understand this here. Do not fix things, do not change code, just succinctly answer the question. Display block makes an element take up the full width of its container, forcing any following content to appear in the next line. Gotcha. Which visually stacks them like rows. Crazy. Okay. Nice. I do actually want like a border somehow. So I guess each stat container I'd want to give a border. Okay. Do I need to give it like a color? Solid. It's a solid border. Whoa. Okay. No. Number one. And not there, please. So what if we put it in the stat wrapper? Interesting. It just does nothing. Why? Wait. Oh, picks. Gotta remember those picks. Nice. Hell yeah. Oops. What's up, Otsubari? Welcome. Thanks for being here. Yeah, so often I'm out here doing some like Godot game dev. It's typical for me. But today and for Tuesdays in the even months of the year, I'm going to be learning some JavaScript. And the reason why I want to learn JavaScript is because I want to make some like web tools that help us do stuff. Like just earlier, Jackson was talking about naming a character and voting on it. And it would be so nice if we could have this tool that I want to make, which is gonna let us, let you suggest poll options, and then anyone can vote on it, for example. So there's like a lot of little tools I want to make. And so to help me just fundamental ground level learn some of these things like JavaScript, I'm doing a little silly game, and you guys are helping me bring it together. Why don't you use external CSS file? It's a more efficient way to work. That's fair. So the reason why I'm not is because it's just like a learning kind of project, right? So like ultimately I might want, you know, better extensibility and maintainability and whatnot. But the reason is for the sake of simplicity as I'm learning it, putting something here, coming down here, making an adjustment, going back and forth. But maybe it is easier, right? Maybe I could go split, and maybe that would be nicer to have a split, you know? Maybe I should. You're the second person to ask that, which makes me think it could be nice. But really it was just like from a simplicity standpoint. But to be fair, I mean, I'm starting to question, is it actually simpler? You know, maybe we make a CSS. All right, let's do it. You know what? Point taken. Point taken. Get it out of there. Style.css. Slap it in. And then I don't know. So I don't know if there's more I gotta do other than. Wait, what's all this? Trash. I don't know if there's anything I gotta do other than make sure I define what the style sheet is. Is it like source? SRC? I think that would do it, right? Or something? Nope. Okay, I gotta look it up. Actually, I could probably just look on here. Style. Where's my style? I need some style. Give me my style back. I need it. Oh. Link rel style sheet. You knew. A new follower came and changed your mind by helping. That's funny. Yeah, I mean, that's what this is all about. Like, I got a whole list here, and you're about to go on it. So I do love sharing these little things. So whenever this project is done, I'm going to put it up on itch.io. Yay! I'm going to put it up on itch.io. Did I close it? I guess I did. So on the HyperGameDev itch.io page, I keep track of my learn along projects, and I make a little page for it. And in there, we list the credits. So your help will not be forgotten. Is there any other way to contact you directly? Learning together, helping, etc. So there's a Discord link that you can find around the page. I love being in the Discord and chatting with you guys, so that's a place. I'm on YouTube. I'm on Twitch. That's pretty good, right? Okay, so we want to use okay, now guys, I'm gonna learn something new. It means I'm gonna look it up and belabor with it. DMs are open. Orta. DMs are open. Doesn't mean I'll be like, doesn't mean I have to like what comes in, but theoretically they're open, yeah. Okay. So the external resource link element. Link HTML element specifies relationships between the current document and an external source. This is important. This element is most commonly used to link style sheets, but it is also used to establish site icons. What else do I want to do using CSS? Look, things will come up. Things will come up, don't you worry. But you know, I do like to learn everything, right? So, you know, there's a point where I'm like, you're giving me too many answers. I gotta find them myself. Hey Sean, welcome. Thanks for coming on in. I am having fun. I'm having a blast. I love this. Cause you know, it's a beautiful time to be like freshly learning something, you know, before I get frustrated with it and have qualms. It's a wonderful, beautiful period. But I always appreciate knowing how to like create things and do stuff, you know? How you doing, Sean? But yeah, I'm sure something will come up. Don't you worry. Style sheets, but it's also used to establish site icons, right? Fav icons, style icons, and icons for the home screen and apps on mobile devices. Gotcha. Wait, why is it... Oh, link... I see. So what is href? I know just from using HTML in my life, ahref. I always said ahref in my head. I've never actually said it out loud. Ahref. Href. Link href. Location. That's what href means? These letters have to. Why are they those letters? Why is it H? The location interface is a stringifier that returns a string containing a whole URL and allows the href to be updated. But what does it stand for? I must know. Hypertext reference. See, I bet you didn't know that. Now we know. It's a hypertext reference. But you were right, BMaker. That came up immediately, was location. Because it's a property of the location interface, which represents the URL of the object it is linked to. Interesting. Okay. Very good. Understood. And so we don't even, it just knows because we're saying style sheet. It just knows. And then rel, something with relation, some kind of relation to things. Relative. A relationship between a linked source, resource, and current document. Whoa, you can use it on A? What does it do on A? What does it even do there? Noko, please be succinct. Give 3 examples of what rel can do on A. As in ahref. I gotta know. Defines a relationship between the current document and a linked resource. No opener. Prevents the new page from accessing window opener for security. Tells search engines not to follow the link. Okay. Alright. It's interesting. Hypertext reference. Yeah. Very umbre. It is! You're right! What? H. Lees. H. Lees! That's me. I am H. Lees. Yo. You love to see it. So we don't even need to use style tags. I probably need to put them in the CSS file though, right? Like style tags have to go somewhere. Maybe not. I don't know. Let's look it up. Yes or no, do style tags need to be in CSS file? It's I doubt it. Yeah, because it's CSS. It's not HTML. If it was HTML, yeah. It's an HTML tag, not a CSS. Okay. So we're gonna say link. The link is relative to a style sheet. I like relative to better. It just goes off the tongue more. I like the human language things. It's nice. So the link is relative to a style sheet. Its hypertext reference is style.css. So in theory, we should have broken nothing if I've done this right. It's all wrong. Okay. So there's more to it. There's more to it. Okay. So I mean that much looks correct, but perhaps the CSS style sheet is not formatted correctly. Now didn't someone say something about, maybe that was only HTML file. If we created like a fresh HTML file. Okay, but that doesn't work here. And we press exclamation point enter, it like default designs it. But not so here. There's no such thing. Okay. So besides blocks, like, what else needs to be in a style sheet after link rel ref? No. I knew I shouldn't have asked it. It's without telling it to be quiet. So in theory, it should work, but it's not working. Is it because we're local? Like it can't find this file? Maybe I need to be more specific. Like probably not, but what if I open a live server? The code pen? Oh look, on the live server it works. So it's just not able to access. Oh wait, why is it fixed? Maybe I forgot to press save somewhere. Apparently we're good. Maybe I just didn't refresh something or save something. Great, love that. You updated the code pen? What have you done? What have you done? This is too much. This is too much. We got there anyway. It's too much. I don't doubt your skills at all. I do not. Do we need a community build along for JavaScript? That's part of the reason why I want to start a build along. So this is part of the reason I'm making a web app, is so I can, or I'm learning to make things like this, so we can have the best possible community build along, which is something that I'm hoping to start by 2026. And we'll test it out before then. But where we use like a shared GitHub project, and we submit proposals for features to add. Now that's gonna be Godot based. So y'all being so like wise and knowledgeable about JavaScript, it's like, do we need like a web dev build along? I don't know. Maybe we do. Hypergame / web dev. Okay. So this is working, and we can keep them side by side, and that's fine. I lose so much real estate though. Kinda hate it. I miss it. I wish it was back. I don't like it. I guess if I get rid of this, it's not so bad. Okay. Great, so what the heck am I doing? I want to put some space between all of these. We could probably define like margins too. Right, like margin on the bottom of the... I kind of hate that. You know, I kind of hate that. I feel like I'd rather deal with that inline, you know? But maybe that's wrong. Maybe I shouldn't want to deal with it inline. But like, add onto the div some kind of margin? No, that probably should be style, shouldn't it? So we'll say that the abilities container, below it, we can add padding, right? We can just do bottom. Saying botting like padding. Nice. I do hate the border. It looks really bad and not how I could have ever wanted it to be. You know, ideally it was only doing a single border in here and not smashing two borders together. And I feel like that's where like an actual table would be nice. Oh, right, but now it's pushing this. Ooh. Ooh. Because this padding... Okay, so actually we want to do it the other way around. Perhaps. I hope. Or the stat container has padding on the top. So see, the opportunities are there, or the opportunities are there. That didn't help at all. So this is pushing it down. We also had the relative position thing, which is interesting. But it has little bearing here. Yeah, I would love if they were not responding to each other, that this was just in its own little world, which honestly was kind of working maybe better with the JavaScript implementation, but we shouldn't need it. So like if I slap a border onto the abilities container, it becomes very much more clear what's happening here. And so ideally, it would already have that full size underneath it, right? But I'm not exactly sure how to do that. And I want to not care. I do want to not care. Oh, see you later. Ooh, sorry, Be a Maker. Oh, the Twitch chat stopped updating. Boo! I hate when that happens. Gotta refresh it. Oh no, it's probably gonna spam a bunch of messages. It's okay. Not to you, but to the stream. Is it back? Why is it not doing back? Get yourself back. The emotes is working. Why is it being this way? Why are you like this? Oh, that one worked. Okay. We're back. But we can look at your other messages. Were you able to see the rendered HTML CSS? Yes, I was. I think I just didn't save or refresh something. Yeah. Yeah, you've been so helpful, Be a Maker. Thank you. It's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure. So here is your code pen. Oh, you made it nice. Look at that. Wow. Oh, and you fixed everything. Wait, you fixed everything. Wait, you made this amazing. Wait a minute. You made this awesome. What? You made this so good. Now we have to figure out how it's so good. Now there is a 20 pix gap width fit content. I think that's different. Oh god, I have so many questions now. What is app container? An overall thing around everything. So the whole thing is in its own grid. Whoa. Yeah, I saw it. It made a thing happen. I see. Yes. You've done, honestly, you've done a cool thing here. And thank you. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate it. This is so awesome. It's helpful. I'm debating whether I want to just grab it, but I don't think I do. I think that's exactly what I don't want to do. But I really like the idea of there being like an overall container wrapping it. That's really cool. So it sounds smart, right? I don't even have any other thing outside of it. So I could call this, and then what are you even doing that with? Just another div class. More divs. Divs on divs. Thank you, BeatMaker. Have I given you many more credits? It must be done. It must be done. It is imperative that I do so. Thank you, BeatMaker. Garnished. Okay. So we have a div up here. What do I want to call this? Because, like, it is and it isn't the whole app. Because in theory, I'd want, like, more things. Even more things around it. You're tempted? I mean, I'll know that you did it. Don't forget to hydrate. I love that you're excited to make it. But at the end of the day, I still gotta do what I gotta do to learn. Thank you for the hydrate. I know you will have it. It wasn't showing up for a second, but we got it back. I know you will have question, but it will point you in the right direction. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You're right. See you later. I bet you could. I know you could do it, BeatMaker. All right. See you later. Goodbye for now. I am not a professional Vue coder. I've actually only been doing vanilla today, and all the JavaScript that I wrote, I was made aware that 100% of it was doable in CSS. So while I have learned a lot about getting basic things in JavaScript to work, it is now all deleted because it's all doable in CSS. And so I'm trying to get to a point where I can actually do some more JavaScript, but first, I want to get a few more design things in place. So it's been a ride. It's been a ride. I'm definitely learning a whole lot, and especially the importance of the relationship between CSS, JavaScript, and HTML. That it's not like, let's do JavaScript today. It's like, we're doing all of them today. They all play into each other, which is nice to know. How are you, Pressbar? Okay, so I'm gonna say this is like I'm gonna call it care container. It's a care container. It's pretty unclear, but that's okay. And then I'm gonna indent all of this. And we'll end the div here. Really good idea to do that. So I'm learning, there's some things that, like, it's good to take instruction from you guys. If it was like the straight up JavaScript, I'd be more hesitant. I'd dig deep. This is very helpful. It's very helpful. So you've got a width fit content, display grid, grid autoflow row, and a 20 pix gap. What is gap? I guess that's just like the space in between them, right? Think you'd ever use what you learned from web dev to make a server for a Godot game? Yes! 100%! Yes! Yes, I would! Yes. The answer is yes. That's so great. Thank you. Thank you for giving me another reason to keep circling back to this. I appreciate that. We do a game jam every other month on the odd months. And it's about making games like other games. It's called a Game Like Jam. The next one's gonna go up very soon. I really wish I had the page up, but unfortunately, I've been working on the community build along, so I didn't get it up. But I'm gonna have it up by this week. And definitely, I think in the future, when we have a really simple one, I'd love to use it as an excuse to make something multiplayer. Or not necessarily multiplayer, but like a leaderboard or something. You know, simple stuff. I would love to. Yeah. It's a great thought. Yes, we must marry these two skills together. It's the right thing to do. Yep. Alright, so gap, I'm guessing, is just like, at least in Godot control nodes, that's separation. Yeah. Whoa. It's pretty cool. Awesome. And then you've also added in grid autoflow. What is that? What does that mean? Controls how the auto placement algorithm works, specifying exactly how auto-place items get flowed into the grid. I mean, I would say this is more robust than any of this kind of stuff in Godot. At least a little bit. Just at least a little bit. Jackson has been feigning to do a game jam. Unfortunately, all wrapped up in personal projects for the foreseeable future. That's fair. That's fair. Our game jam is a month long, which can be nice. We used to have a 1-hour jam, which was especially good if you just wanted to squeeze something in. But I had to stop doing the 1-hour jam. I wasn't growing from doing it over 100 times. In the first 20 or so, it was really helping me, but by the time I was like at like 30, 40, I achieved as much as I could do in an hour. But yeah, that's fair. Yeah, you gotta do the stuff you want to do. So this is autoflow by row, autoflow by column, autoflow by row dense? I don't understand what these mean. Autoflow by row. Items are placed by filling each row in turn, adding new rows as necessary. It was great at the start, but now the game like Jam has really been improving things. Right? I'm getting better. You can see how much better I'm getting. Oh, I love it. I love it. It's crazy. I'm like, okay, when is it going to plateau? Because in the hyper 1-hour jam, eventually it kind of plateaued. Will I ever plateau? I don't know. But even if I do, I'm not going to stop the game like Jam. Because the 1-hour jam was a lot of work for me to run by myself. And there was just almost no way that I could pass it off to somebody. You know, other than letting it be a husk of what it once was. You know, where it's just like passively hosted. Which I think would be a bit sad. But game like Jam, that one can continue whether I'm participating in it or not. So, but I think it's gonna help me always, because there's always some new kind of game to base on. Earlier this summer, I was doing a 3-day Godot prototype non-stop, and after about 2 weeks, it got old quick, and I haven't been learning much. Wow. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of super short jams. I like having a deadline, but I also like having some time to develop reasonable things and stuff that works well together, you know? And it got to a point where doing really short things, it felt like, okay, I've learned what my limits are in a short time. Yeah. So that's good. I think some of us just, and games need time. Games take a long time to make. That's the way it is. Building features is great, but learning comes from building systems. Yeah, and like making those systems work together and learning how not to do it because you completed a whole thing and turns out, well, that was not the right way to go. and then coming back to it next time and doing it better. Yeah, I agree. I love that. Systems, not features. Systems and features, but I thought I had to put the kid to bed, but he's out asleep already. Nice. Yes. You're enjoying making some more complex systems you can reuse. Nice. Oh yeah, reusing, right, because you can really build on those systems. Because, like, here's the thing, right? I'm at a point where I'll say I need a menu. I made a menu in my last game, so I'll pull some of that code and put it in my new game. And then every time I have to refine it so it actually works with either that particular game, and I pick up some things that are better for all the future games. Like, oh wow, I can't believe I haven't been doing my menus this way. Sure, for that other game it was fine, but for this one, this is a lot more complex. And so knowing that, in the next game, I can already make the menu ready to potentially be complicated or not. And just like picking up those like specific skills of not just grabbing little things, but understanding how to better interweave them into a greater whole. And maybe even having more holes too. I spent like 2 months just building systems, but now that that's done, I get to put my game together like a Mario Maker level. Oh, I love that. I love that. That's really cool. Okay, so that's actually very cool. If that's what you mean by system, that's actually very cool. So you're talking about like making tools that you can use to make your games. I love that. And especially if you learn better ways to implement things, it's easier to pop them in. Modularity is so important. It's so important to an extent. That's goals right there. Filling each row in turn, adding new rows as necessary. If neither row nor column is provided, row is assumed. Column. Items are placed by filling each column in turn, adding new columns as necessary. Dense attempts to fill in holes earlier in the grid if smaller items come up later. It may cause items to appear out of order. Interesting. Otherwise, a sparse algorithm is used, where it only ever moves forward in the grid when placing items, never backtracking to fill any holes. And so grid autoflow row is making sure the row is completely filled. Okay, it doesn't look very filled, but this is making sure every column is. It's a little confusing. Oh, so I guess what's happening is it's saying. I don't know what's happening. Actually, I have no idea what it's doing. Oh yeah, share what you're doing on the Discord. Do it. Press the button. Like, I challenge you to share your cool things. Hell yeah. Yeah, Pressipier be taking looks at what y'all be sharing. I know you do. Okay, I suppose I'm convinced that grid auto rows is a good thing. Just looking at BMaker's code pen. I like the idea of doing this top wrap here, and we want to say that it's by row. Oh, not rows. Different. Flow by row. Yay, Jackson on the Discord. I'm not sure what this has achieved. I'm gonna get rid of it. See if I notice a difference. I do not. I have no idea. Maybe it would make more sense in some other context. So I don't know what that is. So I'm gonna leave it out. I'm not gonna put it in there. If I can't tell what it's doing, sure, it might be solving a problem I have later. I don't want to just solve a problem I have later. It's really helpful to see that though, and look it up and know that it's useful. Love seeing how people use Godot differently. As you should. Yeah, I'm really glad that you like dug into like PawnXpawn's project, because like I'm gonna reference that project now when I want to like do certain state machine stuff. So like the fact that you dig in to other projects inspires me to dig into other projects. So it's really helpful. For sure. So let's try putting it as a grid. It's not even a grid. What is it like if that's a grid? KPI? What are you talking about? Oh. Oh, like an extra thing? Display flex direction column for the stats. And then you're putting it in here. So do you need it in both places? If it's already here, I'm confused. You're getting a little extra on me here. You're getting a little extra on me here. You're trying to show you diff techniques so you can go down the rabbit hole. Yeah. I don't want to go down the CSS rabbit hole. I want to make it good enough so I can move on to the JavaScript. But you're tempting me to go down the CSS rabbit hole, no doubt. But still, I just want a means to an end here, man. And you're not helping with that. Okay, so by putting that in a grid, what did that even do? I can tell you do. So that did not help me at all. Now, that's not to say with that plus grid auto flow row, you know, maybe they all go together. Did it do something? What did it do? I don't know. How about you? Not interested. So I'm not sure this is what I want at all. Fit content? Maybe. I don't know. Oh, what's it called? Width. So really the only thing that I am interested in, I mean, I like poking around here a lot. It's a lot more fun this way. But all that I really care about to move on with this, whoa. Oh, I don't like that. All I really care about, now again, maybe that works well with the other things. Maybe it does. Right? Things aren't necessarily good in isolation. It's how things are like combined that brings it together, which I can appreciate. Nope. Okay. So that didn't actually help me much, which is okay. All I really want is that it doesn't push that down when I hover over it. I want nothing more in my life. That's the only thing I care about. So you've managed to achieve that. And how did you achieve that? CSS is great until it isn't. I've had nightmare headaches with how CSS formats things. Yeah, this is kind of brutal. It's a little brutal, I have to say. Centers all items horizontally and vertically. This will contain the hover absolute position to its parent div. Right, so I think we already have that. Hover top position absolute. What is that? Oops. Well, this is chaos. This is absolute chaos right now. It's probably your fault, but it can be hard to pinpoint the issue since it's all logic errors. It's your fault? How's your fault? Welcome back, Kai. Oh, and I see the thing that you were doing before. Yeah, logic errors. Right. There's not like debugging and stuff in the same way. Oh. Ew. Yeah, we do have position relative. So this is the button wrapper, which is the same thing. So position relative is there. But what I don't have is position absolute. Does that help things? It does! Bam! Let's go. Thank you, Be a Maker. That was all you. CSS is all Precipire's fault. I would love if these were centered in their situation. How do I say this? I made CSS. You. Okay, I was gonna say that. I was gonna say a bad word. You B word. Okay. I'm actually kind of curious to see this. Not that. Oh, I got rid of the button container. No, not padding. Please not padding. Okay. Wait, there's a button container, right? Oh, it's called abilities container. Oh my goodness. Renaming things and forgetting I renamed them. Stands for can't sustain sanity. Yeah, that's fair. See the hunger and happiness with this option to feed anything Tamagotchi. It's exactly what I'm making. You get it. You got it. So, like, obviously this is horrible. Like, nobody wants this. It's terrible. So what else have you done to improve that? I have a comma after one pix? Oh, I think that's... Oh, that is wrong. Whoa. Apparently it was still okay with it. Yeah. Jackson posted it! Let's go! Dev discussion? Okay, that's fair. Technically, Games by You might have been a better place, but that's confusing, and that's not your fault. That's confusing. Dev discussion is more like, you know, is AI encoding good or bad? What do we think about roguelite abilities? And then Games by You is for like specific projects. But it's okay. You just might, you know, get more... Maybe more people will see it? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe more people will see a dev discussion. That's what you get for not paying attention. Yeah, Games by You or the Godot section. That's true. Yeah, Godot would be good too. So in that button container, you have width 100%, align item center. I feel like I need this. I feel like I need that badly. I need that really badly right now. I need it desperately. That's what you were responding to is yes, next question. Okay. I think nuance is nice. Oh gosh. It was just an example. There is actually a thread on the Discord about it. There is. Tried using AI at work. It helps with certain tasks, but when we have critical production code, we cannot trust AI to do secure code. Yeah, exactly. It may work, but not under load or secure. Yeah. Totally. Fair point. Solid take. You know better now. Yeah, you know better now. CSS nightmare, aligning a div. I know, but be a maker's here, and it's just like, it's easy, you do this. It's good. I think it's important, and I think I do want to learn it, you know? It definitely ended up being more important than I realized, you know? Full on yes is funnier. Okay. One line. Now with new CSS techniques. One line. Stop it. Depends on your DOM structure. Okay. So I definitely want width to be 100%. That seems like a good one. And we probably also want to align the items to the center. That sounds like a good one. Align items, I'm not sure what the difference is between align items and align content. We're in stage 1 CSS. Oh, whoa, my chat started working in here again? Whoa, awesome. Before Flexbox or then Grid, CSS Accurate, it was. Whoa. There was a time before Flexbox or Grid? I mean, I know there was a time before CSS, but it didn't all just like come at once. It's horrible. It's terrible. Right, but align items versus align content. Give a table, be succinct, prose, or whatever, yeah. Use Tailwind CSS for production code. Right, so it makes it a lot easier to do certain tasks. Yeah, that makes sense. Sounds useful. Align items, flex grid containers. Align content, grid flex containers. Items within each row on track. Entire rows within the container. But aren't we doing a... I don't even know. Aligns items within each row or track. Aligns entire rows with the container. Only when there are multiple rows. Always even with rows. Okay. Yeah, that's... It's something. I kind of wish this was in, like... I mean, it is 2 columns, right? So shouldn't there be a way to just align the data within the columns somehow? In theory? No, that's nothing. Why did that not change its color? I guess it's not like relevant here. Alright, I'm super bored with this. I don't want to do this anymore. I don't care. It looks great. I don't care. I'm over it. I let go of it. I don't care. I don't care. I want to do JavaScript. I'm done with this. Stop it, be a maker. You've been helpful. I do want to add an extra stat value as you did that I was planning, which is our well-being, which is not really a stat, but it's okay. Nice. Okay, so we can make it pretty later. Let's make it work. Good to know all different layout methods, one could say. CSS standard frameworks is like Tailwind is way to go, is the way to go for. Less headache, especially in teams. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, don't go in your professional environment and do what I'm doing, okay? I'm just learning the vanilla. So I can better appreciate, because I found it really frustrating to go into a library and use things without understanding why they're nice to have. Just really bothers me. I wanna appreciate why am I even, what's the purpose of this library or that library? And then if I look at a library, maybe it's easier for me to decide which one I prefer because I have more familiarity with the struggles here. Maybe not. Maybe I look back and I'm like, I never should have dealt with that. But it's the path I'm taking. Give me the pain. If anything, CSS is one that I'm like, I need to do this one with a library. Like JavaScript, I'm still not convinced unless we're doing things that are very, very, very complicated. But for CSS, this is rough. If you don't understand CSS, Tailwind CSS helper classes may not make sense. Right? Thank you. Thank you. All right, so we've got all these values. Let's actually make things do stuff. So I've commented out so very much. Whoa, wait, stop. That's too many things. Stop this. Multiplied. Okay, close, close, close. Okay, we're back. So we've written out this code for hover event. Now I actually want to deal with click events. It is finally time. You guys, it only took 9 hours. Again, we wrote this code earlier. It's just the CSS rendered it useless. So let's make it useful again. So we do want to track all the buttons. And I also want to track the abilities container. We'll center divs for tips. I mean, it's brutal. It's brutal. This is brutal. I'm not even interested. I don't even want to. So yeah. I see why it is considered so painful. I feel more than I have ever felt. And you know what? I'm glad I felt it. And I hope I never feel it again. Unlikely. But I can hope. Okay, so for each button, add an event listener. Instead of mouse over, I would like something else. So probably click. I don't know, it's been so long. Gotta get back into it. So specifically, we're looking for a mouse event. So like when we found, not mouse event, just like event. Where was all the full list of events at? I must find it again. It worked until I added just one more line of JavaScript. Oh no! Oh no! Click. Right. Okay, that's fine. It's called click. Good. I figured, but I wanted to see it with my eyes. So when a click happens, we run this function based on the event. It's not unhiding a pop-up. What I actually want it to do is increase stat. So I don't actually need this second one here at all. Now, what I am gonna need is to be able to associate that button with its corresponding stat. So that sounds fun. Please, just one more div. It'll be centered, please. We just need just one more div. It'll work this time, please. Add an ID to the stat span. Okay. Why? I'm gonna need more specificity in that. I mean, because if I add an ID, so what I want ideally is it pulls in any button. We press on any button. It's like, I see you've pressed a button. Here's the one you pressed. Based on the one you pressed, that means we want to increment that stat. So if I have an ID, I mean, I feel like the best case there would to be like an if statement or a match or a switch case, which I have no idea how that would exist in JavaScript. Maybe it does. Maybe that's the best way to do it. I think there's match cases. I think there are. Maybe that's what we do. And then, like you say, with the ID, that could be good. Constant element equals documents get element by ID. ID here. Right. Yeah, I got that, but we still have to connect it somehow. Layer a dynamic responsive JavaScript centering solution on top. Chef's kiss. Just so many things wrestling to control it. It's horrifying. And that is, I mean, but, like you joke, but I feel like that is something I'm becoming acutely aware of, is how JavaScript, CSS, and HTML are all like wrestling over the same stuff. So you could add inline centering stuff. You could add CSS centering stuff. You can add JavaScript centering stuff. And if you don't keep track of what's doing what, it can get really messy, for sure. What is these asterisks? Okay, you're just typing code. So anyway, let me think. We already know the container that it has. Now before we were looking for a pop-up, but I'm not actually looking for a pop-up anymore. Because now, see, now I wish I had the HTML and the JavaScript separately. Maybe I need to make a separate script file. Okay, I'm doing that. I'm doing that right now. Is that the same thing? I don't think so. Linkref for script or no? What are you talking about? Get element by ID, my element, my... Okay. HTML is a content, CSS is style, and JavaScript is a logic. It's a general rule, but has plenty of exceptions. Right. Totally. That makes sense to me. But on the other hand, we're handling the hovering with CSS. And when I do it with JavaScript, it's a lot more complicated. I don't know, you tell me. Alright, linkref for script linking or no. Give exact line that's correct only. That's where we do the source. Got it. I was trying to do that with the style sheet earlier. Understood. Okay, here we go. So script.js, and then we're gonna grab all of that, or most of that. We have to end it as well. Okay. Grab it, slap it in, walk away. Come over here. Script, source, cascading style sheets. Learning the rules of how the cascaded order applied is key. Yeah. Hovering affects the style, so it makes some sense. It does make some sense, right? Right, it is. It makes some sense. Yeah. I guess if the gameplay was about hovering, maybe we'd need to do it differently. Okay, source equals script.js and then end it. Okay, make sure it's not broken. Not that it, well, it doesn't do anything, so it'll be broken, all right. So let's just get the other one up in its own little window, please. Switch 'em, switch 'em. Okay. Guess I should be over here. Why aren't you rapping? I said rap. Oh, there we go. Okay. I didn't say rap. I thought I said rap, but I didn't. I'm just gonna be in the way no matter what here. So we don't want pop-up, we don't want reveal. All of that is trash right now. Instead, I want to try and fetch the stat value. Now that's not, so we've got the button wrapper container, right? So when we press this button, it's just returning this container, but we don't really need that container. It's not doing anything of value here, right? If I want to say when button 2 gets pressed, it needs to do this. I feel like I just need some kind of match or if else kind of a thing, you know? Like that just might be the best approach here. Which I assume is possible with JavaScript. But it would be super cool if I could link them more intentionally. But I don't think that's, I mean, it'd be kind of cool if I could like add like another class on here and say look for, like, okay, so when I'm referring or query selecting, can I have multiple things in it? Or is that not gonna work? Is my question. I kind of want to try it. I know it's a weird idea. So if I say this is button class feeding, or this is playing. Playing, and this one is class, and maybe it's crazy, but I think it's fun to just like have wacky ways of solving problems, you know? And then call, and maybe it doesn't work, and then I move on. And then call this feeding. And then what if I also call this feeding and this playing? And then over here, we say, don't bother defining the container, it doesn't matter. I don't, so that's in, well actually it does matter in the sense that we want playing. I don't think that's gonna work. Because then you'd want to like get the second class and somehow match it to another. How are you gonna do that? I see how the ID would be nice. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna work. Okay. I see how the ID would be nice, but an ID is like a single unique identifier. Which I probably do need to match them up, right? Alright, let's do it that way. So I'm gonna make the stat value have an ID. I'm gonna call it stat 1 and stat 2, so that way it kind of matches the button a little bit. And then see JavaScript? Doing too much, Be a Maker. You're doing too much. I don't want to look at it. I actually don't even want to look at it. I feel like you're just my chat GPT right now. Okay. Let's circle back when I'm stumped. Let's circle back when I'm stumped. Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. I want to see if there is some kind of match. Right. That's okay. That's okay. I love that you're like excited about it. Okay, so I want to say, just tell me what or if a match / switch method exists in JavaScript and what it's called. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe you have to come up with it. It does have a switch. Yeah, I asked you just to tell me it, but okay. You gotta say, don't send code. Do not send me code. I swear to God. Okay. I mean, this is the code anyway. it's not a big deal. Variable papayas. Case oranges. Oranges are that. Break. Whoa, this is kind of crazy. Case mangoes. It's just skipping it? I'll be sending nothing but code. No! What? I swear, that is what it would do, though. Completely misconstrue what I want. Case papayas. Mangoes. What the hell is this example? This example is ridiculous. Switch value. Do not send me code. Keeps hammering. No, I was saying it to ChatGPT. It's okay if you guys send code, but I might choose not to look at it right now. Sometimes I really need it, but I'm trying to flail my way through it. Trying to flail my way through it. Print break code in case of emergency. GPT is not immune to my hammer. Hunts for GPT servers. So it's going to try to look for if the value is A or B. Easy. And then the fallback. Easy. Great. So if I want, and then I gotta figure out when this runs too, right? I mean, you can just do it on click. So we don't need a container. We don't need any of this. It's so sad that stuff we did just gets lost. Const. So what do I even want to say for this? Because we want to match, I mean, event, right? We want to, well, we wouldn't even want to say const, would I? I just want to say switch event, because that's the thing that I want to apply the switch statement to. GPT is very forgetful. You gotta remind to do or not to do things very often. Yeah, exactly. I know. You know what they say about clouds? It's only a matter of time till it rains. Because it's Yeah, I've been typing it like every time, and I was like, maybe I don't this time. Wrong. It's only a matter of time till it rains. Enjoy your cloud server while it lasts, GPT. I mean, GPT, you have suddenly forgotten how to code. Now let's chat. That actually would be kind of funny. Don't tempt me with great ideas. That sounds so funny. To ask it coding questions, but it doesn't know how to code. I'm not even sure. I feel like I'd be afraid that it would just like, I don't know. I'm actually afraid of what it would do. You might start acting out some like developmental disability stereotypes or something. Don't even want to know. You're non-technical AI. You represent a simple standard person working in finance or whatever normal people do. Only matter of times that it rains. Well, actually, puts on weather nerd hat. Not all cloud types automatically mean rain is coming. It's actually specific types of clouds where you can infer rain will follow. Thank you. Thank you for that. I've always appreciated your weather and wisdom, your weather wisdom. Power or weather knocked out our power today. I had to restart the stream. It was terrible. I gotta get a battery backup immediately. If only I could have inferred that the cloud would rain. Probably could just check the weather. All right, switch case. Let me learn more about it. Puts on my nerd hat. I got nothing. Case expression 1. I mean, this is wild. Like, I would have to assume. So the expression is papayas. So it's going to always return papayas, right? Or mangoes. Oh, this is cool. So it's demonstrating that whether it's mangoes or papayas, that's actually kind of awesome that you can clarify both of them. It's weird and I kind of hate it, but it's interesting. Okay. So like I get it. Like it's like an and. It's nice, or it's like an or statement, I guess. Well, anyway, it's confusing, but I understand. I appreciate it. But we don't care about that. What I actually want, I guess can we play with this? Hell yeah, we can. Wait, what happens if I make it mangoes? Same thing. Makes sense. Type in random stuff. Sorry, we don't have as-diffs. Ooh, this is gonna be, I'm definitely gonna need this $sign thing. If else, yeah. Yeah, I gotcha. So, yeah, the switch statements I've seen haven't had like this type of syntax where you can like stack them on each other. And I think it's kind of cool. Okay, so if I want to do that, we want to check what kind of button it is. An event is going to return the button, if I remember correctly. So before I start typing that, let me just make sure I'm correct about that. So log event. Just tell me what the event is so I can examine it. Cascading into each other unless it has a break or return. Yeah. If else if just looks better. Actually, why even have else? Just if. Oops. This is wrong. Script.js. Really? What is it? I thought it was script. Oh, there's 2 dots in there. Brutal. Okay. That's better. well-being supposed to be? Wouldn't health be better? I mean, it's just my personal choice, man. Respect my art. Was those commas? I think those are dots. So the game little mini thing I'm making here is that we have hunger and happiness, and they're going to constantly decrease. And if you press these buttons, they increase. And then well-being is a combination of, or a formula based on where these are at. So it's not just health. I mean, you could call it health, but I feel like health has a different connotation. That's why I like well-being, because I feel like we don't associate health or we don't associate well-being with hit points like we associate health with hit points, you know? It makes it its own kind of unique thing. So yeah, it's just, you know, it's a good question. It's a good question. It's not that serious. Okay. Great. So now when I press a button, pointer event. That's a lot of stuff. Okay, we don't want that. So what if I say event target? What does that give me? Button 2. Nice. Now it's interesting because it's returning that entire section. So like, if I do the switch statement, switch event target, make sure I'm getting my syntax correctly. So put it in parentheses and then our little open curly. And then we start setting up the cases. I wonder if it will accept things like button 1. It may not. I want to see. I want to see what happens. I want to see it be wrong. Let me be wrong. Let me be wrong. Okay. So if it is that, we could do something in the console log. That's fine. We should probably start with that. It'll be simpler that way. Or we'll say increase hunger. It's kind of confusing. Increasing hunger. I guess we want to decrease hunger. You know what I used to do in another survival game I was working on? Was call it fullness instead of hunger. Fullness. So that way it makes sense that you're increasing fullness. It's getting weird again, right? Instead of health, well-being, instead of hunger, fullness. Not great, but we'll go with it for now. You remember that? Yeah, you might remember that. And then we need to do a break, because like what you were saying earlier, if else, else if, but we want to make sure we break it so it doesn't like keep on going, which is just like, again, not like a doe does it. It's just not like a doe does it. Another case, and in this case we say if it's button 2, I don't fully expect it to work, but I want to see it not work. Increase happiness. Okay. And then a default. We don't. Okay, I guess, is that start with case? No, it doesn't. It's its own thing. Default. Console log. Unknown ability used. Okay. Is that it? Let's see what doesn't work. Unless something does work. Let's see what does or doesn't work. Okay, press the button. Unknown ability used. We're just getting default all day. Okay. So, this is interesting. Now, what if I try to specify an ID? The pound sign was ID, right? We talked about that earlier. Nada. So it makes me think that I need to like do this entire line, which is kind of horrific. But my morbid curiosity wants to see what's gonna happen. Because is it even returning as a string? You know? It doesn't like this. It doesn't like that at all. Right, so we have to do single quote. I know, it's ridiculous, but let me find out. So that's on feed. Nothing. Stay like that. Just leave it exactly like that. Okay, so there's some other way that I need to refer to it. This ain't it. This simply ain't it. Reminds you, your roommate Casey went to Barnes & Noble bookstore, found an actual Tamagotchi of all things, which was in a mall filled with people. You swear the state is a time capsule. That's amazing. That takes me back. Using a Tamagotchi in the mall? Like those two things together, mall and Tamagotchi, instant old-timey. Okay, so officially I don't know how to reference it. So, how do I want to try to figure out how I need to reference it? I mean, obviously, I could try... I think we're just going to see what we already saw, right? Console log event target. I think this is going to say the same thing. I don't even think it's going to let me do that. Yeah, there's really nothing to say here. Remind me again of the GPT suggestion? Yeah, it just does it. So I don't know. I don't know how to reference it. I am not sure. This ain't it. So maybe if I look at event target, that can get me somewhere. I don't think there's gonna be that. There is, kind of, sort of. Event target property. The read-only target property of the event interface is a reference to the object onto which the event was dispatched. Okay. The event target property can be used in order to implement event delegation. Right. Make a list, create element, UL, document body, append child. Whoa. Oh, there's so much I barely got into today. It's crazy. Create element, append child. So making a list, generating a list of a such. Hide event. Event target refers to the clicked list element. This is different from event current target, which would refer to the parent UL. Interesting. Event target style visibility. So maybe there's something here we can fetch of the target to match to. So like if I pull this back up, oh. So obviously that's not going to work, but what I can try to see I don't even know. I was hoping this would have more anything. Why can't ads be program related? They may actually sell me something for once. It could be your settings. You might have set your... I mean, I don't know that there are some programming ads. They're usually disappointing. But it might be the way you have your ad settings, too. I prefer irrelevant ads rather than ads that I am being tracked about. So I just tell it to always do whatever. But you can instruct Google to give you exactly what you're actually interested in. They'll be like, sure, we'll track you. Oh yeah, oh my gosh, we'd love to track you. That'd be great. I'm kind of curious what current target returns. I feel like we don't want that. I am thinking about looking at what you shared, BMaker. I am thinking about it. But I guess I'm a little surprised that the target that's returned is just the line. Button ID play button. Like, that's kind of shocking me. Like, what? You know, like, there has to be some way to get more granularity there, right? Stream dropped, but we're back. It's okay. It's okay. It's because we're on the crappy internet today. Because the crappy internet is better than the non-crappy internet. Alright. That's a bird in an eggshell. Okay. Totally. We're hatching a new thing. You didn't even notice? Yeah, it might just like freeze and keep going. Just in case. Okay, so there's the pointer event. So this gives me a whole mess of things that's happening. So target, it says button, maybe this is what oh, button ID button 2. Small internet hiccups, nothing crazy. That's right. That's what this is. This is a small internet hiccup, nothing crazy. Okay, so let's try that. But I don't know that that's going to come through as a... We might want... I don't know. I don't know what that's going to come through as. You know? I feel like it's not going to be a string. But that's his source element. Okay, but there's target. Yeah, it didn't like that. It didn't like that at all. I hated that. So it basically has to be a string. So probably not gonna work. Nothing. So if we look at the target, there's all kinds of properties inside of the target. Like just a name would be nice. Local name button. I need more than local name. I mean, I guess just ID would be good. ID. Ooh. Ooh. So if I say event target ID, then we just look for button 1 or button 2. What you think about that? That doesn't not have a little promise. Increase happiness! Increase fullness! Let's freaking go! Okay. Nice. Functionality is mine. Great. So that will increase the stat when we click on it. Well, in theory. If I actually want that stat to increase, I'm gonna have to do some stuff. Yes! We got there. I got there. It's good. But now I want the number to change. So I need to somehow be able to reference back to this from JavaScript. I don't even know where to start with that. $sign somewhere. Not entirely sure. Yeah, I think I just don't know how to do that. Okay, I'm going to the chatbot. No, let's not. Let's look somewhere else. Let's say, oh, it's gonna still pull it up. Freaking, let's say minus AI. Okay. Update. Value in HTML with JavaScript minus AI. JavaScript can change HTML attributes. Cool. We're turning on and off a light. That's neat. Get element by ID. Okay, so this was kind of also what y'all have been talking about, but how is it changing it? So it actually, on click, it carries with it an image. But this is not JavaScript. This is like, this is JavaScript? It's like inline. This is crazy. It doesn't even have a script tag. What the hell? But I guess we want to do something very similar. Dude, I don't know. I feel like that's a little hard. Can we say increment value? There's a game engine made in JavaScript called GDevelop. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I actually tried GDevelop for a while. I didn't really like it. I liked that it was free and open source. It does allow for some like JavaScript like blocks to be put in there. But some of y'all have been using GDevelop and making amazing things. Like, and even on our last jam, we had some awesome GDevelop stuff submitted. So like, I know y'all, oh, do I even still have it? I think I have it in here. Let's see. Okay. Not that. I think this will be what I want. Y'all made some awesome stuff in GDevelop. What I didn't like about it was how much I felt like I had to rely on like extensions. That was unpleasant to me. Oh, here it is. But yeah, if you know like JavaScript, right? You could totally code so much just with JavaScript alone. So yeah, really like GDevelop. Didn't like it for myself, but I appreciate it. And yeah, it has a lot of good functionality with JavaScript. Very true. Very true. Well, shout out. I immediately was like, I don't like it. Unity used to use JavaScript, but they dropped that. Right, people have been saying that. And I guess they must have like dropped it to the point where it's like actually basically inaccessible to use anymore. You made a web app for fun? Nice. Love that. Love that. Increment operator. Medium. Oh, Jesus. Establish a counter. Add it. Right, but I want to put it back. I need to put it back. This is cool. This is very cool. But how do I put it back? Increment object properties dynamically using bracket notation. You do want to code a fake old school coder blog called Back in My IDE. You should. You've got the knowledge and the moxie. Delightful. Okay, this is useless to me. This is why we use chatbots, man, because searching anything is too boring. Okay. Do not give code. Link. Relevant HTML element that would be accessible by JavaScript for the purpose of incrementing the value. Makes me wonder if it was just too limited for game dev, or it was just to keep up on making a C# library and a JavaScript library for it. There's gotta be like articles about it, right? Trying to increment a variable inside HTML, it's not working. Oh my gosh. The fake name will be Gerald T. Codelord. Wow. I mean, that's... okay. Like, Gerald... I don't even know. I mean, that's very, very nice. Okay. All right. I won't challenge your art. Inner HTML equals number. So we establish a number variable, which we do have to make a variable, right? Because we have to change it. We get the element ID. So what is this plus plus magic? I mean, obviously it would have to only work on a number. Okay. So that means I need to establish an ID for this. So ID stat2 and ID stat1, those exist. So I'd want to try something like, we have to go find that too. That's the other thing. I have to know where that exists. Can that be a constant? Because sure, like this is still gonna, the ID is not gonna change, but the value within it is gonna change. So I don't know. But I want to make sure I go find that. So we're gonna say document, and I could set this up here too, potentially. You probably want to do that. I think you definitely want to do that. Maybe, I don't know. Let's just do it here. Constant document query selector stat1. I've done this very wrong. Constant stat1 equals that, and then not constant. Why? Because it's gonna change. Never mind. Okay. Stat1, and then I'm a little concerned by the color of this. Don't look right. And then I'll want to say variable I mean, I guess I could like make it the same, you know? Oh, we gotta get element by ID. Is that better? Maybe I should do that instead. Okay. So we want to get element by ID. Assign that to this, which I could be wrong that should be a constant, but I'm curious. And then we have our value that we increase, and then we update it. We have to say inner HTML, so that way it knows what's in that ID, what's in between that ID declaration, I'm guessing, more or less. Okay. New JavaScript, we use constant or let, not variable. Okay. Okay, we don't want a query selector. I want get element by ID. Same kind of thing. No pound sign though, because we already know that it's an ID. Variable value. See, that one looks different. Why does this one look? Oh, because you're saying, maybe because what you're trying to say is I can't use. Wait, no, look. Why does it go to that? Does the color matter? I'm just like, I'm tripping why it's a different color. Whatever, I'm not gonna care about it right now. So then we take stat1 inline or HTML in, I keep seeing it, inner HTML. A dot? Why would I need a dot here? Oh, there? Why? Why would I need a dot? No need for variable? At all? Wait, where? You gotta be more clear when you say these things. You gotta be more specific. Don't even need any of that. Just literally call it stat1. Just call it value. That's it. Gotcha. Thank you. That's incredibly helpful. You saved me some confusion. I don't think I would have figured that one out on my own. Appreciate you guys. Referencing the DOM element. Okay, I'm not fully sure what you mean, but I hear you. I know you make changes to it. Yeah. Alright. So, yeah. So, for the increment, we say that it's that inner HTML semicolon for some reason value increment. So this looks a little crazy to me. We're saying the inner HTML of stat1 increment the value that it has, apparently. This is a little wacky to me. And then is this? Why did it add a this? My friend, you're gonna have to be more specific. I see you're doing quotes. Or no, what are you doing? Wait, what the hell are you doing? Oh, you're trying to post. Be careful, it's gonna think you're posting links. Dot inner HTML equals 22. Why are you making it equal 22? What are you doing? What are you talking about? Yeah, I know. What are you talking about? Okay, so I feel like this, to some extent, isn't gonna work. It's just like a feeling. And this is calling that again and saying that it equals the value. I mean, this looks nuts. I guess I'd be curious to see if it works. Add an equal here? Alright, I don't know what you're talking about. Let's see if this, according to what I pulled from Stack Overflow, is remotely relevant. It may well not be. And I pressed Control S instead. Hell no, we're good. Look, it works. You see? You see? You can't be backcoding that carefully because backseat coding that carefully because sometimes it's okay. Sometimes it's okay. Now that doesn't mean that this, I know that this isn't ideal. Okay, but I do want to understand what the hell is going on here. So, we're establishing stat1 as being, claps, yay! We're establishing stat1 as being document get element ID stat1. Then we're establishing that value equals the inner HTML of the stat1 tags, and then value plus plus. I'm not sure why the increment. It's almost like we're saying, I guess this does make sense because we're saying that value equals the inner HTML of stat1. And then we're increment. Is this, I mean, we could just write it like this. I think this would make more sense to me. Assigning value to that and then incrementing it. I don't fully understand what the point of that is. So like, couldn't we just do this and that also work? Maybe not, but I'm curious. Yes, let's go. Yeah, right. Okay. Value equals the stat in the inner HTML. We increment it, and then we assign stat1 inner HTML to the value. Got it. Let's go. Nice. And then we just add this on this one too, except it's looking for stat2 because it's button 2. See, now if I had it my way, I'd be able to take the 1 from button and plug it directly into stat. That way, I wouldn't have to create a new case every time, but I could just say find the number at the end of the button and plug it in to be at the end of stat. And I don't doubt that there's a way to do it, but it's probably beyond what I'm about to do today. So I'm just keeping that in mind. Bam. Increment game of a such. Okay, so obviously nothing is getting calculated, and there's supposed to be a maximum. So there's like a lot of little rules and things that this needs to fully make sense and operate as I kind of imagine it, right? But we got incrementing, baby. I guess I'd rather the numbers start at 5. I mean, it would be nice to even set that as a variable, you know, like, and it passes that in there. I'd love it to be like a much more dynamic, alive stat that's like easier to manage. But it's still cool to just like generally understand how these things can be done. Those numbers are really supposed to be bigger. By the way. Oh, I did it wrong. Semicolon. Gotta get those semicolons. They're everything. Nice. Hell yeah. So there's a lot I don't like about trying to like implement like more, you know, like the idea of having it have like a maximum and a minimum. It feels pretty messy to try to manage, like real messy. Like very messy. You know, ideally, there would also be something, a function maybe, checking to see or listening for if a value is being adjusted. And then if a value is being adjusted, it would check to see if it's above, below a certain number or something. Which is kind of crazy. Increment operator adds 1 to... Okay. It's overloaded for 2 types of operands, number and big integer. Big integer. First coerces the operand to a numeric value. Yeah. I hope so. It coerces the operand to a numeric value and tests the type of it. If you use postfix with operator after operand, the increment operator increments and returns the value before incrementing. If you use a prefix, the increment operator increments and returns the value after incrementing. The increment operator can only be applied on operands that are references, variables, and object properties, i.e. valid assignment targets. ++x itself evaluates to a value, not a reference, so you cannot chain multiple increment operators together. Postfix. That's what we're doing. If x is 3 and we increment it... Wait, I'm confused. This is very confusing. Let x equal 3. Constant y equals x. Well, okay, I see. This is so weird. So x gets incremented by 1. Add event listener change. Nice. Ooh, that is kind of what I'm looking for, actually. I mean, I might have spent a lot of time looking for that. If I'm being honest. Change event. When a user modifies the element's value. Now this says it's fired for input select and text area elements. What does that mean? Does change event listener work for inline HTML of any element tags or only specific ones? And if those ones don't include a span, what would be a better listener? Don't give code, only event listener parameters and explanation. Close. No idea how any of this stuff works, but it's always fun listening to these streams. I should listen in more often. I'll be here, Char. Welcome back. How have you been? It's good to see you. Yeah, I'm always up to stuff. What you been making lately, Char? I think I have an element that has an ID to select the element and add an element listener that listens to the change event. Okay. Change event works primarily with form elements. It does not work with non-form elements. For form elements, use click. No. Input. Mutation. Oh. Mutation. This sounds like it's correct. Right? Deprecated. Oh. It's problematic. The design is flawed. Profoundly degrades performance. Jesus. Consider using these instead. Mutation observers. Okay. Observe. Configures the mutation observer to begin receiving notifications to the callback function when DOM changes matching the given options occur. Example. I feel like I'm on the wrong track here. Observe target node. And then it can be disconnected. So we have to get to be kind of careful with this. So we have a target node, config attributes, childless subtree, which mutations to observe. So I guess inline HTML would be what to observe. Callback function to execute when mutations are observed. Mutation list. Observer. Where is it getting mutation list and observer from? Are those just like understood? Or are we're setting those? No, we're setting those. Or like creating little variables or something, right? Whoa, this is kind of crazy. No, that's not. Dude, what is going on? Mutation of mutation list. If mutation type is set to child list. A child node has been added or removed. Else, if mutation type is set to attributes, the mutation attribute name was modified. This is kind of intense. Create an observer instance linked to the callback function. New mutation observer callback. Oh, okay. Wait, that's happening at the bottom? So like it like starts it and then it like cycles back around or something? Because it's like observing frequently. Start observing the target node for configured mutations. This sets the observer. Oh. So observer was set up here. So we're actually pointing to those down there because this isn't content flow. But at the same time, it's okay to put it down there. This is kind of crazy. This is a little bit intense. I gotta be honest, this is intense. Start observing the target node for configured mutations. We have a target node and a config. Target node is that, config is that. Which are the things that it's observing. And so we have our mutation list because we already are defining it as a mutation observer. And then we iterate through every mutation in the mutation list. Again, the mutation list came from our mutation observer. Why is it a list? I guess the list is this. This is the list. Yes, this is the list. Config is telling us of the target node, which things are you trying to track? And then observe is receiving the thing to track and the stuff to track of the thing. We create the new mutation observer, and then we use callback to say that when a mutation is observed, run this function or something. Yes. Iterate through the list based on the attributes we set up. As far as the attribute child list goes, we check that. As far as the attributes goes, we check that. So this one's literally just skipping subtree. Wow. Now that's just true, right? So that's not necessarily checking what the value is. It's just checking, did it mutate or not? And so then we have to fetch it after we observe it mutating and do stuff based on that. Which in my case would be like saying you can't increment it above the maximum. Wow. Char says, haven't done much creative stuff aside from taking hairstyling classes for the past 2 years. Currently studying for your final exam. That's so cool. Such a practical skill. Like, that's always in demand. Nice, Char. You have such an eye for design. I bet you're gonna be great. Wow. It's so cool to see more people, what people are up to these days. Because I haven't talked to Char in a long time. Nice. I think there's creativity in there. But it's fair to take a break from that. It's really cool. Nice. Wow. That might give you a nice opportunity to be creative too. In a different way. It's different though. It is different. Well, I guess I'll just see if I can get this set up in general. This is hardcore behavior. This is getting serious. And then it's like I need a different observer for every stat. Like this gets ridiculous. It's getting super obnoxious really fast. Wow. I mean, I could do something very similar, right? Where I say, are we using the abilities container anymore? I don't think we are. Yeah, we're not using that anymore. Put that in the trash. Yeah, right, exactly. I was just thinking that. I should have said it out loud, but I'm thinking that exact thing, right? Maybe I'm starting to appreciate why a library is so valuable, because it gets really doop. Manipulating the DOM is not okay. Right, because what I'd love is to have like this theoretical value that exists, and then that gets modified, and then it just gets represented. That would be ideal. I would prefer that myself. So definitely, I appreciate that. Manipulating the DOM is not okay. Okay. All right. React as state. Nice. Well, I guess let's keep suffering through the messiness for now. constant stats equals document queries selector all. Not button, but stat value. Probably should like put these together. It's good to know, be a maker. I like your name a lot. Let's be a maker. Let's be makers. Makers of hairstyles, for example. Okay. Stats for each stat. Haven't done this in a while, but it feels, I see it getting ugly. I feel it getting very ugly already. Yeah, it feels hideous. It feels disgusting. I feel disgusting. like as someone who's been learning better practices in better languages, this hurts. Hurts bad. But I'm getting what I wanted today. The pain. So I can appreciate the pleasure. Because for each button, we're not doing event listener here. Instead, we want to create a callback. So this is going to be, I mean, you can just call it callback because it's all just in its own little thing here. Oh, right. We gotta just call it callback here. Oh no. We'll see. We'll see if this works. We're gonna find out. So we need a mutation list. I don't particularly need a config to iterate through. I don't even think we need... Oh, we do though, because it's going to ask for it. Yeah, okay. So we'll do that later on. It makes me think, do I need a mutation list though? I mean, if I'm only having it observe one thing. Let me look at mutation observer here. Oh, that's where we are. Okay, observe is looking for target and options. An object providing options that describe which DOM mutations should be reported to mutation observer's callback. It kind of makes sense though, like why you should never modify the DOM. Like mutation being like is a kind of, the word mutation has a negative connotation, right? Compared to something like the word change. That's not a negative connotation. Mutation, it's like, it's a mutation. So kind of going back to what you're saying, that you shouldn't modify the DOM. Like, maybe this is almost like you're trying to find things going wrong. Have I heard of Vite? I don't know. Have I heard of Vite? Front-end tooling. So, something that I may not have mentioned for a while, but I actually think I did look at this, but what I've gravitated towards as something to try is Vue. So I have actually set it up and everything, but again, I started working with it and I wasn't terribly happy with my lack of understanding for appreciating fundamental things. So that's why I wanted to like do this the hard way. Vue. Yeah. Is that bad? You know, I don't know. I was just looking for stuff and it seemed like it would be nice. What's wrong with Vue? You say it like, did you say Vue? Who? Yeah, it just seemed, I felt good about it. Yeah, just different. Yeah. So that's the one I was gonna try to learn when the time comes. Probably next week. I think maybe this is my experience with moving. Like, I do not anticipate to not go to a library next week. Definitely creativity within hairstyling. It's just having to memorize which color mixes and steps to take for a client's hair request, which is the biggest hurdle for me so far. Ooh, that's a lot of pressure too, because that's like going on someone's head. I bet that helps a little bit with the neurodivergence, maybe, to just like provide like this strong motivation to get that right. There is Angular. Do not use. Oh yeah. So okay. So the article that I read. Oh, let's see if I can still find it. I guess I could just look at yesterday. Oh, I did look at Vite yesterday. I think it's like, it's even kind of like under like a Vue umbrella. I honestly think I might have Vite at this point. It's actually very possible, if not likely. Svelte. So the reason why I didn't go with Svelte was because this article mentioned that it's newer. And so for a beginner or someone newer to all of this, there might be less documentation to follow, making it maybe a bit more challenging to put it all together. Wish I remembered what the article was. One of y'all sent it to me yesterday. But it would have been before I started getting Vue. It would have been before that, for sure. Actually. So there I was looking at Vue. Oh, here. Found it. This is the article. This is the article that I read. At work, we are 99% React, maybe some Vue. So this is just kind of like talking about how, you know, React is kind of getting old at this point, and Vue is also old. It's like not that much newer, in fact. Like, honestly, maybe Svelte is more good to use now. It definitely feels like a lot of pressure, but I'm sure I'll get better with time. I know you will. You already got that attitude. You got this, Char. But that's real, though. Like, making sure to get it right. Dang. Complex, scalable app with experienced team, definitely not something I'm gonna do. React and Angular. Flying solo, working with tight deadlines in a startup, go with Vue. Easy to learn and quick to prototype. I like the sound of that. Super lightweight, high-tech, or high-performance app, or love exploring new tech, Svelte. And I just saw like the ecosystem still growing. I'm like, you know, maybe I should go with something that has a little bit more precedent to it. Lexicode, old stuff, enterprise, no. Use a tool that will solve your problem. Nice. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I definitely, like, my main interest is to have reactive UI stuff. Like, I want that. But again, just what I was looking at yesterday, it felt that maybe something like React is a bit larger scale than I particularly need. But I don't know. I haven't explored any of them. So you know from experience, which is worth a lot more. Do not do this. Larger apps. Right. Right. Nice. You can look at Remix, Vue, or even Next.js. Let me add it to the list then of things to look at. I will take that into serious consideration here. Oops. Let's do it like this. Library considerations. View. There's some Vue stuff. Next.js is a framework that uses React. Your blog and your app are both Next.js and hosted for free with domain name universal. Okay. So like, why would I want to choose Next.js? I don't even know. Not a lot of traffic. Okay. Seems like it's hard to get traffic to a website. But I see what you're saying. You're saying that it doesn't need to handle a lot. Remix View. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Thanks. Yeah. Hey, welcome back, Kai Guy. Incrementing is happening. Look at that. I only had to use Stack Overflow to figure it out. Now I'm probably going a little too into the weeds and realizing why a library is going to be nice. Because now I'm like, well, I only want this to be able to go up to 10 or a minimum of 0. I don't want it to go bigger than that. Which is starting to make clear the chaos that putting this stuff together, especially in vanilla, brings forth. But you know what? We're gonna do it anyway. We're gonna do it anyway. Even if it's getting late, everybody's getting tired, I'm gonna try my best. This is not what I want. I want this. Ugh, this is chaos. Okay. Jesus. Right, so I was trying to figure out, like, if I need it, does it have to be a list? Like, can I have a single one in there? An object providing options that describe which DOM mutations should be reported at a minimum one of childless attributes, and or character data must be true when you call observe. Otherwise, a type error exception will be thrown. Options are as follows. Subtree, childless attributes. That's literally it. Set true to watch for changes to the value of attributes on the node. Default value is true. Very confusing. You can use visualization for updating the value, updating the inner HTML. Check that the value is not greater than what you want. Yeah, I mean, that's a good idea. You know what I hate about that is the repetition. I hate repeating in code if it doesn't need to be. But like what you're saying is a lot simpler. And maybe that's the right choice. Right, like this is some, but you know, I feel like I'll solve the problem with what you're saying, but I'll learn way more than I ever would have thought I could learn if I do this way. And I'm not repeating myself. I'm already repeating myself more than I like here, but it just feels wrong. It feels so wrong. I guess I could also like write a function here. You know what I could do? What if I inject a function? Yeah, exactly. I think maybe that's actually a good idea. You surface level red up on view. Gets lots of good vibes. Curious too, from the more experienced devs, why you choose view versus others. Sorry, I've discussed before. Yeah, I mean, I did put a link. I don't know if you can scroll up and see it. But it's a very like surface level article, but maybe that's nice too. That kind of compares, and this is like what made me say, all right, you know what, screw it, let's do it. Here, I'll put it in there. I'll try view. Yeah, lots of coding tomorrow. Good luck. I will have fun. Thanks for coming through, Be a Maker. It's been a pleasure. See you later. Be a maker, everybody. Literally, go be a maker. Char says, I've missed all of my classes, so you finished all your classes. That's a different word. Finish your classes, so you're in this 2-month waiting period, maybe longer, for your exam to be available for you to take. Probably wasn't a good idea to enroll in a real estate course. At the same time, why not? Why was that a bad thing to do? Because you could have been chilling this time, but now you have to do stuff. Yeah, that does sound kind of like it sucks. Yeah, bye, Be a Maker. Real estate course. Why not? Why not take a real estate course, right? There's practical stuff you can get out of that. Sounds like you're really just like expanding like the things that you know about. Okay, so we're gonna skip this whole callback thing, but we do want to check. We don't even need to define stats at this time. I think that's a really good idea to have a function that we look to. So now I gotta figure out how to write a function correctly. Good, see, we're learning things. There's nothing wrong with that. Function. Just a function. Give me example. Give example. Easy. Okay, so this is going to be function check if in range. Something horrible like that. Check if in range. So obviously we're gonna want this to call with parameters and stuff. Somehow. Don't know how. Creates function to execute in the global scope only. These properties are defined on function prototype and shared by all function instances. Represents the arguments passed to the function. Dude, this is actually a little confusing. JavaScript function with arguments minus AI. Okay, so we definitely want to pull in that. Okay. Just do it. You just do it. You just put it in there and you do stuff with it. So it'll take the value, and then we would want to do stuff with the value. So that's just printing it like in a string, right? But I want to check if it's above or below. JavaScript greater equal than, it's probably pretty simple, but I thought this was AI for a second. I forget that they used to actually just pull answers. They matched it correctly. So then, what about if statements? CSS. Is that got to be something else? Is that let over here? I don't know what it is. If statement, if else. Okay. Now for the condition, I'd have to define that condition somehow. So I guess I could always make like a variable, say greater equals, but you have to also define what greater or less than is, right? You like succinct? You wasn't even wear the svelte thing. Yeah, right? Nice. Yeah, they said it was like kind of new, so I was like, well, I might want something that has a little bit more, that's had more time to cook, so to speak. Just been looking for potential jobs that would give me a chance to manage your time and make enough money so you'd have more free time to do other things, like getting back into art and writing. Smart. Nice. I like that you're just going to different things, you know, keeping a variety. It's a good plan, Char. So I probably would want to like, now I guess I'm still not sure like how accessible all these are. Let's try putting it down here. See what happens. Const max stat. It's looking weird again. Why you looking yellow? Okay, so we gotta type stuff. Max stat 10. Can you just type that? We don't have to be static about it. Min stat 0. Sounds like the dream, Char. I too would love more free time for art and creative pursuits. Yeah. I know. You deserve it. You do. Thank you for the hydrate, IAB. I gotta hurry up here. I don't have much time left. But I have time. But not much. But time. But not much. But time. But not much. Cat. So I'm trying to check if value is within a certain range, basically. Which, you gotta be honest, it doesn't just have something like that. I don't want to get spoiled on code that solves my problem, but I am curious. Value in range minus AI. Is there? Oh, they're just making. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, I got it. All right. Greater So there's a lot of ways to do this, and I am not necessarily doing it the coolest way. But it's a way. Maybe. Unless it doesn't work. Then it's no way. Okay, greater... But how are you gonna... But you also have to have it... So it has to... The function needs to return something. Function... Return Boolean JavaScript. Use the Boolean function. Truthy and falsy. Oh, someone was talking about that earlier. Was it Cheeky Boom? Truthy and falsy. I see. Whoa. 10 greater than 5. Whoa. Ooh, okay. So we could say return value. Oh, this could be a lot simpler than I was gonna do. Oh, dang, return. But we also would need like a different so we kind of need some more conditions here, right? Value like if I wanted there to be like two different cases, I guess we can't just do a case for that. I mean, this is great, but it's awfully simple. Return true. Okay. With truthy values. I'm a little confused. Oh, if yes. So that's calling it with the X and the Y. Interesting. So we do want the if condition because okay, got it. If value is greater than is less than 10, we could probably do like an and, right? JavaScript and we're gonna do the ChatGPT for that. I could just get a more specific answer. Greater than and less than value greater than max and less than min. So we'll just say this. How to represent the and in JavaScript. No code, just tell me the operator for and double ampersand. If value is less than 10 and value is greater than 0. So all you have to do is say return Boolean that. Done. Function. Nice. Check if in range. Boolean value less than 10 and value greater than 0. If both of those are true, then we're good. So then up here, assuming I can actually reference this as I want, I would say before the increment occurs, if value, okay, now I gotta figure out how to run this function on it. I don't know how to run the function. Dot. I'll run a function on a variable. Or, no, that's not really what I want to say. If, I think you want to say if, check if in range. There we go. Value. Didn't even need it. If the value is in range, then do that. But I might be doing this a bit wrong. It's very possible that I'm just doing it super wrong too. It's very possible. Parenthesis expected? Where? Are you quite sure? Oh, I think so, right, because that's the way the if condition. Gotcha. So I would want to wrap that like that. Expression expected. Oh, got it. There we go. Then we run that. Expressions. So we're not colon. We don't. Why did I use the colon? I don't know. That was just wrong. If check in, probably because of GDScript. If check if in range value, then increment it. That's it. And then you can reapply it. Easy. Same thing here. But does it work? Does it work? Who knows? I might still continue with the oh, do we need like another semicolon here? I might continue with the vanilla next week. We'll see. We'll see. What are you talking about here? Declaration or statement expected. Oh, duh. Because we gotta put the closing bracket. Okay. What is that like? If it's like anything that is like something. Yay! It wraps! Let's go! Okay. So, but I want it to go back. I want it to tick down all the time, too. Right? So if I want it to tick down, I don't know. Some kind of like schedule of a such. I don't think that's what you want. JavaScript, schedule, overtime, tick, something like that. Set timeout. Now this, we'll see, we might be running into some limitations here. Timeout property, HTML, HTTP. Okay, this doesn't look promising. This does not look promising. Data prototype, set time, window timeout method, worker global scope. I don't know. Set time method of date changes the timestamp. No. I don't know. I might be going outside of what's even like possible here. It's gotta be a way to do it. There just has to be. Interval. Tick. Prototype sticky. Interval. I don't know. It's Node.js. I'm seeing libraries all over the place. Alright, GPT, you're my last hope now. Vanilla JavaScript. Wait. bare minimal way to count or to schedule a tick over time that does something. I mean, I did look for both of those things, but I didn't set interval method. But this doesn't look like JavaScript. I guess, oh, it is. But it's just a method of the window. So this was me just fundamentally not understanding things. It's a method of the window interface. So because it isn't like a fundamental JavaScript thing, I guess we're tapping into. Okay. All right. Great. Set interval, and then, I mean, I feel like we were already on that track. I just got confused. Set timeout, set interval. Schedules a single delayed execution, repeated execution at fixed intervals. Okay. Calls a function, executes a code snippet with a fixed time delay between each call. So obviously it'd be cool to like modify that, right? So it gets faster or slower depending on this or that, but we want to keep it really simple. Every delay milliseconds. An optional syntax allows you to include a string instead of a function, which is compiled and executed every delay milliseconds. It's not recommended for the same reasons that make using eval as a security risk. Okay. Okay. Arguments are passed through to the function specified by func once the timer expires. Okay, so I would think I just want like a function and a delay. And then we want to continue to do the range check stuff. So I don't really need this up like I did before. So I want to just trying to figure out like where I want to put it. It doesn't really matter, does it? So we would just literally say set interval, and then I need like a function that runs function decrease stats if, yeah, just we'll say decrease stats. So this will run decrease stats. What else does it want? Right, function and delay. Milliseconds. I don't know. Every 2 seconds? So 2000. Okay. And decreasing stats, we'll need to check if in range, so we'll have to find every stat. So in this case, I actually do want to create a constant for stats, document query selector all stat value, I think that's what it's called. So we just have that. We just have it. It's only when we go to decrease the stats that we say stat. Oh, sorry, stats for each stat arrow function for each stat. Alright, I should be commenting more things, huh? Return if value less than... Oh, I didn't even remember to put these constants that I made in here. You really should move this somewhere else, by the way. I don't know, I don't care. I'm gonna be messy with it. Increase the value less than max and greater than min. A value between min and max. In this case, we are decreasing if stat is in range. So we're getting each stat, but we still need the value, right? So that's just going to be the inner HTML. That's all that it is. So we say value equals what? Stat inner HTML. And then we check if it's in range. Check if in range. You should really make it like is in range or something. Like maybe like that. Is in range. Is in range. If it is in range, specifically what? The value. Then, would you please, I guess minus minus, I assume? Yes. Decrease the value. And then we want to reassign stat inner HTML to be the value. As long as it's in range, keep decreasing it at that interval. Is that just gonna work? Come on, I have to have done that wrong. That was too fast. Dang! Uppy, 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 uppy. No! Oh. Okay, check. Oh, I just named it wrong. Let's go. Okay. We also want to say this is in range. I think we could do it a little faster. It feels a little slow. Put a little pressure on it. It's just constantly fading and playing. Oh, but look. Now it won't go above that. So, or if it's... Because it's not less than the max. We need to say less than or equal to. If the value is less than or equal to the max stat and greater than the min stat. So that way it'll keep... Oh! Oh. No. No, I'm afraid you don't want to do that. That's a tricky one. That's a tricky one. Okay, logic. Ah, boo. Boo, logic. So I kind of don't necessarily want to check if it's in range. Really, all you want to check is if it's not 0. That's actually all I care about. So we don't even need to use is in range. We just say if value is greater than 0. That's it. That's all that matters. But I have to do this correctly. Probably would be good. If condition. There we go. Hey, Disappear, how's it going? It's going very well. I just like blasted out a stat decreasing function, a checking if something is in range, and then increasing it. Like, it's feeling a little more natural. So, oh, it's doing well-being too. Oh no, well-being needs to be different. Oops, I'm not increasing happiness correctly. Oh, we're making some changes. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. If it goes to 0, it's you. Whoa, is that a feature, not a bug? If it's at 0, you can't. You just lose. It's just over. That's nuts. But it's counting down, and we can push it back up. You just if you have your creature with an empty belly, it's dead. No more increasing. If it's at 0, it's also dead. No, I want it to be able to increase. What? Again, 0 isn't in range. That's so weird. Okay, so what's OR here? It's going great. I mean, I feel what I'm feeling, what I want to be feeling, which is more like I can try to like make things happen if I want it. I thought maybe by next week I'm not gonna bother with sticking vanilla, but I don't know. I don't know. I'm still kind of into it for now. I want a more robust example to look at and see how it could be better with a library. So, or operator, thank you for the hydrate, IAB. Or operator, JavaScript, minus AI. It's really crazy to take it when I run minus AI, because I for a second I thought it actually still did AI until I realized this was like the way Google search used to do things. I mean, it didn't always do this way either, but I realized I kind of missed like an answer that was just based on a source. Instead of like it trying to like cobble something together that it thinks like this is actually better. Like this should replace it if this is available. Anyway, the OR operator pipe. Thank you. If it's in range or 0. Well, you have to say value set to 0. Do you want this true no matter what? I mean, no. I mean, you know what would be nice? You know what would be great? Is if we could use in range and just add like a argument here that checks for, like we could say, if this argument is true, then also it can return true if it equals the max stat. If the argument isn't true, then it can equal the min stat. But you kind of need more than that. It's a little confusing. It's not great. It's not a great idea. There's better ideas. You've been on a roll with hydrates. You have. Thank you. I know I am so hydrated. It's amazing. I never am more hydrated than when y'all are on Twitch doing hydrates. It's amazing. You help the literal fibers of my being excel. Thank you. Perspire just got on Twitch on your phone to enact your hydration powers. Oh no! I mean, yes! Okay, this is a little crazy, but what if... Okay, What if? It's part of the job description. Fair, fair, fair. I'm not exactly sure how to do arguments on a function. I don't know. I don't know. I'm sure it's not complicated. Oh, I feel like that's even... Is that what this is? No. JavaScript, function... Whoa, I've searched that? Okay, I guess I was looking for a different answer. Okay. Okay. Right. So I would just say here, this would be, or equal to. I don't like that it's a different color. That makes me scared. Why is it a different color? I hate that. It's declared, but it's oh, okay. Cause that's nice. I see. Got it. All right. Well, we'll read it. Don't worry. So if the value is less than max stat and greater than min stat, or value. Now this has to be optional. Well, you just would pass in 0. I mean, I wouldn't want it to be anything. You could make it like -1 by default. Okay, how do we set a default one? You need a higher point incentive for us to hoard towards. Otherwise, you're going to be drowning in hydrates. Apparently! Apparently! Yeah, you're right. It's fine! Okay, I'll do it. Very well. I'll do it. Screw it. I'll do it. Okay? If that's what you want, that's what you get. You gonna get exactly what you want, my friend. You have earned it. You have earned... Your request is granted. Your logo is updated in the chat? Okay. It looks the same. I believe you that it's different. I bet I know what it's like. You see the difference on a fine... I actually don't have time to do this now. I'll do it later. I gotta finish this code. Okay. So I want to say that if it is that... Okay, oh right. How do I establish, like, equals? Hell yeah. Okay, great. So this would be default. I'm making it -1, because it's not going to be -1. Hell, make it -100. Is it terrible? Yes. I don't care. Value, or the value is it 3 equals here? To or equal to. Let me make sure I've got that right. Show me on Discord later. Sounds good. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Strict equality. Checks whether 2 operands are equal, returning a Boolean result. Unlike equality, it always considers operands of different types to be different. Whatever. I don't care. What is this code? I'm scared! I know. Okay, and then I want to say... So that should be an optional one, right? There's a good reason why I'm scared. Yeah, because I want to say that ideally it isn't checking if there's an or equal to. But if we do set an or equal to something that is max or min, I want to make sure that it checks that it might also be equal to that. So for the increment, I want to say that you could also continue to increment on 0. Right, so that would be our or equal to, which is our min stat. Yes, please let me increment on 0. Yes, please let me increment on 0. Assuming this actually works. I'm just having fun being creative. I'm learning things. Maybe bad. That's okay. Right, so here I've got this. I would want to say if is in range value, comma, and this is the or equal to, and that's going to be max. So that way it'll still decrement it, even if it's maxed out. I don't know. It's crazy, but I just wanted to see what happens. Okay, max it out. Oh, it did not work. No more increments on 0. That didn't work at all. Oh dear. Shouldn't is in range just have 0 as part of the range? It does have 0 as part of the range. So max stat is 10, min stat is 0. I have greater than or equal to. But if I make it, or I have greater than or less than, but if I put an equal to in there, hell breaks loose. So that's why I attempted this thing that absolutely doesn't work. What if I don't try my negative default thing, since we're using it everywhere anyway? Nope. I tried it, but it was bad. I did try it. I really did. I gave it a good try. I gave it a really good shot. Here, I'll show you. I gave it a really basic shot. Look. Because I don't know that that's what I want. Here, let's see. Okay, good. Oh wait, that worked perfectly. You know what I tried, Precipier? I put less than or equal. Oops, you can't see. I put less than or equal right here. And that was a problem. Nice, Precipier. See, this, it doesn't matter what language we're in. I'm gonna get mad confused by simple logic, true, false, yes, no, that kind of logic gate stuff. Nice one, Precipier. Thank you. Let's go. Look, my brain's tired. I've been here for a long time. And speaking of being here for a long time, as long as I can be here for, y'all. I'm been here as long as I can be here for right now. All right, I'm just saying. Ages. All right, we gotta give you proper credit for helping me out. All of y'all who helped me out today. Look at all these names. What in the friggin' world? Here, let's close this. Please, can you be full screen? Please be full screen. I don't remember how to do it. Oh, that's how you do it. Eons even. I know. All right, thank you so much. All the people that have helped me today and yesterday in the member/Twitch sub stream. Anjac, Moondog, Nickba, Bia Maker, Sativa Streams, Pawnex Pawn, Memtooth, Spore, Cheeky Boom, Jay Jorn, Precipier, Guitar Jams, Jackson, Poinor, Aye, Kai Guy, Henry, Pierogigon, Corbifex, Coffee, Leader, Jordan, Ortsabari. I appreciate you all. And thank you, of course, to Ortsabari for following on Twitch, Polpier for following on Twitch, Warming Fang for following on Twitch, Bia Maker following, Arath, Naderhan, Sol Romero, Schooly JB. Thank you all for the follows today. I appreciate it. Quahote, thank you for the raid. Ocean Uwu for the sub. And Frank for the sub. Thank you all. Y'all are amazing. Y'all are the realest. It's a lot of competition. So I'm not gonna post this up on itch yet. I want to work on it again next week. I want to keep sticking with this and realize my little character, my little Tamagotchi game. I want to realize it. I think we can finish it by next week. I really do. I'm not always gonna be doing JavaScript. Actually, on Friday, I'm doing the gamedev gauntlet, which is infinitely more interesting than this. That's not true. I mean, it's different. So if you haven't voted in the relevant poll, let me show you where you can do that before I run off. So if you head over here, it's on YouTube. Even if you're on Twitch, you're gonna have to go to YouTube to vote. Wow, 76 votes already. And speech to text coding and no conditionals are just in a dead heat right now. Crazy. So go vote in that. Again, whether you're on YouTube or Twitch, it'll help a lot in finding out what challenge I'm gonna deal with. Yes, if you're on YouTube, hit the like button. That's also true. But more important, go vote on this. Go vote on this. Hit the like button on the poll. Because I need to figure out what I'm gonna do on Friday. And I don't know. Is it gonna be speech to text or no conditionals? It's gonna be close. They are very close. Alright, I'll see you on Friday for the Game Dev Gauntlet, where I make a game in Godot under one of these condition challenges. It's gonna be weird. It's gonna be weird. Alright, good night, YouTube. Good night, YouTube! Thank you, YouTube! You're the best. You're secret. Don't worry, you guys are the best. I'm just kidding. Good night, YouTube.